Section 9 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 1, Part 1. There is no name in the annals of female royalty over which the enchantments of poetry and romance have cast such bewildering spells as that of Anne Boleyn. Her wit, her beauty, and the striking vicissitudes of her fate, combined with the peculiar mobility of her character, have invested her with an interest not commonly excited by a woman in whom vanity and ambition were the leading traits. Tacitus said of the Empress Poppaea, that with her love was not an affair of the heart, but a matter of diplomacy, and this observation appears no less applicable to Anne Boleyn, affording withal a convincing reason that she never incurred the crimes for which she was brought to the block. Unfortunately for the cause of truth, the eventful tragedy of her life has been so differently recorded by the chroniclers of the two great contending parties, in whose religious and political struggle she was involved, that it is sometimes difficult to maintain the balance faithfully between the contradictory statements of champion and accuser. Prejudice, on the one hand, has converted her faults into virtues, and on the other, transformed even her charms into deformity, and described her as a monster, both in mind and person. It would be well for the memory of the lovely Boleyn, if all the other detractions of her foes could be disproved by evidence as incontrovertible as that which Hans Holbein's faithful pencil has left in vindication of her beauty. Her character has, for the last 3 centuries, occupied a doubtful and therefore a debatable point in history, and philosophic readers will do well, in perusing her memorials, to confine their attention to those characteristics in which both her panegyrists and accusers agree, without allowing their opinions to be biased by the unsupported assertions of either, whether for commendation or blame. The family of Boleyn, Bullen, or as it was anciently spelled, Boulin, was of French origin, and appears to have been first settled in Norfolk. Thomas of Sale, in Norfolk, is the patriarch of Anne Boleyn's line, was a younger brother of the estateman of the family. He married Anna, the daughter of Sir John Bracton, and bound their eldest son, Geoffrey Boleyn, prentice to a mercer. He was probably a thriving London trader himself, for he died in that city 1411, and was buried in the church of St. Lawrence, Pulteney. Geoffrey became very prosperous, and may certainly be regarded as one of the most distinguished citizens of London. He married Anna, daughter of the Lord of Hoe and Hastings. He was master of the Mercers' Company in 1424, and was sheriff of London during the stormy and difficult times of the Wars of the Roses, and not unfrequently exchanged the mercer's yard for the sword, to preserve the city from the outrages of the rival factions. He was Lord Mayor in the year 1457, and by his wisdom, courage, and unremitting exertions, maintained tranquillity in his jurisdiction during the memorial congress between the hostile partisans of York and Lancaster for the accommodation of their differences. He died in 1471, and left the magnificent sum of £1000 to the poor householders of London. He established his family on the sure foundation of landed property, purchasing Blickling Hall and Manor in Norfolk from Sir John Falstaff, and the manor and castle of Hever from the Cobhams of Kent. After the death of this good and great citizen, his son, Sir William Boleyn, eschewed the city and became a courtier. He was made Knight of the Bath at Richard III's coronation. The branch whence the lineage of Henry VIII's second queen was derived, rose to wealth and station wholly by trade and lucky marriages. Thomas, the father of Anne Boleyn, was first heard of in the reign of Henry VII, as a brave leader against the Cornish insurgents. He was the son of Sir William Boleyn of Blickling, Norfolk, by Margaret, daughter and co-heir of Thomas Butler, last Earl of Ormond, which ancient title was revived in the person of this Sir Thomas Boleyn, who was, by maternal descent, the representative of one of the most illustrious of the Norman noblesse. Sir Thomas Boleyn obtained for his wife the lady Elizabeth Howard, the daughter of the renowned Earl of Surrey, afterwards Duke of Norfolk, by his first wife, Margaret Tilney. This noble alliance brought Sir Thomas Boleyn into close connection with royalty by the marriage of his wife's brother, the Lord Thomas Howard, with the lady Anne Plantagenet, sister of Henry VII's queen. He was appointed Knight of the Body at the commencement of Henry VIII's reign, and advanced to many other preferments, as will be seen hereafter. The Lady Boleyn was one of the reigning beauties of the court of Catherine of Aragon, and took a leading part in all the masques and royal pageantry which marked the smiling commencement of the reign of Henry. It was not till long after the grave had closed over Anne Boleyn that the malignant spirit of party attempted to fling an absurd scandal on her memory, by pretending that Anne Boleyn was the offspring of her amours with the king during the absence of Sir Thomas Boleyn on an embassy to France. But, independently of the fact that Sir Thomas Boleyn was not ambassador to France till many years after the birth of all his children, Henry VIII was a boy under the care of his tutors at the period of Anne's birth, even if that event took place in the year 1507, the date given by Camden. Lord Herbert, however, says expressly, that Anne Boleyn was 20 years old when she returned from France in 1521, so that she must have been born about 1501. She was the eldest daughter of Sir Thomas Boleyn and the Lady Elizabeth. Hever Castle in Kent, Rochford Hall in Essex, and Blickling Hall in Norfolk have each been named by historians and topographers as the birthplace of Anne Boleyn. The evidences are strongly in favour of Blickling Hall. The local tradition, that Anne Boleyn was born there, is so general that it pervades all classes in that neighbourhood, even to the peasantry. This is confirmed by Blomefield, the accurate historian of that county, and also by that diligent antiquarian, Sir Henry Spelman, in his Icena, in which we find the following passage. To the left lies Blickling, once the seat of the Boleyns, from whence sprang Thomas Boleyn, Earl of Wiltshire, and Anne Boleyn, the mother of the divine queen Elizabeth. To Blickling was decreed the honour of Anne Boleyn's birth. As Sir Henry Spelman was a Norfolk man, and the contemporary of Queen Elizabeth, we think his testimony, borne out as it is by the opinion of the late noble owner of the domain, is conclusive. No fairer spot than Blickling is to be seen in the county of Norfolk. Those magnificent arcaded avenues of stately oaks and giant chestnut trees, whose majestic vistas stretch across the velvet verdure of the widely extended park, reminding us, as we walk beneath their solemn shades, of green cathedral aisles, were in their meridian glory 340 years ago, when Anne Boleyn first saw the light in the adjacent mansion. The room where she was born was shown, till that portion of the venerable abode of the Boleyns was demolished to make way for modern improvements. Some relics of the ancient edifice have been evidently united to the new building, and the servants were formerly in fear of a domestic spectre, whom they called Old Boleyn. One room called Old Boleyn's study was shut up, on account of the supernatural terrors of the household. There are statues of Anne Boleyn and Queen Elizabeth on the staircase, of wainscot, painted white. I saw them when very young, and was much impressed with the fashion of their robes, which are truly royal in amplitude and length. The headdress of Anne Boleyn's statue is not the coif edged with pearls which bears her name, but is a small bangled hat. The full sleeves are confined to the arm, at regular spaces, with strings of pearls. The first years of Anne Boleyn's life were spent at Blickling, with her sister Mary and her brother George, afterwards the unfortunate Viscount Rochford. Thomas Wyatt, the celebrated poet, was in all probability her playfellow, for his father Sir Henry Wyatt was her father's coadjutor in the government of Norwich Castle, and when the Boleyns removed to Hever Castle in Kent, the Wyatts were still their neighbours, residing at Allington in the same county. The first misfortune that befell Anne was the death of her mother, Lady Boleyn, who died in the year 1512, a puerperal fever. She was interred in the splendid chapel and mausoleum of her own illustrious kindred, the Howards, at Lambeth. Sir Thomas Boleyn married again, at what period of his life we have no record, but it is certain that Anne's stepmother was a Norfolk woman of humble origin, and it has been observed that Queen Elizabeth was connected, in consequence of this second marriage of her grandfather, with numerous families in Norfolk, of a mean station in that county. After the death of Lady Boleyn, Anne resided at Hever Castle, under the superintendence of a French governess, called Simonette, and other instructors, by whom she was very carefully educated, and acquired an early proficiency in music, needlework, and many other accomplishments. While her father was at court or elsewhere, Anne constantly corresponded with him. Her letters are fairly written by her own hand, both in her own language and in French. These acquirements, which were rare indeed among ladies in the early part of Henry VIII's reign, rendered Anne a desirable suivante to the Princess Mary Tudor, Henry's youngest sister, when she was affianced to Louis XII of France in September 1514. This also makes it certain that Anne was double the age stated by her biographers, for it is neither likely that a child of 7 years old would have acquired the knowledge which Anne possessed at that time, or that an appointment would have been sought, much less obtained, for her in the suite of the departing princess. Certainly both nurse and governess would have been required for a maid of honour under 10 years old. The letter written by Anne to her father in French, on the joyful news that she was to come to court to receive the honour of presentation to Queen Catherine, pretty well decides the point of her age, for it expresses the feelings of a young lady in her teens, on the contemplation of such an event, and not those of a little child. Sir, I find by your letter that you wish me to appear at court in a manner becoming a respectable female, and likewise that the queen will condescend to enter into conversation with me. At this I rejoice, as I do to think that conversing with so sensible and elegant a princess will make me even more desirous of continuing to speak and to write good French, the more as it is by your earnest advice, which, I acquaint you by this present writing, I shall follow to the best of my ability. Sir, I entreat you to excuse me if this letter is badly written. I can assure you that the spelling proceeds entirely from my own head, while the other letters were the work of my hands alone. And Simonette tells me that she has left the letter to be composed by myself, that nobody else may know what I am writing to you. I therefore pray you not to suffer your superior knowledge to conquer the inclination which you say you have to advance me, for it seems to me you are certain, where if you please, you may fulfill your promise. As to myself, rest assured that I shall not look ungratefully upon this fatherly office as one that might be dispensed with, nor will it tend to diminish the affection you are in quest of, resolved, as I am, to lead as holy a life as you may please to desire of me. Indeed, my love for you is founded on so firm a basis that it can never be impaired. I put an end to this, my lucubration, after having very humbly craved your goodwill and affection. Written at Hever, by your very humble and obedient daughter, Anna de Boulogne. This letter is without date, but is undoubtedly written just before Anne's appointment as maid of honour to the royal bride, of which, from the sentence in which the hiatus occurs, it should seem she had received a hint. It is impossible to believe that such a letter was ever written by an infant of 7 years old, unassisted by her governess. The ideas are those of a young woman acquainted with the world. They could not have emanated from a little child. Anne Boleyn is named in the list of the English retinue of Mary Queen of France as her 4th maid of honour. Her coadjutors in this office were the granddaughters of Elizabeth Woodville, Lady Anne Grey and Elizabeth Grey, sisters to the Marquis of Dorset. They were cousins to King Henry. The other was the youngest daughter of Lord Dacre. The document in which they are named is preserved in the Cottonian Library, and is signed by Louis XII. 4 was the smallest number of maids of honour that could have been appointed for a queen of France, and assuredly a child of 7 years old would scarcely have been included among them, especially at a time when the etiquettes of royal ceremonials were so much more rigidly observed than at present. There can be no doubt that Mademoiselle de Boleyn, as she is called in that catalogue, was of full age to take part in all the pageantry and processions connected with the royal bridal, and to perform the duties pertaining to her office, which could not have been the case had she been under 14 years of age. The fair young Boleyn, as one of the maids of honour to the Princess Mary, had, of course, a place assigned to her near the person of the royal bride, at the grand ceremonial of the espousal of that princess to Louis XII. Of France, which was solemnized August 13th, 1514, in the Church of the Grey Friars, Greenwich, the Duke of Longueville acting as the proxy of his sovereign. In September, Anne attended her new mistress to Dover, who was accompanied by the king and queen and all the court. At Dover they tarried a whole month on account of the tempestuous winds, which did great damage on that coast, causing the wrecks of several gallant ships with awful loss of lives. It was not till the 2nd of October that the weather was sufficiently calm to admit of the embarkation of the royal train. Anne and the rest of the noble attendants of Queen Mary, who were all lodged in Dover Castle, were roused up to accompany their royal mistress to the beach, long before the dawn on the morning of that day. King Henry conducted his best loved sister to the seaside and there kissed her, and committed her to the care of God, the fortune of the sea, and the governance of the French king, her husband. Mary and her retinue embarked at 4 o'clock in the morning. Her young maid of honour, Anne Boleyn, though bidding adieu to her native land, was encouraged by the presence of her father, Sir Thomas Boleyn, her grandfather, the Duke of Norfolk, and her uncle, the Earl of Surrey, who were associated in the honour of delivering the princess to the King of France. Great perils were encountered on the voyage, for a tempestuous hurricane presently rose and scattered the fleet. The ship in which Anne sailed with her royal mistress was separated from the convoy, and was in imminent danger for some hours, when at last she made the harbour of Boulogne. The master drove her aground in the mouth of the haven. Fortunately, the boats were in readiness, and the terrified ladies were safely conveyed to the shore. Wet and exhausted as the fair voyagers were, they were compelled to rally their spirits the instant they landed, in order to receive, with the best grace their forlorn condition would permit, the compliments of a distinguished company of French princes, prelates, nobles, knights, and gentlemen, who were waiting on the strand to offer their homage to their beautiful young queen. To say nothing of the inconvenience, it must have been mortifying enough to Mary and her ladies to make their first appearance before the gallants of the court of France in the plight of a water goddess and her attendant nereids. Thus was the future queen of England, Anne Boleyn, initiated into some of the pains and penalties of grandeur, to which she served her early apprenticeship in the court of the graceful princess whom she was in after days to call sister. The fair travellers were conducted with solemn pomp to the town of Boulogne, where they obtained needful rest and refreshment, with the liberty of changing their wet garments. Anne proceeded with her royal mistress and the rest of the train by easy journeys, till within 4 miles of Abbeville, when the bride and all her ladies, clad in glittering robes, mounted white palfreys, forming an equestrian procession of 37. Queen Mary's palfrey was trapped with cloth of gold. Her ladies were dressed in crimson velvet, a costume that must have been peculiarly becoming to the sparkling black eyes and warm brunette complexion of the youthful maid of honour. A series of splendid pageants graced the public entrance of Queen Mary and her ladies into Abbeville. On the following Monday, being St. Denis's Day, Anne Boleyn was an assistant at the nuptials of her royal mistress with the King of France, which were solemnized with great pomp in the church of Abbeville. After the mass was done, there was a sumptuous banquet, at which the queen's English ladies were feasted, and received especial marks of respect. But the next day, October 10th, the scene changed, and, to the consternation and sorrow of the young queen, and the lively indignation of her followers, all her attendants, male and female, including her nurse, whom she called her mother Guildford, were dismissed by the king her husband, and ordered to return home. Anne Boleyn and 2 other ladies were the only exceptions to this sweeping sentence. She, therefore, witnessed all the pageants that were given in honour of the royal nuptials, and took a part in the feats. Her skill in the French language was doubtless the reason of her detention, and in this she must have been very serviceable to her royal mistress, who, but for her company, would have been left a forlorn stranger in her own court. It has been stated by a French biographer, from the authority of records of contemporary date, that when Sir Thomas Boleyn returned to England, he placed his daughter, whose education he did not consider complete, in a seminary, probably a convent, in the village of Brie, a few miles from Paris, under the especial care of his friend and kinsman Du Moulin, lord of Brie and Fontenay. Whether Anne remained with her royal mistress till the death of Louis XII. Broke the fetter which had bound the reluctant princess to a joyless home, and left her free to return to England as the happy wife of the man of her heart, or the previous jealousy of the French court against Mary's English attendants extended at last to her young maid of honour, and caused her removal to Brie, cannot be ascertained. It is, however, certain that she did not return to England with Queen Mary, but entered the service of the consort of Francis I., Queen Claude, the daughter of the deceased king, Louis XII. This princess, who was a truly amiable and excellent woman, endeavoured to revive all the moral restraints and correct demeanour of the court of her mother, Anne of Bretagne, so that Anne Boleyn's natural inclination for levity and coquetry received no encouragement under her surveillance. Queen Claude was always surrounded by a number of young ladies, who walked in procession with her to mass, and formed part of her state whenever she appeared in public. In private she directed their labours at the loom, or embroidery frame, and endeavoured, by every means in her power, to give a virtuous and devotional bias to their thoughts and conversations. The society of gentlemen was prohibited to these maidens. How the rules and regulations enacted by this sober-minded queen for discreet demoiselles suited the lively genius of her volatile English maid of honour, we leave our readers to judge, after they have perused the following description, which the Viscount Chateaubriand, one of the courtiers of Francis I., was left of the personal characteristics of the fair Boleyn. She possessed a great talent for poetry, and when she sung, like a second Orpheus, she would have made bears and wolves attentive. She likewise danced the English dances, leaping and jumping with infinite grace and agility. Moreover, she invented many new figures and steps, which are yet known by her name, or by those of the gallant partners with whom she danced them. She was well skilled in all games fashionable at courts. Besides singing like a siren, accompanying herself on the lute, she harped better than King David, and handled cleverly both lute and rebeck. She dressed with marvellous taste, and devised new modes, which were followed by the fairest ladies of the French court, but none wore them with her gracefulness, in which she rivalled Venus. Our modern taste could dispense with her skill on the flute and fiddle, and likewise with her agile leaps and jumps in the dance, but every age varies in its appreciation of accomplishments. Of the poetical talents hinted at by Count de Chateaubriand, nothing has been hitherto mentioned by her English biographers. We shall, however, be able to give some specimens of her verses. Like musical talent, poetical genius is often manifested in persons of the same descent, and Anne Boleyn was cousin german to the first English poet of her day, the celebrated Earl of Surrey, and her brother, George Boleyn, was a lyrist of no little fame in the gallant court of Henry VIII. Several of his poems are published with those of Sir Thomas Wyatt, her lover and faithful friend. The French chroniclers have preserved a description of the costume Anne Boleyn wore at the court of Francis I. She had a bourrelet, or cap of blue velvet, trimmed with points. At the end of each hung a little bell of gold. She wore a vest of blue velvet starred with silver, and a surcoat of watered silk lined with miniver, with large hanging sleeves, which hid her hands from the curiosity of the courtiers. Her little feet were covered with blue velvet brodequins. The insteps were adorned each with a diamond star. On her head she wore a golden-coloured aureole of some kind of plaited gauze, and her hair fell in ringlets. This is not the attire in which her portraits are familiar to the English, but it was the dress of her youth. If we may believe Sanders, Blackwood, and indeed many of the French historians, Anne Boleyn did not pass through the ordeal of the gay court of Francis I without scandal. Francis himself had been particularly named in connection with these aspersions, if such they were. But as nothing like fact has been stated in confirmation of such reports, we are bound to believe her innocent of anything beyond levity of manner. Even in the present age, it may be observed that ladies who aimed at becoming the leaders of the beau monde not unfrequently acquire that species of undesirable notoriety which causes them to be regarded as blasé. It is possible that Anne Boleyn might be so considered by the more sedate ladies in the service of Queen Claude. Anne Boleyn is not mentioned as one of the company of the Field of the Cloth of Gold, yet it is almost certain that she was present in the train of her royal mistress, Queen Claude. Her father, her stepmother, her uncle Sir Edward Boleyn and his wife, the heiress of Sir John Tempest, and all her noble kindred of the Howard line, were there. So we may reasonably conclude that she graced that splendid reunion of all that was gay, gallant, and beautiful, in the assembled courts of France and England. Our limits will not permit us to enter into the details of that last gorgeous page in the annals of chivalry. Records of darker hue and deeper interest are before us than those of the royal pageantry in the plain of Ardres, where, if Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn looked upon each other, it was not as lovers. His fancy, we can scarcely venture to say his heart, was at that time occupied with her younger sister, Mary Boleyn, and Anne would naturally aim her brilliant glances at the young and noble bachelors among whom she might reasonably expect to find a fitting mate. At what period Anne Boleyn exchanged the service of the good Queen Claude for the more lively household of that royal bel esprit, Margaret, Duchess of Alençon, and afterwards Queen of Navarre, the sister of Francis I, is not exactly known. Her return to England, according to the most authentic accounts, took place in the year 1522. Some historians of modern date have supposed that she remained in France till 1527, but this is decidedly an error, as we shall very soon prove from incontrovertible evidence. Lord Herbert, who gives the first date, assures us that he has examined very carefully many manuscripts and records, both French and English, on this subject, and, as he gives a very favourable view of Anne Boleyn's character, there is no reason why he should have misrepresented a point of some consequence in her life. We give the noble historian's sketch of Anne at this period, transcribed, as he tells us, from the then unpublished manuscripts of George Cavendish, gentleman usher to Cardinal Wolsey. This gentlewoman, being descended on her father's side from one of the heirs of the Earl of Ormond, and on the mother's from the house of Norfolk, was from her childhood of that singular beauty and towardness that her parents took all possible care for her good education. Therefore, besides all the usual branches of virtuous instruction, they gave her teachers in playing on musical instruments, singing and dancing, insomuch that, when she composed her hands to play and her voice to sing, it was joined with that sweetness of countenance that three harmonies concurred. Likewise, when she danced, her rare proportions varied themselves into all the graces that belong either to rest or motion. Briefly, it seems that the most attractive perfections were evident in her. Yet did not our king love her at first sight, nor before she had lived some time in France, whither, in the train of the Queen of France, and in the company of a sister of the Marquis of Dorset, she went A.D. 1514. After the death of Louis XII, she did not return with the dowager, but was received into a place of much honour with the other queen, and then with the Duchess of Alençon, where she stayed till some difference grew betwixt our king and Francis. Therefore, as saith Du Tillet and our records, about the time when our students at Paris were remanded, she likewise left Paris, her parents not thinking fit for her to stay any longer. In confirmation of this statement, Fidesz also informs us that Francis I complained to the English ambassador that the English scholars and the daughter of Sir Thomas Boleyn had returned home. When a disputed matter happens to be linked with a public event, there can be no real difficulty in fixing the date, at least not to those historians who, instead of following the assertions of others, refer to the fountainheads of history. There may be another cause which may be considered a family reason for Anne's return to England in that year. This was the dispute between Sir Thomas Boleyn and the male heirs of the Butlers for the inheritance of the last Earl of Wiltshire, Anne's great-grandfather, which had proceeded to such a height that the Earl of Surrey suggested to the king that the best way of composing their differences would be by a matrimonial alliance between a daughter of Sir Thomas Boleyn and the heir of his opponent, Sir Piers Butler. Henry agreed, and directed Wolsey to bring about the marriage. Mary Boleyn had been married to William Carey 9 months before Wolsey received this interesting commission in November 1521. Therefore Anne was recalled from France, for the purpose of being made the bond of peace between her father and their rival kinsman, Piers the Red. With so many graces of person and manners as were possessed by the lovely Boleyn, it is remarkable that she had not previously disposed of both hand and heart to some noble cavalier in the gay and gallant court of France, but she appears to have been free from every sort of engagement when she returned to England. She was then, Lord Herbert tells us, about 20 years of age, but according to the French historian Rastal, a contemporary, and Lety, who all affirm that she was 15 when she entered the service of Mary Tudor, Queen of France, she must have been 2 years older. The first time Henry saw her after her return to England was in her father's garden at Hever, where it is said he encountered her by accident, and admiring her beauty and graceful demeanour, he entered into conversation with her, when he was so much charmed by her sprightly wit, that on his return to Westminster he told Wolsey that he had been discoursing with a young lady who had the wit of an angel and was worthy of a crown. "It is sufficient if your majesty finds her worthy of your love," was the shrewd rejoinder. Henry said that he feared she would never condescend in that way. "Great princes," observed Wolsey, "if they choose to play the lover, have that in their power which would mollify a heart of steel." Our author avers that Wolsey, having a desire to get all the power of state into his own hands, would have been glad to see the king engrossed in the intoxication of a love affair, and that he was the first person who suggested Anne Boleyn's appointment as maid of honour to the queen. "There was at this time presented to the eye of the court," says the poet Wyatt, "the rare and admirable beauty of the fresh and young lady Anne Boleyn, to be attending upon the queen. In this noble imp, the graces of nature, adorned by gracious education, seemed even at the first to have promised bliss unto her in after times. She was taken at that time to have a beauty, not so whitely, clear, and fresh, but above all we may esteem, which appeared much more excellent by her favour, passing sweet and cheerful, and was enhanced by her noble presence of shape and fashion, representing both mildness and majesty, more than can be expressed." Wyatt is rapturous in his commendations of her musical skill and the exquisite sweetness of her voice, both in singing and in speaking. In the true spirit of a lover, the courtly poet, when he mentions the malformation of the little finger of the left hand, on which there was a double nail, with something like an indication of a sixth finger, says, "But that in which others might have regarded as a defect was to her an occasion of additional grace, by the skilful manner in which she concealed it from observation." On this account Anne always wore the hanging sleeves, previously mentioned by Chateaubriand, as her peculiar fashion when in France. This mode, which was introduced by her into the court of Catherine of Aragon, was eagerly copied by the other ladies. Her taste and skill in dress are mentioned even by Sanders, who tells us, "She was unrivalled in the gracefulness of her attire, and the fertility of her invention in devising new patterns, which were imitated by all the court belles, by whom she was regarded as the glass of fashion." The same author gives us the following description of her person from a contemporary, not quite so enthusiastic in his ideas of her personal charms as her admirer, the poetical Wyatt. Anne Boleyn was in stature rather tall and slender, with an oval face, black hair, and a complexion inclining to sallow. One of her upper teeth projected a little. She appears at times to suffer from asthma. On her left hand a sixth finger might be perceived. On her throat there was a protuberance, which Chateaubriand describes as a disagreeable large mole, resembling a strawberry. This she carefully covered with an ornamented collar band, a fashion which was blindly imitated by the rest of the maids of honor, though they had never before thought of wearing anything of the kind. Her face and figure were in other respects symmetrical, continues Sanders. Beauty and sprightliness sat on her lips. In readiness of repartee, skill in the dance, and in playing on the lute, she was unsurpassed. Having thus placed before our readers the testimony of friend and foe as to the charms and accomplishments of the fair Boleyn, we will proceed to describe the allowance and rules that were observed with regard to the table of the ladies in the household of Queen Catherine, to which Anne was now attached. Each maid of honour was allowed a woman servant and a spaniel as her attendants. The boucher of court afforded ample sustenance not only to the lady herself but her retainers, both biped and quadruped, were their appetites ever so voracious. A chine of beef, a manchet, and a shea loaf offered a plentiful breakfast for the three. To these viands were added a gallon of ale, which could only be discussed by two of the party. The brewer was enjoined to put neither hops nor brimstone into their ale, the first being deemed as horrible an alteration as the last. The maids of honour, like officers in the army and navy at the present day, dined at mess, a circumstance which shows how very ancient that familiar term is. To the honour of the ladies we have nothing to record of their squabbles at mess. 7 messes of ladies dined at the same table in the great chamber. Manchets, beef, mutton, ale, and wine were served to them in abundance, to which were added hens, pigeons, and rabbits. On fast days their mess was supplied with salt salmon, salted eels, whitings, gurnay, plaice, and flounders. Such of the ladies as were peers' daughters had stabling allowed them. There was a striking resemblance between Anne Boleyn and her sister Mary, the previous object of Henry's attention. But Mary was the fairest, the most delicately featured, and the most feminine of the two. In Anne, the more powerful charms of genius, wit, and fascination triumphed over every defect which prevented her from being considered a perfect beauty, and rendered her the leading star of the English court. Yet it was her likeness to her sister which perhaps, in the first instance, constituted her chief attraction to the king, who soon became secretly enamoured of her, though he concealed the state of his mind. As for the fair Boleyn herself, at the very time when most surrounded by her admirers, she appears to have been least sensible to the pride of conquest, having engaged herself in a romantic love affair with Henry Lord Percy, the eldest son of the Earl of Northumberland, regardless of the family arrangement by which she was pledged to become the wife of the heir of Sir Piers Butler. Percy, like herself, had been destined, by paternal policy, to a matrimonial engagement wherein affection had no share. He had exhibited great reluctance to fulfil the contract, into which his father had entered for him in his boyhood with the daughter of the Earl of Shrewsbury, and it was still unratified on his part when he appeared at court as an élève of Cardinal Wolsey. The office which Percy filled about the person of the minister required that he should attend him to the palace daily, which he did, and while his patron was closeted with the king or engaged at the council board, he was accustomed to resort to the queen's antechamber, where he passed the time in dalliance with the maids of honour. At last he singled out Mistress Anne as the object of his exclusive attention, and, from their frequent meetings, such love was nourished between them that a promise of marriage was exchanged, and reckless alike of the previous engagements which had been made for them in other quarters by their parents, they became what was then called troth plight, or insured to each other. Percy, like a true lover, gloried in his passion, and made no secret of his engagement, which was at length whispered to the king by some envious busybody, who had probably observed that Henry was not insensible to the charms of Anne Boleyn. The pangs of jealousy occasioned by this intelligence, it is said, first awakened the monarch to the state of his own feelings towards his fair subject, in whose conversation he had always taken the liveliest pleasure, without being himself aware that he regarded her with emotions inconsistent with his duty as a married man. As for the young lady herself, she appears to have been wholly unconscious of the impression she had made on her sovereign's heart. In fact, as her whole thoughts were employed in securing a far more desirous object, namely, her marriage with the heir of the illustrious and wealthy house of Percy, it is scarcely probable that she would incur the risk of alarming her honourable lover by coquetries with the king. Under the circumstances, we think Anne Boleyn must be acquitted of having purposely attracted the attention of Henry in the first instance. On the contrary, she must, at this peculiar crisis, have regarded his passion as the greatest misfortune that could have befallen her, as it was the means of preventing her marriage with the only man whom we have the slightest reason to believe she ever loved. If Anne, however, regarded the king with indifference, his feelings towards her was such that he could not brook the thought of seeing her the wife of another, though aware that it was not in his power to marry her himself. With characteristic selfishness of his nature, he determined to separate the lovers. Accordingly, he sent for Wolsey, and, expressing himself very angrily on the subject of the contract into which Anne Boleyn and Percy had entered, charged him to take prompt steps for dissolving their engagement. It is probable that Henry made the infringement of the arrangement, previously sanctioned by him, for the marriage of Anne with the son of Sir Piers Butler, the pretext for the extraordinary displeasure he manifested on this occasion. The cardinal, in great perplexity, returned to his house at Westminster, and sending for Lord Percy, there before several of his servants, he rudely addressed him in these words: I marvel not a little at thy folly, that thou wouldest attempt to assure contract thyself with a foolish girl yonder in the court, and Boleyn. Dost thou not consider the estate that God hath called thee unto into this world? For after thy father's death thou art likely to inherit and enjoy one of the noblest earldoms in the kingdom, and therefore it had been most meet and convenient for thee to have thy father's consent in this case, and to have acquainted the king's majesty therewith, requiring his princely favour, and in all such matters submitting thy proceedings unto his highness, who would not only thankfully have accepted thy submission, but I am assured would have so provided thy purpose, that he would have advanced thee much more nobly, and have matched thee according to thy degree and honour, and so by thy wise behaviour mightest have grown into his high favour, to thy great advancement. But now, see what you have done through your wilfulness. You have not only offended your father, but also your loving sovereign lord, and matched yourself with such a one as neither the king nor your father will consent to. And hereof I put thee out of doubt that I will send for thy father, who, at his coming, shall either break this unadvised bargain, or else disinherit thee for ever. The king's majesty will also complain of thee to thy father, and require no less than I have said, because he intended to prefer Anne Boleyn to another, wherein the king had already travailed, taken trouble, and being almost at a point with one for her, though she knew it not, yet hath the king, like a politic prince, conveyed the matter in such sort that she will be, I doubt not, upon his grace's mention, glad and agreeable to the same. Sir, quoth the Lord Percy weeping, I knew not the king's pleasure, and am sorry for it. I considered I am of good years, and thought myself able to provide me a convenient wife as my fancy should please me, not doubting that my lord and father would have been right well content. Though she be but a simple maid, and a knight to her father, yet is she descended of right noble parentage, for her mother is high of the Norfolk blood, and her father descended of the Earl of Ormond, being one of the earl's heir general. Why then, sir, should I be anything scrupulous to match with her, in regarding to her estate and descent equal with mine, when I shall be in most dignity? Therefore I most humbly beseech your grace's favour therein, and also to entreat the king's majesty on my behalf, for his princely favour in this matter, which I cannot forsake. No, sirs, quoth the cardinal to us, ye may see what wisdom is in this wilful boy's head. I thought that, when thou heardest the king's pleasure and attention herein, thou wouldest have relented, and put thyself and thy voluptuous act wholly to the king's will and pleasure, and by him to have been ordered as his grace should have thought good. Sir, quoth the lord Percy, so I would, but in this matter I have gone so far before so many worthy witnesses, that I know not how to discharge myself and my conscience. Why, quoth the cardinal, thinkest thou that the king and I know not what we have to do in weighty matters as this? Yes, I warrant thee, but I see no submission in thee to this purpose. Forsooth, my lord, quoth lord Percy, if it please your grace, I will submit myself wholly to the king and your grace in this matter, my conscience being discharged of a weighty burden thereof. Well then, quoth my lord cardinal, I will send for your father out of the north, and he and we shall take such order as, in the mean season, I charge thee that thou resort no more into her company, as thou wilt abide the king's indignation. With these words he rose up and went into his chamber. Nor was this unceremonious lecture the only mortification of the unfortunate lover was doomed to receive. His father, the earl of Northumberland, a man in whose cold heart and narrow mind the extremes of pride and meanness meet, came with all speed out of the north, having received a summons in the king's name, and, going first to Wolsey's house to inquire into the matter, was received by that proud statesman in his gallery, where, says Cavendish, they had a long and secret communication. Then, after priming himself for the business with a cup of the cardinal's wine, he seated himself on a bench which stood at the end of the gallery for the use of the serving men, and calling his son to him, he rated him in the following harsh words, while Percy stood cap in hand before him. Son, he quoteth, even as thou hast been, and always wert, a proud, licentious, and unthinking waster, so hast thou now declared thyself. And therefore what joy, what comfort, or pleasure, or solace, shall I conceive of thee, that thus, without discretion, has misused thyself, having neither regard unto me, thy natural father, nor yet to the king, thy sovereign lord, to whom all honest and loyal subjects bear faithful obedience, nor to the weal of thy own estate, but hast unadvisedly assured thyself unto her, for whom the king is with thee highly displeased, whose displeasure is intolerable for any subject to bear. But his grace, considering the lightness of thy head and wilful qualities of thy person, his indignation were able to ruin me and my posterity utterly. Yet he, being my singular good lord and favourable prince, and also my lord cardinal, my good lord, hath and doth clearly excuse me in thy light act, and do lament thy folly, rather than malign me for the same, and hath devised an order to be taken for thee, to whom both I and you are more bound than we conceive of. I pray God that this may be sufficient admonition to thee, to use thyself more wisely hereafter, for assure thyself that, if thou dost not amend thy prodigality, thou wilt be the last earl of our house. For thy natural inclinations, thou art masterful and prodigal, to consume that all thy progenitors have, with great travail, gathered together. But I trust, I assure thee, so to order my succession thou shalt consume thereof but little. Then telling Percy that he did not mean to make him his heir, having other boys whom he trusted would prove themselves wiser men, he threatened to choose the most promising of those for his successor. To crown all, he bade Wolsey's servants to mark his words, and besought them not to be sparing in telling his son of his faults. Then bidding him go his ways to his lord and master, and serve him diligently, he departed to his barge. The matter did not end here, for Percy was banished the court, and not only commanded to avoid Mistress Anne's company, but compelled to fulfil in all haste the hitherto unratified contract, which his father had made for him in his boyhood with Lady Mary Talbot, one of the Earl of Shrewsbury's daughters. The date of the year in which this important episode in the life of Anne Boleyn occurred is stated by Herbert, with great accuracy, to be 1523, which is verified beyond a doubt by a letter from Anne's cousin, the Earl of Surrey, scribbled the 12th day of September 1523, in which he says, "The marriage of my lord Percy shall be with my lord Stuart's, Shrewsbury's daughter, whereof I am glad. The chief baron is with my lord of Northumberland to conclude the marriage." If Percy had possessed sufficient strength of mind to have remained constant to his engagement with the beautiful and beloved Anne Boleyn, he would have been soon at liberty to please himself, for the proud and worldly minded earl, his father, died in less than 3 years after he had rendered him the most wretched of men, by forcing him into a heartless marriage. Percy was married to Lady Mary Talbot at the close of the year 1523, and succeeded to the earldom of Northumberland on the death of his father, 1526–27, which dates afford incontrovertible evidence that Anne Boleyn returned to England, as stated by Fiddes and Herbert, in 1522, and not, as some other historians erroneously affirm, in 1527, when Percy had been married 4 years. End of section 9. Section 10 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 1, Part 2. Anne Boleyn, whom Henry chose to punish for the preference she had manifested for the young Percy, was discharged from Queen Catherine's service and dismissed to her father's house. Whereat, says Cavendish, Mistress Anne was greatly displeased, promising that if ever it lay in her power she would be revenged on the cardinal, and yet he was not altogether to be blamed, as he acted by the king's command. Anne Boleyn, having no idea of the real quarter whence the blow proceeded by which she was deprived of her lover, and the splendid prospect that had flattered her, naturally regarded the interference of Wolsey as a piece of gratuitous impertinence of his own, and in the bitterness of disappointed love nourished that vindictive spirit against him which no after submissions could mollify. Anne continued for a long time to brood over her wrongs and disappointed hopes in the stately solitude of Hever Castle, in Kent, where her father and stepmother then resided. There appears to have been little intercourse after her father's second marriage with her noble maternal kindred, as Sir Thomas Boleyn's name is never mentioned in the Howard book among the visitors of the Duke of Norfolk from the date of his first lady's death. There is reason to believe that Anne was tenderly attached to her stepmother and much beloved by her. After a period sufficient to allow for the subsiding of ordinary feelings of displeasure had elapsed, the king paid an unexpected visit to Hever Castle. But Anne was either too indignant to offer her homage to the tyrant, whose royal caprice had deprived her of her affianced husband, or her father, having already felt the evil of having the reputation of one lovely daughter blighted by the attentions of the king, would not suffer her to appear, for she took to her chamber, under pretence of indisposition, on Henry's arrival at the castle, and never left it till after his departure. It was doubtless to propitiate the offended beauty that Henry, on the 18th of June, 1525, advanced her father, Sir Thomas Boleyn, to the peerage, by the style and title of the Viscount Rochford, one of the long contested titles of the house of Ormond. He also, with the evident intention of drawing the whole family to his court once more, bestowed on the newly created viscount the high office of treasurer of the royal household, and appointed William Carey, the husband of Mary Boleyn, a gentleman of the privy chamber. There is not, however, any trace of Anne Boleyn's appearance at court till the year 1527. Having been injuriously dismissed from the service of the queen, she appears to have manifested a perversing resentment for the affront she had received, by refusing to return when she had reason to believe her presence was desired by the jealous tyrant who had prevented her marriage with Percy. It is scarcely probable that Anne continued unconscious of the king's passion, when he followed up all the favours conferred on her family by presenting a costly offering of jewels to herself. But when Henry proceeded to avow his love, she recoiled from his lawless addresses with the natural abhorrence of a virtuous woman, and falling on her knees, she made this reply: "I think, most noble and worthy king, your majesty speaks these words in mirth, to prove me, without intent of degrading your princely self. Therefore, to ease you of the labour of asking me any such question hereafter, I beseech your highness most earnestly to desist and take this my answer, which I speak from the depth of my soul, in good part. Most noble king, I will rather lose my life than my virtue, which will be the greatest and best part of the dowry I shall bring my husband." Henry, having flattered himself that he had only to signify his preference, in order to receive the encouragement which is too often accorded to the suit of a royal lover. Suit lightly made and short-lived pain, for monarchs seldom sigh in vain, met this dignified repulse with the assurance that he should at least continue to hope. "I understand not, most mighty king, how you should retain such hope," she proudly rejoined. "Your wife I cannot be, both in respect of mine own unworthiness, and also because you have a queen already. Your mistress I will not be." Those historians who have consigned the name of Anne Boleyn to unmixed infamy have distorted this beautiful instance of lofty spirit and maidenly discretion into a proof of her subtlety, as if she had anticipated a like result to that which had followed the repulse given by Elizabeth Woodville to Edward IV. But the case was wholly different, as Edward was a bachelor and Henry a married man. Therefore Anne Boleyn very properly reminded Henry that she could not be his wife, because he had a queen. This speech affords no intimation that her answer would be favourable to his wishes, even if he were free to offer her his hand. Keenly feeling, and deeply resenting, as she undoubtedly did, the loss of Percy, she was not of a temper to reward the royal libertine for the wrong he had committed, in compelling her betrothed to break his contract with her and to become the husband of another. There is every reason to think with Lord Herbert that Anne would rather have been Percy's countess than Henry's queen. The manner in which she repelled the sovereign's addresses only added fuel to his flame, and next he assailed the reluctant beauty with a series of love letters of the most passionate character. The originals of these letters are still preserved in the Vatican, having been stolen from the royal cabinet and conveyed thither. Burnet was prepared to consider them as forgeries, but, says he, "Directly I saw them, I was too well acquainted with Henry's hand to doubt their authenticity." In the absence of all dates, the arrangement of these letters becomes matter of opinion, and we are disposed to think the following was written soon after the circumstances to which we have just alluded, containing, as it does, an earnest expostulation from Henry against her continued refusal to appear at his court. To my mistress, as the time seems very long since I heard from you, or concerning your health, the great love I have for you has constrained me to send this bearer, to be better informed both of your health and pleasure, particularly because, since my last parting with you, I have been told that you have entirely changed the mind in which I left you, and that you neither mean to come to court with your mother, nor any other way, which report, if true, I cannot enough marvel at, being persuaded in my own mind that I have never committed any offence against you, and it seems hard, in return for the great love I bear you, to be kept at a distance from the person and presence of the woman in the world that I value the most, and if you love me with as much affection as I hope you do, I am sure the distance of our two persons would be equally irksome to you, though this does not belong so much to the mistress as to the servant. Consider well, my mistress, how greatly your absence afflicts me. I hope it is not your will that it should be so, but if I heard for certain that you yourself desired it, I could but mourn my ill fortune, and strive by degrees to abate of my folly. And so for lack of time I make an end of this rude letter, beseeching you to give the bearer credence in all he will tell you from me. Written by the hand of your entire servant, H.R. The relative terms of mistress and servant, which the king uses so frequently in this correspondence, belong to the gallantry of the chivalric ages, and were not yet obsolete. That some replies were made by Anne to the royal love letters is evident, but that they were of a most unsatisfactory nature to Henry, we perceive from the letter which follows. It evidently occurs very early in the correspondence. By revolving in my mind the contents of your last letters, I have put myself into great agony, not knowing how to interpret them, whether to my disadvantage, as I understand some others, or not. I beseech you earnestly to let me know your real mind as to the love between us two. It is needful for me to obtain this answer of you, having been for a whole year wounded with the dart of love, and not yet assured whether I shall succeed in finding a place in your heart and affection. This uncertainty has hindered me of late from declaring you my mistress, lest it should prove that you only entertain for me an ordinary regard. But if you please to do the duty of a true and loyal mistress, and to give up yourself heart and person to me, who will be, as I have been, your most loyal servant, if your rigor does not forbid me, I promise you that not only the name shall be given you, but also that I will take you for my mistress, casting off all others that are in competition with you, out of my thoughts and affections, and serving only you. I beg you to give an entire answer to this my rude letter, that I may know on what and how far I may depend. But if it does not please you to answer me in writing, let me know some place where I may have it by word of mouth, and I will go thither with all my heart. No more for fearing of tiring you, written by the hand of him who would willingly remain yours, H. Rex. Notwithstanding all these submissions on the part of her royal lover, it is certain that Anne Boleyn did not reappear in the court till some time in 1527. Burnet suggests the possibility of her having returned to France in the interim, and that she came back to England with her father when he was recalled from his embassy in 1527, when, as Stowe says, he brought with him the portrait of Margaret, the widowed Duchess of Alençon, Anne's royal patroness and friend, for Henry's consideration. We have no doubt but this conjecture will one day be verified by the increasing activity of modern research among contemporary records and letters. Burnet, having adverted to Cavendish's account of Anne Boleyn's engagement with Percy as the only satisfactory guide for fixing the real period of her first appearance at court, concludes with this observation: had that writer told us in what year this was done, it had given a great light to direct us. That light is now fully supplied by the date of the Earl of Surrey's letter, which we have previously quoted, touching the marriage of the unfortunate Percy to the lady for whom he was compelled to relinquish his beloved Anne Boleyn. We may, therefore, fairly come to the conclusion that Anne entered the service of Margaret, Duchess of Alençon, at the beginning of the year 1526, when the French court had reassembled, with renewed splendour, to rejoice the restoration of its chivalric sovereign, Francis I, and that she returned to England with her father, as surmised by Burnet, when he was recalled from a diplomatic mission early in 1527. After an absence of 4 years, Anne Boleyn resumed her place in the palace of Queen Catherine, in compliance, it is supposed, with her father's commands, and received the homage of her enamoured sovereign in a less repulsive manner than she had done while her heart was freshly bleeding for the loss of the man whom she had passionately desired to marry. If her regrets were softened by the influence of time and absence, it is certain that her resentment continued in full force against Wolsey, for his conduct with regard to Percy, and the anger she dared not openly manifest against the king was treasured up against a day of vengeance, to be visited on the instrument whom he had employed in that business. She having, says Cavendish, always a prime grudge against my lord cardinal for breaking the contract between her and Lord Percy, supposing it to be his own device and no other's. And she at last, knowing the king's pleasure and the depth of his secrets, then began to look very haughty and stout, lacking no manner of rich apparel or jewels that money could purchase. Henry's passion for Anne and her ill will to his favourite minister were soon apparent to the magnates of the court, who, disgusted with the pride and despotic conduct of the latter, eagerly availed themselves of her influence to accomplish his fall. Wolsey, perceiving the danger that threatened him, exerted all his arts of pleasing to conciliate the offended beauty, and prepared many feasts and masques to entertain her and the king at his own house. This induced her to treat him with feigned civility, but the hatred that a vindictive person dissembles is always far more perilous than the open violence of a declared foe. The question of Henry's divorce from Catherine was now mysteriously agitated under the name of the king's secret matter, and Wolsey, far from suspecting the real object for which the king was desirous of ridding himself of his consort, became the blind instrument of opening the path for the elevation of his fair enemy to a throne. The intrigues which prefaced the public proceedings for the divorce have been related in the life of Catherine of Aragon. A splendid farewell fete was given to the French ambassadors at Greenwich, May 5th, 1527, and at the masque, with which the midnight ball concluded, the king gave a public mark of his preference for Anne Boleyn by selecting her for his partner. Soon after, the passion of Henry became obvious even to the queen, and occasioned her to upbraid him with his perfidy, but it does not appear that she condescended to discuss the matter with Anne. Wolsey's appointment to the embassy to France is stated by Cavendish to have been contrived by the intrigues of Anne Boleyn, at the instigation of his enemies, who were desirous of getting him out of England. During the absence of Wolsey, the influence of Anne increased beyond measure, and the king's secret matter ceased to be a mystery to those who did not shut their eyes to the signs of the times. Wolsey, indeed, had suffered himself to be so completely duped by Henry's diplomatic feints as to have committed himself at the French court by entering into negotiations for uniting his master to Renee of France, the sister of the deceased Queen Claude. Meantime, a treatise on the unlawfulness of his present marriage was compounded by the king and some of his favourite divines. How painfully and laboriously the royal theologian toiled in his literary labyrinth is evidenced by a letter written by him to the fair lady whose bright eyes had afflicted him with such unwonted qualms of conscience, that he had been fain to add the pains and penalties of authorship to the cares of government for her sake. This curious letter must have been written in the summer of 1527, during one of those temporary absences with which Anne Boleyn seems occasionally to have tantalized him. Mine own sweetheart, this shall be to advertise you of the great loneliness that I find since your departing, for, I assure you, methink the time longer since your departing now last than I was wont to do a whole fortnight. I think your kindness and my fervency of love causeth it, for otherwise I would not have thought it possible, that for so little a while it should have grieved me. But now that I am coming towards you, methink my pains be half relieved, and also I am right well comforted, insomuch that my book maketh substantially for my matter. In token whereof, I have spent above 4 hours this day upon it, which has caused me to write the shorter letter to you at this time, because of some pain in my head. Henry's impatience for the accomplishment of his wishes made him dissatisfied with Wolsey's diplomatic caution with regard to his matter, and having hitherto found the cardinal subservient to all his wishes, he recalled him to England, and confided to him his desire of making Anne Boleyn his wife. Thunderstruck at this disclosure, the minister threw himself at the feet of his royal master, and remained several hours on his knees, reasoning with him on the infatuation of his conduct, but without effect. Henry's passion was again quickened by the stimulus of jealousy, for about this time we find Anne assailed by the addresses of a lover far more likely to win an interest in the heart of a sensitive female than the monarch by whom she was wooed. This was the graceful poet-statesman Sir Thomas Wyatt, her early friend and devoted admirer. Wyatt, Surrey, George Boleyn, and Anne Boleyn were the most accomplished quartet in the court of Henry VIII. The ties of blood which united the two Boleyns with their cousin Surrey were not so powerfully felt as the attraction which a sympathy of tastes and pursuits created between them and Wyatt. Under these circumstances, Anne Boleyn would have probably consoled herself for the loss of Percy by matching herself with Wyatt, but unfortunately his hand was pledged to another before her contract with the heir of Northumberland was broken. Her French education, however, had taught her to regard adulation as a welcome tribute to her charms, and though she did not accept Wyatt's addresses, she permitted his attentions. A very curious incident occurred during this sort of negative flirtation, as it would be called in modern parlance, which throws some light on the progress of Henry's courtship at this time. One day, while Anne Boleyn was very earnest on her embroidery, Wyatt was hovering about her, talking and complimenting her, for which their relative employments about the king and queen gave him good opportunity. He twitched from her a jewelled tablet, which hung by a lace or chain out of her pocket. This he thrust into his bosom, and notwithstanding her earnest entreaties, never would restore it to her, but wore it about his neck under his cassock. Now and then he showed it to her, in order to persuade her to let him retain it as a mark of her favour, or at all events to prove a subject of conversation with her, in which he had great delight. Anne Boleyn, perceiving his drift, permitted him to keep it without further comment, as a trifle not worth further contest. Henry VIII. Watched them both with anxious jealousy, and quickly perceived that, the more Sir Thomas Wyat hovered about the lady, the more she avoided him. Well pleased at her conduct, he in the end, says Sir Thomas Wyat, fell to win her by treaty of marriage, and in his talk on that matter took from her a ring, which he ever wore upon his little finger. Anne Boleyn had gained some wisdom by her disappointment in regard to Percy, for Wyat declares that all this she carried with great secrecy. Far different was the conduct of the king, who was extremely anxious to display his triumph over Wyat. Within a few days after, he was playing at bowls with Wyat, the Duke of Suffolk, and Sir Francis Bryan. Henry was in high good humour, but affirmed that in the cast of the bowl he had surpassed his competitor Wyat. Both Wyat and his partner declared, by his leave, it was not so. The king, however, continued pointing with his finger, on which he had Anne Boleyn's ring, and smiling significantly said, Wyat, I tell thee it is mine. The ring, which was well known to him, at last caught the eye of Sir Thomas Wyat, who paused a little to rally his spirits. Then taking from his bosom the chain to which hung the tablet, which the king likewise remembered well, and had noted it when worn by Anne Boleyn, he said, And if it may, like your majesty, to give me leave to measure the cast with this, I have good hopes yet it will be mine. Sir Thomas Wyat then busied himself with measuring the space between the bowls with the chain of the tablet, and boldly pronounced the game to be his. It may be so, exclaimed the monarch haughtily, spurning from him the disputed bowl, but then I am deceived, and with an angry brow he broke up the sport. This double-meaning dialogue was understood by few or none but themselves, but the king retired to his chamber with his countenance expressive of the resentment he felt. He soon took an opportunity of reproaching Anne Boleyn of giving love tokens to Wyat, when the lady clearly proved, to the great satisfaction of her royal lover, that her tablet had been snatched from her and kept by superior strength. No one who dispassionately reflects on these passages in Anne's conduct can reconcile it either with her duty to her royal mistress, or those feelings of feminine delicacy which would make a young and beautiful woman tremble at the impropriety of becoming an object of contention between two married men. Wyat prudently resigned the fair prize to his royal rival, and if Anne abstained from compliance with the unhallowed solicitations of the king, it must, we fear, be ascribed rather to her caution than her virtue, for she had overstepped the restraints of moral rectitude when she first permitted herself to encourage his attentions. In the hour that Anne Boleyn did this, she took her first step towards the scaffold, and prepared for herself a doom which fully exemplifies the warning. Those that sow the whirlwind must expect to reap the storm. Ambition had now entered her head. She saw that the admiration of the sovereign had rendered her the centre of attraction to all who sought his favour, and she felt the fatal charms of power. Not merely the power which beauty, wit, and fascination had given her, but that of political influence. In a word, she swayed the will of the arbiter of Europe, and she had determined to share his throne as soon as her royal mistress could be dispossessed. The Christmas festival was celebrated with more than usual splendour at Greenwich that year, and Anne Boleyn, not the queen, was the prima donna at all the tourneys, masques, banquets, and balls, with which the king endeavoured to beguile the lingering torments of suspense occasioned by the obstacles which Wolsey's diplomatic craft continued to interpose in the proceedings for the divorce. When Henry's treatise on the illegality of his present marriage was completed, in the pride of authorship he ordered it to be shown to the greatest literary genius of his court, Sir Thomas More, with a demand of his opinion. Too honest to flatter, and too wise to criticise, the work of the royal pedant, More extricated himself from the dilemma by pleading his ignorance of theology. The treatise, however, was presented to Pope Clement, and Stephen Gardiner, then known by the humble name of Mr. Stephen, was, with Edmund Fox, the king's almoner, deputed to wring from the pontiff a declaration in unison with the prohibition in Scripture against marriage with a brother's widow. This and some other equivocal concessions having been obtained, Fox returned to England, and, proceeding to Greenwich, communicated the progress that had been made to the king, who received him in Anne Boleyn's apartments. Anne, whose sanguine temper, combined with feminine inexperience in ecclesiastical law, made her fancy that the papal sanction to the divorce was implied in the instruments exhibited to the king, was agitated with transports of exultation, and bestowed more liberal promises of patronage on the bearer of these unmeaning documents than became her. Wolsey was included in a commission with Cardinal Campeggio to try the validity of the king's marriage, and, under the influence of his enamoured master, had written a letter to the Pope, describing Anne Boleyn as a model of female excellence, in order to controvert the scandals that were already current at Rome respecting her connection with the king. In this position were affairs, when the awful epidemic called the sweating sickness broke out, June 1st, in the court. Henry, in his first alarm, yielded to the persuasion of Wolsey and his spiritual directors, and sent the fair Boleyn home to her father at Hever Castle, while he effected a temporary reconciliation with his injured queen. His penitentiary exercises with the saintly Catherine did not, however, deter him from pursuing his amatory correspondence with her absent rival. Here is one of the letters which appears to have been addressed to Anne while at Hever Castle. My mistress and my friend, my heart and I surrender ourselves into your hands, and we supplicate to be commended to your good graces, and that by absence your affections may not be diminished to us, for that would be to augment our pain, which would be a great pity, since absence gives enough, and more than I ever thought could be felt. This brings to my mind a fact in astronomy, which is, that the further the poles are from the sun, notwithstanding the more scorching is his heat. This is it with our love. Absence has placed distance between us. Nevertheless, fervor increases, at least on my part. I hope the same from you, assuring you that in my case the anguish of absence is so great that it would be intolerable, were it not for the firm hope I have of your indissoluble affection towards me. In order to remind you of it, and because I cannot in person be in your presence, I send you the thing which comes nearest that is possible, that is to say, my picture, and the whole device, which you already know of, set in bracelets, wishing myself in their place when it pleases you. This is from the hand of your servant and friend, H.R. Fears for the health of his absent favourite certainly dictated the following letter from Henry to Anne. The uneasiness my doubts about your health gave me disturbed and frightened me exceedingly, and I should not have had any quiet without hearing certain tidings. But now, since you have as yet felt nothing, I hope it is with you as it is with us. For when we were at Walton, 2 ushers, 2 valets de chambre, and your brother, this was George Boleyn, fell ill, but are now quite well, and since we have returned to your house at Hudson, we have been perfectly well, God be praised, and have not, at present, one sick person in the family, and I think, if you would retire from the Surrey side, as we did, you would escape all danger. There is another thing that may comfort you, which is that, in truth, in this distemper, few or no women have been taken ill, and besides no person of our court, and few elsewhere, have died of it. For which reason I beg you, my entirely beloved, not to be frightened yourself, or to be too uneasy at our absence. For wherever I am yours, and yet we must sometimes submit to our misfortunes, for whoever will struggle against fate is generally but so much the farther from gaining his end. Wherefore comfort yourself, and take courage, and make this misfortune as easy to you as you can, for I hope shortly to make you sing Les Renvois. No more at present for lack of time, but that I wish you in my arms, that I might a little dispel your unreasonable thoughts. One of the earliest victims to the pestilence was Anne's brother-in-law, William Carey, gentleman of the bedchamber to the king. A letter written by Anne to the king in behalf of her sister Mary, now left a destitute widow, with 2 infants, elicits from Henry this mysterious reply, in which no lingering sympathy of tenderness for the former object of his fickle regard is discernible. In regard to your sister's matter, I have caused Walter Welsh to write to my lord her father my mind thereon, whereby I trust that Eve shall not deceive Adam, for surely whatever is said it cannot stand with his honour, but that he must needs take her, as his natural daughter, now in her extreme necessity. No more to you at this time, mine own darling, but a while I would we were together an evening, with the hand of yours, H.R. This metaphor of Eve has allusion to the stepmother of Mary and Anne Boleyn, who had been extremely averse to Mary's love match. But the king seems to suppose that she would not, after his mandate, dare to prejudice the father against his distressed child. We shall soon find the indiscreet Mary in disgrace with all parties on account in her incorrigible predilection of making love matches. Anne and her father were both seized with this alarming epidemic in July. The agitating intelligence of the peril of his beloved was conveyed to Henry by express at midnight. He instantly dispatched his physician, Dr. Butts, to her assistance, and indited the following tender epistle to her. The most displeasing news that could occur came to me suddenly at night. On 3 accounts I must lament it. 1. To hear of the illness of my mistress, whom I esteem more than all the world, and whose health I desire as I do my own. I would willingly bear half of what you suffer to cure you. The second, from the fear that I shall have to endure my wearisome absence much longer, which has hitherto given me all the vexation that was possible. The third, because my physician, in whom I have most confidence, is absent at the very time when he could have given me the greatest pleasure. But I hope, by him and his means, to obtain one of my chief joys on earth, that is, the cure of my mistress. Yet from the want of him I send you my second, Dr. Butts, and hope that he will soon make you well. I shall then love him more than ever. I beseech you to be guided by his advice in your illness. By your doing this, I hope soon to see you again, which will be to me a greater comfort than all the precious jewels in the world. Written by that secretary who is, for ever will be, your loyal and most assured servant, H.R. Anne was in imminent danger, but through the skill and care of Dr. Butts, she was preserved to fulfill a darker destiny. The shadow of death had passed from over her, but the solemn warning was unheeded, and she fearlessly pressed onward to the fatal accomplishment of her wishes. The first use she made of her convalescence was to employ Heneage to pen the following deceitful message from her to Cardinal Wolsey. Mistress Anne is very well amended, and commended her humbly to your grace, and thinketh it long till she speak with you. She soon after wrote to the cardinal herself, and it seems difficult to imagine how a woman of her haughty spirit could condescend to use the abject style which at this period marks her letters to her unforgiven foe. It is however possible that this dissimulation was enjoined by Henry, when he paid her his promised visit, after her recovery from the sickness, at which time they must have compounded this partnership epistle, with the view of beguiling Wolsey into forwarding their desire at the approaching convention. My lord, in my most humble wise that my heart can think, I desire you to pardon me, that I am so bold to trouble you with my simple and rude writing, esteeming it to proceed from her, that is much desirous to know that your grace does well, as I perceive from this bearer that you do, the which I pray God long to continue, as I am most bound to pray, for I do not know the great pains and troubles you have taken for me, both night and day, is ever to be recompensed on my part, but only in loving you, next to the king's grace, above all creatures living. And I do not doubt that the daily proof of my deeds shall manifestly declare and affirm the same writing to be true, and I do trust you think the same. My lord, I do assure you, I do long to hear from you news of the legate, for I do hope, and they come from you, they shall be very good, and I am sure that you desire it as much as I, and more, and it were possible, as I know it is not, and thus remaining in a steadfast hope, I make an end of my letter, written with the hand of her that is most bound to be. P.S. By King Henry. The writer of this letter would not cease till she had caused me likewise to set my hand, desiring you, though it be short, to take it in good part. I ensure you, that there is neither of us but greatly desireth to see you, and are joyous to hear that you have escaped this plague so well, trusting the fury thereof to be past, especially with them that keepeth good diet, as I trust you do. The not hearing of the legate's arrival in France causeth us somewhat to muse, notwithstanding we trust by your diligence and vigilancy, with the assistance of Almighty God, shortly to be eased out of that trouble. No more to you at this time, but that I pray God send you as good health and prosperity, as the writer would. By your loving sovereign and friend, H.R. The king had, according to the French ambassador, become infuriated with Wolsey at the delay of the divorce, and had used terrible terms to him. Wolsey, towards the end of July, fell sick of the pestilence, or pretended to be so, in order to work on the king's affection, or to procure some respite till the arrival of Campeggio. Anne Boleyn sent him the following letter, which, from mentioning this illness, is supposed to have been written at the end of July, 1528. My lord, in my most humble wise, that my poor heart can think, I do thank your grace for your kind letter and for your rich and goodly present, the which I shall never be able to deserve, without your help, of which I have hitherto had so great plenty, that all the days of my life I am most bound of all creatures, next the king's grace, to love and serve your grace, of the which I beseech you never to doubt, that ever I shall vary from this thought, as long as any breath is in my body. And as touching your grace's trouble with the sweat, I thank our Lord that them that I desired and prayed for are escaped, and that is the king's grace and you, not doubting that God has preserved you both for great causes known alonely only of his high wisdom. And as for the coming of the legate, I desire that much. And if it be God's pleasure, I pray him to send this matter shortly to a good end, and then I trust, my lord, to recompense part of your great pains, in the which I must require you, in the meantime, to accept my good will in the stead of the power, the which must proceed partly from you, as our Lord knoweth, whom I beseech to send you long life with continuance in honour, written with the hand of her that is most bound to be your humble and obedient servant, Anne Boleyn. There is a difficulty in reading and understanding the letters of Anne Boleyn, on account of an evident want of sincerity. Another of these epistles, which are meant to propitiate the good offices of Wolsey, regarding the trial of the validity of Queen Catherine's marriage, is a repetition, with little variation, of the professions in the above. She humbly thanks him for his travail in seeking to bring to pass the greatest weal that is possible to come to any creature living, and in especial remembering how wretched and unworthy I am in compared to his highness. The earnestness of her protestations of favour and affection to the cardinal, in case he should succeed in making her queen, is apparent in the following words, which are still to be seen in the British Museum, written by her hand and subscribed with her autograph, as follows: I assure you that after this matter is brought to bear, you shall find as you're bound, in the meantime, to owe you my service, and then look, what thing in this world I can imagine to do you pleasure in, you shall find me the gladdest woman in the world to do it. Your humble and obedient servant, Anne Boleyn. That occasional doubts and misgivings were entertained by Anne, as the stability of Henry's regard and the real nature of his intentions, may be gathered from the device of a jewel presented by her to the royal lover, to which he alludes in the following letter. For a present so valuable that nothing could be more, considering the whole of it, I return you my most hearty thanks, not only on account of the costly diamond and the ship, in which the solitary damsel is tossed about, but chiefly for the fine interpretation and the too humble submission which your goodness hath made to me. For I think it would be very difficult for me to find an occasion to deserve it if I were not assisted by your great humanity and favour, which I have always sought to seek, and will always seek to preserve, by all the services in my power. And this is my firm intention and hope, according to the motto, aut ilic aut nullibi. The demonstrations of your affections are such The fine thoughts of your letter are so cordially expressed, that they oblige me for ever to honour, love, and serve you sincerely, beseeching you to continue in the same firm and constant purpose, and assuring you that, on my part, I will not only make you a suitable return, but outdo you in loyalty of heart if it be possible. I desire also that if at any time before this I have in any way offended you, that you would give me the same absolution I ask, assuring you that hereafter my heart shall be dedicated to you alone. I wish my person was so too. God can do it if he pleases, to whom I pray once a day for that end, hoping that at length my prayers will be heard. I wish the time may be short, but I shall think it long till we see one another. Written by the hand of that secretary, who in heart, body, and will is votre loyal et plus assuré serviteur, H.R. It must have been nearly at this crisis that the king was induced to declare to Anne and her father that it was his intention to make her his consort whenever he should be released from his present marriage. After this intimation he became a frequent visitor at Hever Castle. He used to ride thither privately from Eltham or Greenwich. The local tradition of Hever points out a certain hill which commanded a view of the castle, where he used to sound his bugle to give notice of his approach. The oak-panelled chamber and the antique gallery is still shown at the castle, where he used to have interviews with Anne Boleyn. If Wyatt's enthusiastic encomiums may be credited, she still demurred on account of her respect and affection to the queen. Her subsequent persecution of Catherine's virtuous friends, Fisher and More, is scarcely consistent with such delicacy of feeling, but the heart of Anne Boleyn, like other hearts, did not improve after a long course of flattery and prosperity. She stood still upon her guard, says Wyatt, and was not easily carried away with all this appearance of happiness. First, on account of the love she bare ever to the queen, whom she served, a personage of great virtue, and secondly, she imagined that there was less freedom in her union with her lord and king than with one more agreeable to her. There is little doubt that this was the real motive of her hesitation. That, however, was at last overcome by ambition. Her love of pleasure and thirst for admiration rendered Anne impatient to emerge from the retirement of Hever Castle, and the fears of the pestilence having entirely passed away, she returned to court on the 18th of August. The French ambassador Du Bellay, who had predicted that her influence would entirely decay with absence, thus announced her reappearance in his reports to his own government. Mademoiselle de Boleyn has at last returned to the court, and I believe the king to be so infatuated with her that God alone could abate his madness. The queen was sent to Greenwich, and her fair rival was lodged in a splendid suite of apartments contiguous to those of the king. The time-serving portion of the courtiers flattered the weakness of the sovereign by offering their adulation to the beautiful and accomplished object of his passion. She was supported by the powerful influence of her maternal kinsman, the Duke of Norfolk, and his brethren, men who were illustrious not only by their high rank and descent from the monarchs of England and France, but by the services they had rendered their country both by sea and land. But the voice of the great body of the people was against her. They felt the cause of their injured, their virtuous queen, as their own, and their indignation was so decidedly manifest that Henry, despotic as he was, ventured not to oppose the popular clamour for the dismissal of his fair favourite. Power might uphold, the sophistry of party defend, the position of Anne Boleyn at this crisis, but on the grounds of morality and religion it could never be justified. The legate was expected from Rome to try the validity of the king's marriage with Catherine, and as Henry founded his objections on scruples of conscience, it was judged most prudent to keep passion behind the scenes till the farce was ended. Anne Boleyn was accordingly required by her royal lover to retire to Hever Castle for the present. This sort of temporizing policy was not agreeable to her, but the king insisted on her departure, whereat, to use the quaint but expressive phrase of a contemporary, she smoked. So great indeed was her displeasure that she vowed she would return to court no more after having been dismissed in such an abrupt and uncourteous fashion. Henry, who was greatly troubled at the perversity of Mistress Anne, did everything in his power to conciliate her. He continued to write the most impassioned letters to her, and to give her the earliest intelligence of the progress of the expected legate. That Anne at first maintained an obdurate silence is evinced by one of Henry's letters, which we insert. Although, my mistress, it has not pleased you to remember the promise you made me when I was last with you, that is, to hear good news from you, and to have an answer to my last letter, yet it seems to me to belong to a true servant, seeing that otherwise he can know nothing, to inquire the health of his mistress, and to acquit myself of the duty of a true servant, I send you this letter, beseeching you to apprise me of your welfare. I pray this may continue as long as I desire mine own. And to cause you yet oftener to remember me, I send you, by the bearer of this, a buck killed last evening, very late, by mine own hand, hoping that, when you eat of it, you may think of the hunter. From want of room, I must end my letter, written by the hand of your servant, who very often wishes for you, instead of your brother, H.R. Cardinal Campeggio's frequent fits of the gout had retarded his opening of the Legantine court, which was expected speedily to pronounce the divorce. It has been conjectured that the delay was wilful, in order that Henry's fickle temper might have scope, and that he might weary of his passion before the sentence was pronounced. Anne Boleyn was certainly of this opinion, and expressly declared that Campeggio's illness was feigned. The next letter shows that the king was of a different opinion, and it is apparent that he thought that she had acted unreasonably in the anger she had lately manifested against himself. To inform you what joy it is to me to understand your conformableness with reason, and of the suppressing of your inutile and vain thoughts with the bridle of reason, I assure you all the greatness of this world could not counterpoise, for my satisfaction, the knowledge and certainty thereof. Therefore, good sweetheart, continue the same, not only in this, but in all your doings hereafter, for thereby shall come, both to you and me, the greatest quietness that may be in this world. The cause why the bearer stays so long is the gear I have had to dress up for you, which I trust ere long to see you occupy, and then I trust to occupy yours, which shall be recompense enough to me for all my pains and labour. The unfeigned sickness of this well-willing legate doth somewhat retard this access to your person, but I trust verily, when God shall send him health, he will with diligence recompense his demur. For I know well that he hath said, touching the same and brute noise, that he is thought imperial. That it shall be well known in this matter that he is not imperial, and this, for lack of time, farewell. According to Stowe and some others, the revenues of the see of Durham, or at any rate that portion of the immunities of the bishopric which were situated in the metropolis, were bestowed by Henry on Anne Boleyn, while she retained the name of maid of honour to his queen. It is certain that Durham House became by some means the London residence of herself and her parents. It was pleasantly situated on the banks of the river, on the very spot in the Strand now occupied by the Adelphi buildings. This, however, did not content Anne, and when, after an absence of 2 months, she consented, by the entreaties of the king, seconded by the commands, and even the tears of her father, to return to court, it was only on condition that a more splendid and commodious residence should be allotted her. Henry took infinite pains to please her in this matter, and at length employed Wolsey as his agent in securing Suffolk House for her abode. This is announced to Anne in the following letter. Darling, as touching a lodging for you, we have gotten one by my lord cardinal's means, the like whereof could not have been found hereabouts, for all causes, as this bearer shall more show you. As touching our other affairs, I assure you there can be no more done or more diligence used, nor all manners of dangers better both foreseen and provided for, so that I trust it shall be hereafter to both our comforts, the specialities whereof were both too long to be written, and hardly by messenger to be declared. Whereof, till you repair hither, I keep something in store, trusting it shall not be long, for I have caused my lord your father to make his provisions with speed. In another letter, he wishes her father to hasten their arrival in London, saying, I entreat you, my mistress, to tell your father from me that I beg him to advance but 2 days the designated time, that it may be earlier than the old term, or at least on the day prefixed. Otherwise, I shall think he is not disposed to assist lovers, as he promised, nor according to my expectations. Suffolk House was contiguous to Wolsey's splendid new-built palace, York House, known afterwards by the name of Whitehall. Henry took the opportunity of borrowing this mansion of the cardinal for affording better facilities for unobserved intercourse with Anne than his own royal abode at Westminster. The monarch liked York House so well that he never returned it either to its defrauded master or to the see of York. Before these arrangements were well completed, the king had the annoyance of learning that all he wrote in confidence to Anne Boleyn was publicly known in London soon after, which caused him to write this admonition to his incautious beauty: Darling, I heartily commend me to you, ascertaining you that I am a little perplexed with such things as your brother shall, on my part, declare unto you, to whom I pray you will give full credit, for it were too long to write. In my last letters I writ to you, that I trusted shortly to see you. This is better known in London than anything that is about me, whereof I not a little marvel, but lack of discreet handling must needs be the cause. No more to you at this time, but that I trust shortly our meeting shall not depend upon other men's light handling, but upon your own. Written with the hand of him that longs to be yours. The reproof contained in this letter is gentle, considering the provocation, and shows how extremely Anne was indulged by her lover. It develops, likewise, a great weakness in her character, that of tattling and boasting to all around her of the arrangement the king was making at London to have access to her presence without ostensibly living under the same roof with her. End of section 10. Section 11 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 1, Part 3. Anne took possession of the stately mansion which her enamored sovereign had provided for her early in December, for on the 9th of that month the French ambassador writes, Mademoiselle de Boulogne has arrived, and the king has placed her in very fine lodgings, immediately adjoining to his own, and there, every day, more court is paid to her than she ever paid to the queen. Henry, indeed, induced his courtiers to attend the daily levees, which she, like a rival queen, held with all the pomp of royalty. She had her ladies in waiting, her train-bearer, and her chaplains, and dispensed patronage both in church and state. At Christmas the king joined his family at Greenwich, and Anne Boleyn outraged all propriety by accompanying him. She and the queen, however, were not supposed to associate. The queen kept open house as usual, and Mistress Boleyn held her revels apart. Scandal, of course, was busy with her name. What lady who submitted to occupy a position so suspicious could escape with a reputation unblemished? The reports of the foreign ambassadors, especially those of France and Venice, are full of those rumours which might have been foreseen by any female who had the slightest delicacy of mind. The apathy of Anne Boleyn to such imputations can only be accounted for by her residence in the licentious court of Francis I, where she had seen the Countess Chateaubriand and the Duchess d'Estampes treated with the distinction of princesses and tolerated by the ladies of the royal family. Even her own illustrious and high-minded patroness, Margaret, Duchess of Alençon, had condescended to avail herself of the influence of d'Estampes over the mind of Francis, in more instances than one, a melancholy proof of the deterioration of the moral standard of diplomaties. In the commencement of the year 1529, Gardiner was again dispatched to Rome to plead for the divorce. It is a curious fact that on the 4th of April, Anne Boleyn sent him a present of cramp rings, accompanied with the following letter. It is expressed in a style which shows she either considered him as her friend or was desirous of persuading him that she thought him such. Mr. Stephen, I thank you for my letter, wherein I perceive the willing and faithful mind you have to do me pleasure, not doubting but as much as it is possible for man's wit to imagine you will do. I pray God to send you well to speed in all your matters, so that you will put me in a study how to reward your high service. I do trust in God you shall not repent it, and that the end of this journey shall be more pleasant to me than your first, for that was but a rejoicing hope, which ceasing, the lack of it does put to the more pain, and they that are partakers with me, as you do know. Therefore do I trust that this hard beginning shall make the better ending. Mr. Stephen, I send you here the cramp rings for you, and Mr. Gregory Casale and Mr. Peter. Pray you to distribute them both, as she, that you may assure them, will be glad to do them any pleasure which shall be in my power. And thus I make an end, praying God send you good health. Written at Greenwich, the 4th day of April, by your assured friend, Anne Boleyn. There is something remarkable connected with this presence of cramp rings, seeing that by a superstition, parallel to the kings of England curing the evil by their touch, the queens of England were supposed to possess the power alone of consecrating cramp rings. The question naturally arises, how came Anne Boleyn, in the year 1529, by a sufficient number of cramp rings for Gardiner to distribute among the English embassage to the Pope, if she had not taken upon herself the queenly office of consecrating them? It is remarkable that those cruel persecutors of our early reformers, Gardiner and Bonner, were the most active of all the ecclesiastics for the divorce, and that Cranmer was brought forward as an allié of Gardiner for the same purpose. All three were under a special patronage of Anne Boleyn, and rose to greatness chiefly through her influence. Cranmer, when he was first encountered by Gardiner at the house of Mr. Cressy, at Waltham, was occupied in the tuition of Mr. Cressy's sons. His eloquence and learning attracted the attention of Gardiner, who, to prove him, introduced the topic of the divorce, and asked in what manner he would proceed if the conduct of that affair were entrusted to him. I would obtain the opinion of the most learned universities in Europe on the validity of a marriage contracted under such circumstances, was the reply. Gardiner communicated this rejoinder to the king, on which Henry made this characteristic exclamation, "He has gotten the sow by the right ear." The plan was adopted, and Cranmer was immediately received into the family of Anne Boleyn's father, where he was treated with much regard. Soon after he was preferred to the office of chaplain to the king, and ever enjoyed the confidence and favour of the fair Anne Boleyn, whose theological opinions he is supposed to have greatly influenced. The first introduction of Tyndall's translations of the Holy Scriptures was, according to Strype, effected while Anne Boleyn was the all-powerful favourite of Henry, served with royal pomp and attended by a suite of maids of honour, like a queen. Among the ladies of her retinue there was a fair young gentlewoman called Mistress Gainsford, who was beloved by Anne's equerry, a youth of noble lineage, named George Zouch. In the course of their love tricks, George one day snatched a book out of young Mistress Gainsford's hands, to which she was attending more than he approved when in his company. It was no other than Tyndall's translation of the Gospels, which had been lent to her by her mistress Anne Boleyn, to whom it had been privately presented by one of the reformers. It was proscribed by Cardinal Wolsey, and kept secretly from the king. Mistress Gainsford, knowing its importance, tried to get it back from her lover, but George Zouch remained perversely obstinate, and kept it to tease her. One day he went with other courtiers to the king's chapel, when he took it into his head to read the book he had snatched from his beloved, and was soon so utterly absorbed in its contents, that the service was over before he was conscious of the lapse of time. The dean of the chapel, wishing to see what book the young gentleman was perusing with such attention, took it from his hand, when, finding it was the prohibited version of the Scriptures, he carried it to Cardinal Wolsey. Meantime, Anne Boleyn asked Mistress Gainsford for the book she had lent her, who, greatly terrified at its loss, confessed that George Zouch had stolen it, and detained it to torment her. Anne Boleyn sent for George and inquired into the matter. When she heard the fate of the book, she was not angry with the lovers. "But," she said, "it shall be the dearest book that ever dean or cardinal detained." She then hastened to the king, and entreated that he would interpose to recover her stolen volume, a request with which he instantly complied. The first use she made of her recovered treasure was to entreat the king to examine it, and this incident had a great effect in producing the change that followed. This circumstance is supposed to have precipitated the fall of Wolsey. Anne Boleyn had not forgiven, she never did forgive, the interference which had deprived her of her first love, Percy. The anger she had conceived against the cardinal on this occasion remained, after a lapse of 6 years, an unquenchable fire. In the hope of making him an instrument in her aggrandizement, she had, as we have seen, condescended to employ the arts of flattery, till she perceived that he was playing a game as fine and as false with her as she with him, and that it was no part of his intention to make her an amend for the loss of a countess's coronet, by assisting her to encircle her brow with a queenly diadem. She had, moreover, shrewd reason to suspect, however fairly he might carry it with her, that he was the man who secretly incited the popular cry, "We'll have no Anne Boleyn. Nan Boleyn shall not be our queen." Anne dissembled no longer than till Wolsey, entangled in the perplexities of the net he had woven for his own destruction, had committed himself irrevocably with the queen, and at the same time incurred the suspicions of the king by his sinuous conduct. She then placed in Henry's hands letters written by the cardinal to Rome, which afforded proofs of his duplicity. These she had obtained from her kinsman, Sir Francis Bryan, and they weighed heavily against the minister. She had already obtained more than one signal triumph over him, especially in the case of Sir Thomas Cheney, whom Wolsey had injuriously driven from the court. Cheney entreated the intercession of Anne Boleyn with the sovereign, and she pleaded his cause so successfully that he was recalled, and Wolsey received a reprimand. Having once declared her hostility, Anne was not of a temper to recede. She pursued her advantage with steady implacability, and in this she was fiercely seconded by her uncle Norfolk, the Duke of Suffolk, Henry's brother-in-law, and, but at this no one can wonder, her defrauded lover Percy, whose compulsory marriage with Lady Mary Talbot had rendered him the most wretched of men. An opportunity of inflicting an overwhelming blow on the cardinal soon offered. Wolsey, who was determined not to lose his credit with the sovereign without a struggle, after many repulses, obtained permission to accompany Campeggio, when that legate went to take leave of the king at Grafton. Campeggio received the most scrupulous attention, and stately apartments were provided for his use. But Wolsey was forced to be indebted to the civility of Henry Norris for the temporary accommodation of a chamber. This was an ominous beginning, and when Wolsey entered the presence chamber, the courtiers awaited with intense curiosity the result of his reception. But when the monarch entered, and Wolsey tendered the homage of his knee, a sudden revulsion in his favour immediately took place in the royal mind. Henry raised him up with both hands, and led him to the window, where he held a long private conference with him, to the dismay of the adverse party. And so, continues Cavendish, departed the king, and dined the same day with Mrs. Anne Boleyn in her chamber, who kept state there, more like a queen than a simple maid. I heard it reported, pursues our author, by those who waited on the king at dinner, that Mistress Anne Boleyn was offended as much as she durst, that the king did so graciously entertain my lord cardinal, saying, "Sir, it is not a marvellous thing to see into what great debt and danger he hath brought you with all your subjects." "How so?" said the king. "Forsooth," she replied, "there is not a man in your whole nation of England worth £100, but he hath indebted you to him," alluding to the late loan, an expedient in the ways and means of government, which originated with that bold statesman, and has formed a fatal precedent for later times. "Well, well," quoth the king, "for that matter there was no blame in him, for I know that matter better than you, or any one else." "Nay," quoth she, "besides that, what exploits hath he wrought in several parts and places of this nation to your great slander and disgrace? There is never a nobleman but, if he had done half so much as he hath done, were well worthy to lose his head. Yea, if my lord Norfolk, my lord Suffolk, my father, or any other man had done much less than he hath done, they should have lost their heads ere this." Then I perceive, said the king, you are none of my lord cardinal's friends. Why, sir, she replied, I have no cause, nor any that love you, no more hath your grace, if you did well consider his indirect and unlawful doings. Before the fair Boleyn had fully concluded schooling her royal lover on the financial sins of his favourite minister, the waiters had dined, and came and took up the tables, so no more was heard from that time of their discourse. You may perceive by this, observes our author, how the old malice was not forgotten. The king, for that time, departed from Mrs. Anne Boleyn, and came to the chamber of presence, and called for my lord Wolsey, and in the window had a long discourse with him. Afterwards the king took him by the hand, and led him into the privy chamber, and sat in consultation with him all alone, without any other of the lords, till it was dark night, which blanked all his enemies very sore, who had no other way but by Mrs. Anne Boleyn, in whom was all their trust and affiance for the accomplishment of their enterprises, for without her they feared all their purposes would be frustrated. The king had promised to see Wolsey again in the morning, but the interview was prevented by the adverse influence of the fair intrigante, who had traversed all his hopes by prevailing on the king to attend her in an equestrian excursion. These are the words in which the faithful Cavendish records the fact. This sudden departure of the king was the especial labour of Mistress Anne Boleyn, who rode with him purposely to draw him away, because he should not return till after the departure of the cardinals. The king rode that morning to view a piece of ground to make a park of, which was afterwards, and is at this time, called Harewell Park, where Mistress Boleyn had provided him a place to dine in, fearing his return before my lord cardinal's departure. It is probable that while dallying with her in the gay green wood, at their sylvan meal, that Anne Boleyn extorted from her royal lover the solemn promise never to see or speak with Wolsey again, which is mentioned by the Bishop of Bayonne. The mysterious disappearance of Henry's love letters to Anne Boleyn from the royal cabinet of York House, and the anxiety of the monarch to prevent these records of his private feelings from being carried out of his realm, caused him to offer an unparalleled affront to the departing legate Campeggio, by ordering his luggage to be ransacked at Dover, under pretence that he was conveying Wolsey's treasure out of the kingdom. Nothing was found of suspicious nature, for he had already sent the stolen effusions of Henry's passion to Rome, where they are still shown at the Vatican. The vengeance of Anne Boleyn continued to follow Wolsey after the departure of his colleague, and on the 9th of October 2 bills were filed against him by the Attorney General, charging him with having exercised his legantine authority in England contrary to the law of the land. Wolsey said, he knew that there was a night crow that possessed the royal ear against him, and misrepresented all his actions, an expression that significantly pointed at Anne Boleyn. Wolsey humbly solicited the good offices of Sir Henry Norris to intercede for him to his fair enemy, and anxiously, from time to time, inquired of him if the displeasure of my lady Anne, as he now called her, were somewhat abated, her favour being the only help and remedy. The lingering regard of Henry for his former favourite was openly manifested, when he was told at Christmas that the cardinal was sore sick and like to die, for he expressed great concern, and sent Dr. Butts, his physician, to attend him. When Butts returned, the king said to him, "Have you seen yonder man?" "Yes, sir," was the reply. "How do you like him?" demanded the king. "Sir," said Dr. Butts, "if you will have him dead, I will warrant you that he will be dead within 4 days if he receive not comfort shortly from you." "Marry, God forbid," cried the king, "that he should die, that I would not lose him for 20,000 pounds. I pray you go to him, and do you care to him." "Then must your grace," said Dr. Butts, "send him some comfortable message." "So I will," replied the king, "by you, therefore make speed to him again, and deliver this ring from me for a token." In the which ring was the king's image engraven with a ruby, as like the king as might be desired. "This ring he knoweth well," continued Henry, "for he gave me the same. Tell him that I am not offended with him in my heart for anything, and bid him to be of good comfort." Then spake the king to Mistress Anne Boleyn, saying, "Good sweetheart, as you love me, send the cardinal a token at my request, and in so doing you shall deserve our thanks." She, being disposed not to offend the king, would not disobey his loving request, but incontinently took her tablet of gold that hung at her side and delivered it to Dr. Butts, with very gentle and loving words. When the compassionate physician returned to his broken-hearted patient at Esher, and delivered the tokens from the king and Anne Boleyn, with the most soothing words he could devise on the king and Mistress Anne's behalf, Wolsey raised himself in his bed, and received the tokens very joyfully, giving him many thanks for the good comfort he had brought him. The king sent 3 more of his physicians to consult with Butts on Wolsey's case, and in 4 days they set him on his feet again. He was, however, too near the court to please the rival power that crossed his star. The Duke of Norfolk, Anne's uncle, sent word to him by Cromwell, that if he departed not instantly for the north, he would tear him with his teeth. When Cromwell reported this message to his patron, Wolsey significantly intimated to him the real quarter from whence the blow proceeded, and predicted further evil to himself from the increasing ascendancy of Anne Boleyn. Her vengeance was not satisfied till she had succeeded in obtaining his arrest for high treason, after he had retired to Cawood, near York, when, as if to bring to his mind the cause that had incurred this deadly hatred, her former lover Percy, then Earl of Northumberland, was the person employed to execute the royal warrant. The happiness of this young noble had been irreparably blighted by his separation from the woman of his heart, and his compulsory marriage with another. He trembled with violent agitation when he arrested Wolsey, whom he treated in a very ignominious manner, causing his legs to be bound to the stirrups of his mule, like a common malefactor. On the 29th of November, just 25 days after his arrest, the unhappy prisoner obtained his release, without the aid of the executioner. The Duke of Norfolk, Anne's maternal uncle, was now the president of the cabinet, and with the Duke of Suffolk and her father, Viscount Rochford, Sir Thomas More, Fitzwilliam, and Stephen Gardiner, formed a junta, by whom the affairs of the realm were conducted. But, according to the reports of the French ambassador, Anne Boleyn was the ruling power, whose influence directed all. She kept her Christmas again at Greenwich, in rival splendour to the queen, and received many costly gifts and gratuities from the enamoured sovereign. Entries connected with Anne Boleyn in Henry's privy purse accounts are curious, and in some measure tend to elucidate the peculiar terms on which they stood. There is on the 22nd of November, 1529, the following item: paid to Cecil, for a yard and a quarter of purple velvet, for Mistress Anne, 12s. 8d. The same day paid to Walter Walsh, for certain stuff prepared for Mistress Anne of divers persons, to the amount of 216 pounds 9s. 8d. On the last day of December, 110 pounds is paid to her by the king's command. On the 16th of May, 1530, her tailor and skinner, or furrier, are paid from the royal privy purse, for goods and workmanship for my lady Anne. On the 29th, £1 3s. 4d. is paid for bows, arrows, shafts, broadheads, brazier, and shooting glove, for my lady Anne. On the 5th of June, a reward of 6s. 8d. was paid to a servant of the Lord Mayor of London for bringing cherries to Lady Anne. On the 8th of the following September, £10 is paid to the wife of the Dove, that is, of the man who keeps a shop with that sign, for linen cloth for her. On the 25th, the singular entry occurs of 10s. paid by the king, for a cow that Urian, Anne's Breton greyhound, had killed. This animal, not the most amiable pet in the world for a maid of honour, was probably brought by Anne from France. The name of Urian, which is one of the appellations of the foul fiend, appears indicative of his evil conditions. His exploit savours of the wolfhound propensities. On the 13th of December, £13 is paid to the wife of the Dove, her linen draper, for linen and other necessaries. Towards the end of the month, the sum of £5 is delivered to Anne, in groats for play money. On the 30th, £100 is delivered to her by the king's command, towards her New Year's gift. The sum of £4 8s. 8d. is paid to Addington the skinner, for furring my lady Anne's gowns. It might be about this period that the following incident occurred to Anne Boleyn. A book, assuming to be of a prophetic character, was by some mysterious agency placed in her chamber one day. It seems to have been a similar class with the oracular hieroglyphic almanacs of succeeding centuries, having within its pages certain figures marked with the letter H upon one, A on another, and K on a third, which was expounded as the king and his wives, and to her person certain destruction was predicted if she married the king. Anne, finding the book, took it up, and seeing the contents, she called her principal attendant, a young lady named Anne Saville. "Come hither, Nan," she said. "See, here is a book of prophecies. This is the king, and this is the queen, wringing her hands in mourning, and this is myself, with my head cut off." Anne Saville answered, "If I thought it true, I would not myself have him were he an emperor." "Tut, Nan," replied Anne Boleyn, "I think the book a bauble, and am resolved to have him, that my issue may be royal, whatever may become of me." This story is the more deserving of credence because related in Wyatt's Memorials of Anne Boleyn. It proves either that her mind was free from superstition, or she regarded the production as a device of some of the queen's friends, who might have taken that method of deterring her from her ambitious designs on the crown matrimonial of England. It shows also her determination to be a queen, cote qui quote. In the spring of 1530, her father, the Earl of Wiltshire, was appointed with several eminent divines to attend the congress between the Pope and the Emperor at Bologna on the part of Henry VIII. The Earl, when introduced into the presence of Clement, gave great offence by refusing to comply with the usual ceremony of kissing his holiness's toe, and, if we may believe Fox, his lordship's dog made matters worse by biting it. The emperor, when the earl attempted to offer his arguments in favor of the divorce, bade him be silent and allow his less interested colleagues to speak, adding, "You are a party in the cause." Boleyn, with undaunted spirit, replied, "That he came not there as a father, but as the representative of his sovereign; that if the emperor acquiesced in his royal master's wish he should rejoice, but if not, his displeasure was of no consequence." Nevertheless, the earl and his colleagues offered Charles 300,000 crowns as the price of his consent to the divorce. Among the items for which Anne Boleyn was chargeable to Henry's privy purse in the year 1531 are: wearing apparel furnished by George Taylor and John Scott to the amount of £18 6s. 4d, also £40 15s. 8d. to the said Taylor and Addington the skinner, for furs and work done for her, and £18 odd to Lilgrave the embroiderer, on account of his bill for stuff made for my lady Anne. The sum of £35 is paid to John Scott, on account of his bill for the fair favourite, and other sums to be expended in her service. Then a farm is purchased for her at Greenwich, and paid for by the king. In April, upwards of £40 is dispersed to Rasmus, the armourer, supposed herald painter, for garnishing her desk with gold and other decorations. Notwithstanding all these presents and gratuities, added to the fine income she possessed, Anne was frequently in debt. The privy purse expenses bear record that she pawned one of her jewels, for £20, to her sister Mary, who was really in straitened circumstances. This jewel was redeemed by the king's order on the 21st of November, 1530. Henry constantly had to pay the tailors, furriers, and mercers' bills of his fair unthrifty favourite, to whom his indulgence appears to have been unbounded. Anne, however, had her anxieties at this crisis, for the opinion of all Christendom is so much against the divorce that Henry was disposed to waver. Luther himself declared that he would rather allow the king to take 2 wives than dissolve his present marriage, and the Pope had already caused a secret suggestion of the same kind to be made to Cassilis, but it went no farther, such an arrangement not being very likely to please either of the ladies. At last Cromwell's bold expedient of separating England from the papal see smoothed Anne's path to the queenly chair. Her royal mistress was expelled from Windsor, and she became the king's constant companion. She rode with him on all his progresses, and, with glaring disregard to propriety, occupied apartments contiguous to his own. The dazzling prospect of a crown had rendered Anne forgetful of that delicacy of feeling which should have taught her to regard a stain as a wound. In May 1542, the privy purse expenses of King Henry bear record of the following extravagant item on account of my lady Anne of Rochford, as she is there called, namely, 22 Flemish ells of gold arras, at 46 shillings and 8 pence a yard, 74 pounds 12 and 4 pence. A few days afterwards we find, item the 22nd day, paid the sergeant of the cellar, for that he won of my lady Anne at the bowls, and paid, by the king's command, 12 pounds 7 and 6 pence. It is not always that my lady Anne lost at games of chance, to which she was much addicted. Repeated records occur in the privy purse expenses of her winnings of her royal lover. In May 1531, money is delivered to her to play, and yet the king pays various sums of 4 pounds, 15 pounds, and odd shillings, for his losses to her. Some cause, perhaps the anxiety connected with her doubtful position in Henry's court, had faded the beauty of Anne Boleyn at this period, for the Venetian ambassador, Carlo Capello, gives anything but a flattering description of her personal charms in a letter to the Senate, as related by Sinuto, December 7, 1532. He says, "My lady Anne is not the most beautiful in the world. Her form is irregular and flat. Her flesh has a swarthy tinge. She has a long neck, a large mouth, but very fine black eyes." He adds, that it was generally reported that she had borne a son to the king that had died soon after its birth. Such reports, however unfounded they might be, were the natural consequences of her doubtful situation in the court. On the 29th of May, Anne removed from Greenwich to Durham House, and the royal watermen were rewarded by the king with 16 shillings for conveying her thither by water. In June, a costly cloak and evening dress, familiarly termed a night gown, were provided for her at the king's especial charge. For the amusement of such of our fair readers as may wish to see a specimen of a milliner's bill of the 16th century for the reigning beauty of the court, we transcribe the account from that valuable work, the Privy Purse Expenses of Henry VIII, for which we are indebted to the indefatigable research of Sir Harris Nicolas. Item, paid to John Malt for 12 yards of black satin for a cloak for my lady Anne, at 8 shillings the yard, 4 pounds 16 shillings. For making the same cloak, 5 shillings. A yard of black velvet for edging the same, 13 shillings 4 pence. 3 yards and 3/4 of black velvet to line the collar and vents (armholes), 1 pound 16 shillings. 2 yards of black satin to line the sleeves of the same cloak, at 8 shillings the yard, 16 shillings. 11 yards of Bruges satin to line the rest of the cloak, at 2 shillings 4 pence the yard, 1 pound 5 shillings 8 pence. 2 yards of buckram to line the upper sleeves of the said cloak, 2 shillings. The whole cost of the cloak is 9 pounds 4 shillings 8 pence. The nightgown, which was also made of black satin, lined with black taffeta, stiffened with buckram, and trimmed with black velvet, cost 10 pounds 15 shillings 8 pence. At the same time 16 yards of green damask, at 8 shillings a yard, were purchased for her. In August, the same year, Lady Russell, the wife of one of the most climbing of Henry's parvenu ministers, endeavoured to propitiate the fair favourite by the present of a stag and a greyhound. Anne transferred this offering to the king, who rewarded Lady Russell's servant with 40 shillings. Anne was now fast approaching to the lofty mark at which she had been aiming for the last 5 years. On the 1st of September the same year, as a preparatory step for her elevation till a still higher rank, Henry created Anne Boleyn Marchioness of Pembroke, a royal title which had last been borne by his uncle, Jasper Tudor. The king rendered the honour conferred on his betrothed the more marked, because it identified her with his own family. The preamble to Anne Boleyn's patent of creation as Marchioness is couched in language deserving note. The king declares his motives for taking this step are, because a monarch ought to surround his throne with many peers of the worthiest of both sexes, especially those who are of royal blood. For this reason, we, by the consent of the nobility of our kingdom present, do make, create, and ennoble our cousin Anne Rochford, one of the daughters of our well-beloved cousin Thomas, Earl of Wiltshire, and of Ormond, keeper of our privy seal, to be Marchioness of Pembroke, and also by putting on of a mantle and the setting of a coronet of gold on her head, do really invest unto her the name, title, etc., and to her heirs male. He adds a grant to Anne and her heirs of £35 per annum, out of the crown rents of the county of Pembroke, to be paid by the sheriff. Her father, Gardiner, and the Duke of Norfolk are among the witnesses of this charter, which was made the 1st of September, 1532. Many instances had occurred of great peerages falling to ladies, but this is the first of a female peer being created. Anne was then staying, with almost queenly pomp, at Windsor Castle, and there the ceremony took place which made her a peeress of the realm. The king, attended by the Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, the French ambassador, and many peers, besides the privy council, went on Sunday, September 1st, to the state apartment in Windsor Castle, called by some the chamber of salutation, and by others the presence chamber, and seated himself in the chair of state. To this room Anne Boleyn was conducted by a great train of courtiers and the nobility, both lords and ladies. First entered Garter, king at arms, bearing the king's patent of nobility. After Garter came the Lady Mary, daughter of the Duke of Norfolk, and cousin german to Anne Boleyn, carrying on her left arm a robe of state, made of crimson velvet, furred with ermine, and in her right hand a coronet of gold. She was followed by Anne Boleyn herself, with her hair loose hanging about her shoulders, attired in her inner garment, called a surcoat, of crimson velvet, lined with ermine also, and with short sleeves. She walked between Elizabeth, Countess of Rutland, and Dorothy, Countess of Sussex, and she was followed by many noble gentlewomen. While she approached the king's royal seat, she thrice made her obeisance, and when she arrived before him, she kneeled. The charter having been presented to the king, he delivered it to his secretary Gardiner, who read it aloud, and, when he came to the words Mantille inductionem, the king took the robe of state from the Lady Mary and put it on Anne Boleyn's shoulders, and at the words Circuli aurei, the Lady Mary handed him the coronet, which he placed on the brow of the new made marchioness. When the charter was read he presented it to her, together with another that secured to her a pension of £1000 per annum during her life, for maintaining that dignity. She then gave the king humble thanks, and with the coronet on her head, and invested with the robe, she retired, the trumpets sounding most melodiously as she departed from the presence chamber. A largess was cried on her gift to Garter, king at arms, of £8, and to his officers of £11, while Henry gave a largess of £5 on the occasion. The sum of £30, 16 shillings 10 was paid from the royal privy purse for the materials, of which Anne Boleyn's robes were made for her investiture as Marchioness of Pembroke. Henry presented her with some miniatures, by Holbein, magnificently set in jewels, as ornaments for her person. The unpublished manuscripts in the chapter house, Westminster, bear record of a costly donation of gold, silver, and parcel gilt plate, presented by the king to Anne Boleyn on this occasion, to the value of £1,188, 11 shillings 10. The articles in this curious inventory consist of cups, flagons, bowls, trenchers, goblets with covers, having the royal arms on shields, spoons, salts, chandeliers, and a chafing dish. She had an establishment which outweighed that of the sister and nieces of the king. She had a train bearer, 3 ladies of the bedchamber, and 4 maids of honour, all of them daughters of barons or knights, 3 gentlemen in waiting, 6 officers, all knights or barons, and more than 30 domestics. In most of the royal architecture which was under progress during the divorce, and while Anne Boleyn was beloved of the king, their initial ciphers were introduced entwined with a true lover's knot. This is still to be seen at Cambridge, where the choir of King's College is separated from the antechamber by a screen added in the year 1534, in which are these ciphers and knot, besides the arms of England impaled with those of Boleyn. Just before the visit Henry made to France in company with Anne Boleyn as Marchioness of Pembroke, Cardinal du Bellay, ambassador from Francis I, thus describes their proceedings. I am alone every day with the king when we are hunting. He chats familiarly with me, and sometimes Madame Anne joins our party. Each of them are equipped with bow and arrows, which is, as you know, their mode of following the chase. Sometimes he places us both in a station to see him shoot the deer, and whenever he arrives near any house belonging to his courtiers, he alights to tell them of the feats he has performed. Madame Anne has presented me with a complete set of hunting gear, consisting of a cap, a bow and arrows, and a greyhound. I do not tell you this as a boast of the lady's favours, but to show how much King Henry prizes me as the representative of our monarch, for whatever the lady does is directed by him. This dispatch is dated from Hanwell. So is the following, which is written to intimate that King Henry much desired that Anne Boleyn should be invited to his approaching congress with Francis I. If our sovereign, says Belay, wishes to gratify the King of England, he can do nothing better than invite Madame Anne with him to Calais, and entertain her there with great respect. The next sentence is not complimentary to the reputation of Anne Boleyn, for the ambassador adds, "Nevertheless, it will be desirable that the King of France brings no company of ladies. Indeed, there is always better cheer without them. But, in case they must come, he had better bring only the Queen of Navarre to Boulogne." I shall not mention with whom or from whence this idea originates, being pledged to secrecy, but be assured I do not write without authority. As to the Queen of France, not for the world would he, Henry VIII., meet her, for he says he would as soon see the devil as a lady in a Spanish dress. It was at the period between Anne Boleyn's creation as Marchioness of Pembroke and her recognition as queen, that Wyatt addressed to her the following exquisite lines, in which he bids farewell to her as a lover. "Forget not yet the tried intent of such a truth as I have meant, my great travail so gladly spent, forget not yet. Forget not yet, when first began the weary life, ye know, since when the suit, the service none tell can, forget not yet. Forget not yet the great assays, or trials, the cruel wrong, the scornful ways, the painful patience and delays, forget not yet. Forget not, oh, forget not this, how long ago hath been and is the love that never meant amiss, forget not yet. Forget not now thine own approved, the which so constant hath thee loved, whose steadfast faith hath never moved, forget not yet." The state of horticulture in England at this period may be traced by some very interesting items in the privy purse expenses of Henry VIII. In the summer of 1532, in which are recorded rewards paid to sundry poor women on various days, for bringing the king presents of apples, pears, barberries, peaches, artichokes, filberds, and other fruits. His gardeners from Beaulieu, Greenwich, and Hampton bring him grapes, oranges, cucumbers, melons, cherries, strawberries, pomegranates, citrons, plums, lettuces, and, in short, almost every kind of luxury that could be supplied for the royal table in modern times. On the 4th of October was paid, by Henry's orders, £56 for certain silks provided for apparel for Anne, who is styled my Lady Marquess of Pembroke, and the same day £38 10s. 10d. for furring the same. Probably she had her share also in the jewels, mercery, and millinery, for which the royal privy purse accounts are charged, for the amount of more than £12,000 at the same time. The following day, the only daughter of the sovereign receives a noble gift of £10. On the 13th of October, Anne, attended by the Marchioness of Derby and a chosen retinue of ladies, arrived at Dover in the royal train, and early on the following morning they all embarked for Calais, where they arrived at 10 in the forenoon. On the 14th, the Grand Master of France sent a present of grapes and pears to the fair Boleyn. The same day Henry gave further marks of his favour by granting her a settlement of lands in Wales, Essex, Herts, and Somersetshire. On the 21st they progressed with great pomp to Boulogne to meet the French king. Henry and Francis approached each other bareheaded, and embraced. Francis was not accompanied by either his queen, his sister, or indeed by any ladies, a mortifying circumstance to Anne Boleyn, since nothing could afford a more decided proof of the questionable light in which she was regarded at this time by her old friends in the court of France. Hall gives an elaborate account of the munificence of Henry's entertainment at Boulogne, where Francis, in the capacity of host, furnished the cheer and paid all the costs. Though Anne sojourned 4 days with Henry at Boulogne, the absence of the ladies of the French king's family prevented her from appearing at the festivities that were provided for her royal lover. On the 25th she returned with the two kings to Calais, where, for the honour of his realm, our English Harry had caused preparations to be made for the reception of the French sovereign and his court, which can only be paralleled in the gorgeous details of Oriental romance, where, however, silver and gold and pearls are supplied by the writer cost-free, while Henry must have drained his exchequer to furnish the banqueting chamber at Calais, which is thus described by Hall. It was hung with tissue, raised with silver, and framed with cloth of silver, raised with gold. The seams of the same were covered with broad wreaths of goldsmiths' work, full of stones and pearls. In this chamber was a cupboard of 7 stages high, all plate of gold, and no gilt plate. Besides that, there hung 10 branches of silver gilt, and 10 branches all white silver, every branch hanging by a long chain of the same sort, bearing 2 lights of wax. The French king was served 3 courses, dressed after the French fashion, and the king of England had like courses, after the English fashion. The first course of every kind was 40 dishes, the second 60, the third 80, which were costly and pleasant. After supper on the Sunday evening, the 28th of October, came in the Marchioness of Pembroke with 7 ladies, in masking apparel of strange fashion, made of cloth of gold, slashed with crimson tinsel satin, puffed with cloth of silver, and knit with laces of gold. These ladies were led into the state chamber just described by 4 damsels dressed in crimson satin, with tabards of pine cypress. Then the lady Marchioness took the French king, the Countess of Derby, the king of Narvaez, and every lady took a lord. In dancing, King Henry removed the ladies' visors, so that their beauties were shown. The French king then discovered that he had danced with an old acquaintance, the lovely English maid of honour of his first queen, for whose departure he had chided the English ambassador 10 years before. He conversed with her some little time apart, and the next morning sent her as a present a jewel valued at 15,000 crowns. On the 30th of this festive month, the 2 sovereigns mounted their horses, and Henry, having conducted his royal guests to the verge of his dominions, they dismounted on French ground, and there they joined hands with loving behaviour and hearty words, embraced each other, and so parted. The weather was so tempestuous that Anne and her royal lover were detained a fortnight at Calais after the departure of Francis I. On the 14th of November they safely crossed the Channel and landed at Dover. The favourite diversion of Anne Boleyn and the king seems to have been cards and dice. Henry's losses at games of chance were enormous, but Anne, with the single exception of the sum she lost to the sergeant in the cellar at Bowles, appears to be a fortunate gamester. On the 20th of November we observe the following entry in Henry's privy purse expenses, delivered to the king's grace at Stone: £9 6s. 8d, which his grace lost at Pope Julius's game, to my lady Marchioness Anne Boleyn, Mr. Bryan, and Maester Weston. On the 25th Henry loses 20 crowns to the same party at the same game, and the following day £18 13s. 4d. On the 28th Anne again wins £11 13s. 4d in a single-handed game of cards with her royal lover. The next day Henry is the loser of £4 at Pope Julius's game, and also on the 31st 16 crowns at the same to Anne and young Weston. Such entries are little to the credit of any of the persons concerned. Pope Julius's game, which was at this time so greatly in vogue at the court of Henry VIII, was probably the origin of the vulgar round game, called in the modern times Pope Joan. The various points at that game, such as matrimony, intrigue, pope, and the stops, appear to have borne significant allusions to the relative situations in the royal drama of the divorce, and the interference of the pope and his agents in preventing the king's marriage with his beautiful favourite, Anne Boleyn. End of section 11. Section 12 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 2, Part 1. The time and place of Anne Boleyn's marriage with Henry VIII are disputed points in history. Some authors have affirmed that she was privately united to the king at Dover the same day they returned from France, being the festival of St. Erkenwald. According to others, the nuptials were secretly performed in the presence of the Earl and Countess of Wiltshire and the Duke and Duchess of Norfolk in the chapel of Soapwell Nunnery. This report, perhaps, was caused by a temporary retreat of Anne to that convent after her return from France, and the secret resort of the king to meet her there at a yew tree, about a mile from this cloistered shade, of which the learned Lady Juliana Berners was formerly the prioress. The unpopularity of this union was the cause of the profound secrecy with which the nuptials between Henry and his fair subject were solemnized. For the same cause it was necessary to keep the fact from publicity as long as it was possible to do so. It is among the historical traditions of Anne's native county, Norfolk, that she was privately married to the king at Blickling Hall. Blomfield says that Henry came expressly for this purpose. This report is alluded to by a Norfolk poet, Stevenson, in his lines on the visit of Charles II and his queen, Catherine of Braganza, to Blickling Hall. Blickling 2 monarchs and 2 queens has seen, one king fetched hence, another brought a queen. The testimony of Wyatt, however, who was not only a contemporary, but a witness too deeply interested not to be correct on such a point, confirms the assertions of Stowe and Godwin that this event, so fatal to the bride, who was to purchase the brief possession of a crown with the loss of her head, took place on St. Paul's Day, January 25, 1533. On the morning of that day, at a very early hour, says a contemporary, Dr. Rowland Lee, one of the royal chaplains, received the unwonted order to celebrate mass in an unfrequented attic in the west turret of Whitehall. There he found the king attended by Norris and Heneage, 2 of the grooms of the chamber, and the Marchioness of Pembroke, accompanied by her train-bearer, Anne Savage, afterwards Lady Berkeley. On being required to perform the nuptial rite between his sovereign and the Marchioness, in the presence of the 3 witnesses assembled, the chaplain hesitated, but Henry is said to have assured him that the Pope had pronounced in favor of the divorce, and that he had the dispensation for a second marriage in his possession. As soon as the marriage ceremony had been performed, the parties separated in silence before it was light, and Viscount Rochford, the brother of the bride, was dispatched to announce the event in confidence to Francis I. Such is the account preserved in a contemporary manuscript of the romantic circumstances, as to time and place, under which the fair ill-fated Anne Boleyn received the nuptial ring from the hand that was so soon to sign her death warrant, and also that of her fellow victim, Henry Norris, one of the 3 witnesses of her marriage. That this step had been taken by the king, not only without the knowledge but against the advice of his council and most confidential advisers, may be inferred from the fact that even Cranmer knew not of it, as he himself writes to his friend Hawkins, till a fortnight after the marriage had been performed, which, he says, took place about St. Paul's Day. He was himself consecrated Archbishop of Canterbury 2 months afterwards. Anne remained in great retirement, as the nature of the case required, for her royal consort was still, in the opinion of a majority of his subjects, the husband of another lady. It was, however, found impossible to conceal the marriage, without affecting the legitimacy of the expected heir to the crown. For this cause, therefore, on Easter Eve, which this year was April 12th, the king openly solemnized again his marriage with Anne Boleyn, and she went in state as his queen. On the 8th of May, Cranmer presided at the public tribunal at Dunstable, which it was thought expedient to hold on the former marriage. The proceedings terminated May 23rd, when Cranmer pronounced not a divorce, but a sentence, that the king's marriage with Catherine had been, and was, a nullity and invalid, having been contracted against the divine law. 5 days after, he gave at Lambeth a judicial confirmation to Henry's union with Anne Boleyn. Anne's queenly establishment was immediately arranged, in which two of her own relatives, with whom she had hitherto been on bad terms, were given appointments, namely, her brother's wife, Lady Rochford, and Lady Boleyn, the wife of her uncle, Sir Edward Boleyn. Early in May 1534, King Henry made proclamation that all who had claims to do customary service at the coronation of a queen of England were to urge them before the Duke of Suffolk, temporary high steward of England, then holding his court at the Star Chamber. The noblest and greatest in the land immediately made good their rights to serve the fair Boleyn as queen consort of England. The Lord Mayor, at the same time, received letters from the king, notifying that the coronation of Queen Anne was to take place at Westminster the Whit Sunday ensuing, and willing him to fetch her grace previously by water from Greenwich to the Tower. At a common council held on this matter, the Lord Mayor, who belonged to the worshipful craft of the haberdashers, and bore the very appropriate name of Peacock, issued his mandate to his brethren the haberdashers, to fit up and ornament a foist or wafter, which was a sort of gun-boat, likewise a barge for the bachelors, well garnished with streamers and banners. The broad bosom of the Thames was the theatre of this commencing scene of Anne Boleyn's triumph. In obedience to the royal order, the Lord Mayor and his civic train embarked at Newstairs at 1 o'clock, May 19th. In the city-state barge was stationed a band playing in instruments called shalms and shag bushes, but, notwithstanding these uncivilized names, we are informed they made goodly harmony. The great men of the city were dressed in scarlet. All had about their necks heavy gold chains, and those who were knights wore the collar of SS. 50 barges of the city companies followed the Lord Mayor. Every one in London who could procure a boat or wherry embarked on the Thames that May morning, and either accompanied the chief of the city to Greenwich, or, resting on their oars, awaited, in advantageous positions, to get a view of that triumphant beauty who had displaced the right royal Catherine, and was now to be publicly shown as their queen. The Lord Mayor's barge was immediately preceded by the foist, bristling at the sides with the small artillery called by our forefathers falcons and demi-falcons, culverins and chambers. On the deck, the place of honour was occupied by a dragon, which capered and twirled a tremendous long tail, and spit wildfire perpetually into the Thames. Round about the dragon was arranged a company of attendant monsters and salvage men very terrible, who vomited wildfire, and performed the most extraordinary antics. Ever and anon the city artillerymen persuaded some of the ordnance of the foist to go off, to the mingled terror and delight of the worthy commonalty, who floated round about as near as they durst. On the right of the Lord Mayor was the bachelor's barge, and on the left another foist, the deck of which was occupied by a pageant representing Anne Boleyn's own device, and meant especially to flatter her. It was a mount, round about which sat virgins singing her praises in sweet chorus. From the mount issued a stream of gold, with branches of red and white roses. In the midst of them sat a white falcon crowned, and beneath, the queen's somewhat presumptuous motto, Me and Mine. She had assumed the white falcon as her symbol from the crest of her maternal ancestors, the Butlers, and the whole device proclaimed her vaunt, that by her was to be continued the line of the blended roses of Plantagenet. The barges were fitted up with innumerable little coloured flags, at the end of which hung a small bell, which, wavering in the wind, sent forth a low chime. Thus the gay flotilla rowed merrily past Greenwich, and then all turned about, so that the barges of the lowest rank prepared to lead the way to London, and the Lord Mayor and his attendant pageantry cast anchor just before Greenwich Palace, and while they waited the fair queen's pleasure made goodliest melody. Precisely at 3 o'clock Anne issued from her palace attired in cloth of gold, and attended by a fair bevy of maidens. When the queen entered her barge, those of the citizens moved forwards. She was immediately preceded by the Lord Mayor, while the bachelor's barge claimed their privilege of rowing on the right of the royal barge, sounding points of triumph with trumpets and wind instruments, in which the queen took particular delight. The barge of her father, the Earl of Wiltshire, that of the Duke of Suffolk, and many of the nobility, followed that of the queen. Thus was she attended up the Thames till she came opposite the Tower, when a marvellous peal of guns was shot off. Henry was then in the ominous fortress awaiting the arrival of her who was still the desire of his heart and the delight of his eyes. At her landing, the Lord Chamberlain and the heralds were ready to receive her, and brought her to the king, who, with loving countenance, welcomed her at the postern by the water's side. As soon as he met her he kissed her, and she turned about and thanked the Lord Mayor very gracefully before he returned to his barge. The whole of that evening after she had entered the Tower, the barges hovered before it, making the goodliest melody, while the dragon and his attendant salvage monsters continued capering and casting forth flame with increasing vivacity as the twilight of a mid-May eve descended on the admiring multitude. The noble river in front of the Tower of London was covered with boats and skiffs of every sort, size, colour, and gaudy ornament. The city poured forth its humbler population in crowds on the neighbouring wharfs. The adjacent bridge, then crested with fortified turrets and embattled gateways, swarmed with human life. It was a scene peculiar to its era, which can never occur again, for modern times have neither the power nor material to emulate it. In the midst of that picturesque splendour, who could have anticipated what was in store for Anne Boleyn on the second anniversary of that gay and glorious day, and what was to be transacted within the gloomy circle of the royal fortress of which she then took such proud possession, when May 19th had twice returned again? The queen sojourned with her husband at the Tower some days, during which time 17 young noblemen and gentlemen were made knights of the Bath, as attendants on her coronation. The royal progress through the city, which was usual to all the queens her predecessors on the eve of their coronations, was appointed for Anne Boleyn on the last day of May, and never was this ceremony performed with more pomp. The city was gravelled from the Tower to Temple Bar, and railed on one side of the streets, so that the people should not be hurt by the horses. Cornhill and Gracechurch Street were hung with crimson and scarlet, and most of the part of the Cheap with cloth of gold and velvet. The Lord Mayor, Sir Stephen Peacock, went in a gown of crimson velvet and goodly collar of SS to receive the queen at the Tower gate. The first of her procession was the retinue of the French ambassador, in blue velvet and sleeves of yellow and blue, then the judges, and next to them the new made knights of the Bath, in violet gowns and hoods, purfled with minifer like doctors. After them the abbots, then the nobility and bishops. The Archbishop of York rode with the ambassador of Venice, and Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, with the French ambassador. These ambassadors being the men whose gossiping journals have furnished us with much personal information regarding the domestic history of the court at this era. After them rode 2 esquires wearing the ducal coronet of Normandy and Aquitaine, the ducal robes being rolled baldric-wise and worn across the breast. Then the Lord Mayor, with his mace and garter in his dress of ceremony. After them, Lord William Howard as Earl Marshal, being deputy for the Duke of Norfolk, then ambassador in France. On his right hand rode the Duke of Suffolk, who that day filled the office of Lord High Constable of England, wearing the verge of silver which denoted that office. Whether his thoughts were on the glaring pageantry around him, or on his royal and loving spouse then dying at Westrop Hall in Suffolk, no chronicler informs us, but we doubt if those who examine the tenor of his actions must not class Charles Brandon among the most heartless of royal favourites. Then came the bright object of all this parade, Anne Boleyn, seated in an open litter, opposing freely the beauty of her person to the people. The litter was covered with cloth of gold shot with white, and the 2 palfreys which supported the litter were clad, heads and all, in a garb of white damask, and were led by the queen's footmen. Anne was dressed in a surcoat of silver tissue, and a mantle of the same, lined with ermine. Her dark tresses were worn flowing down her shoulders, but on her head she wore a coif, with a circlet of precious rubies. Over her was borne a canopy of cloth of gold, carried by 4 knights on foot. The queen's litter was preceded by her chancellor, and followed by her chamberlain, Lord Borough. William Cossins, her master of horse, led her own palfrey, bearing only a rich side saddle trapped down to the ground with cloth of gold. After came 7 ladies, riding on palfreys, in crimson velvet, trimmed with cloth of gold, and 2 chariots, covered with red cloth of gold, in the first of which were the old Duchess of Norfolk and the Marchioness of Dorset, and in the other chariot were 4 ladies of the bedchamber. 14 other court ladies followed, with 30 of their waiting maids on horseback, in silk and velvet. And then followed the guard in coats ornamented with beaten gold. In Fenchurch Street they all came to a pause to view a pageant of children, apparelled like merchants, who welcomed the queen with 2 proper propositions in French and English. At Gracechurch Street corner was a marvellous cunning pageant, made by the merchants of the Stillyard, of Mount Parnassus, with Apollo and all his attendants, who made speeches. They were placed about a fountain of Helicon, which sprang up, in 4 jets, several yards high, and fell in a cup at top, and overflowed. This fountain of Helicon did run with right good Rhenish wine all that day for the refreshment of the multitude. The next pageant was that of the white falcon described in the water procession, with this difference, that the falcon sat uncrowned among the red and white roses, and an angel flew down with great melody and placed a close crown of gold on the falcon's head as the queen came opposite. St. Anne sat near with her descendants, and one of the children of Mary Cleophas made to the queen a goodly oration on the fruitfulness of St. Anne. At the conduit of Cornhill sat the 3 graces on a throne, and before it was a spring of grace continually running with good wine. Before the fountain sat a poet, who declared to the queen the properties of each of the 3, every one of whom gave her a gift of grace. The conduit of Cheapside ran, at one end, white wine, and on the other claret all that afternoon. At Cheapside Cross stood all the aldermen, from among whom advanced Master Walter, the city recorder, who presented the queen with a purse containing 1,000 marks of gold, which she very thankfully accepted, with many goodly words. At the little conduit of Cheapside was a rich pageant, full of melody and song, where Pallas, Venus, and Juno gave the queen their apple of gold, divided into 3 compartments, being wisdom, riches, and felicity. Over the gate of St. Paul's was a pageant of 3 ladies, and in a circle over their heads was written, in Latin words, "Proceed, Queen Anne, and reign prosperously." The lady sitting in the middle had a tablet, on which was written, "Come, friend, and receive the crown." The lady on the right had a tablet of silver, on which was written, "Lord, direct my steps." And the 3rd lady had, on a tablet of gold, written with azure letters, "Confide in the Lord." And these ladies cast down wafers, on which these words were stamped. On a scaffold at the east end of St. Paul's stood 200 children, well apparelled, who rehearsed to the queen many goodly verses of poets translated into English, which she highly commended. And when she came to Ludgate, the gate was newly burnished with gold and bice, and on the leads of St. Martin's Church stood a choir of men and children, singing new ballads in her praise. Fleet Street conduit was finely painted, all the escutcheons and angels were refreshed, and the chime melodiously sounding. On it were 4 turrets, and on each turret a cardinal virtue, which promised the queen never to leave her, but ever to be aiding and comforting her. And in the midst of the tower, closely concealed, was a concert of solemn instruments, which made a heavenly noise, and was much regarded and praised by the queen. And besides all this, the said conduit ran with red and white wine all that afternoon. Thus the queen was brought to Westminster Hall, which was richly hung with golden arras, and newly glazed. The queen rode in her litter to the very midst of the hall, where she was taken out, and led up to the high dais, and placed under the canopy of state. On the left side was a cupboard of 10 stages, filled with cups and goblets of gold marvellous to behold. In a short time was brought to the queen a solemn service in great standing spice plates, and a void of spice, which was no other than comfits or sugar plums, besides ipocras and other wines which the queen sent down to her ladies. When they had partaken, she gave thanks to the lord mayor, and to the ladies and nobles who had attended on her. She then withdrew herself, with a few ladies, to the White Hall, and changed her dress, and remained with the king at Westminster that night. The bright morrow was that coronation day, the great ultimatum on which the heart and wishes of Anne Boleyn had been for so many years steadfastly fixed. It was, at the same time, Whit Sunday, and the 1st of June, of all days the most lovely in England, when the fresh smile of spring still blends with early summer. That morning of high festival saw the queen early at her toilet, for she entered Westminster Hall with her ladies a little after 8, and stood under her canopy of state, in her surcoat and mantle of purple velvet, lined with ermine, and the circlet of rubies she wore the preceding day. Then came the monks of Westminster in rich copes, and the bishops and abbots in their splendid copes and mitres. The ray cloth, striped cloth, was spread all the way from the dais in Westminster Hall, through the sanctuary and palace, up to the high altar in Westminster Abbey. The usual procession then set forth, among which may be remarked the Marquis of Dorset, bearing the queen's sceptre, the Earl of Arundel, with the rod of ivory and the dove, who went side by side. The Earl of Oxford, Lord High Chamberlain for the day, walked after him bearing the crown. After him came the Duke of Suffolk, as temporary Lord High Steward of England, bearing a long silver wand, and the Lord William Howard, with the marshal's staff. Then came the queen, the bishops of Lincoln and Westminster, walking on each side of her, holding up the lappets of her robe, and the freemen of the Cinque Ports, called barons, dressed in crimson, with blue points to their sleeves, bore her canopy. The queen's train was borne by the old Duchess of Norfolk, and she was followed by the female nobility of England, in surcoats of scarlet velvet, with narrow sleeves, the stomachers barred with ermine, the degree of nobility being told by the number of the ermine bars. The knights' wives were in scarlet, but they had no trains, neither had the queen's gentlewomen. Then the queen was set in a rich chair, between the choir and the high altar. And after she had rested herself for a while, she descended to the high altar, and there prostrated herself, while Cranmer said certain collects. Then she rose up, and he anointed her on the head and breast, and she was led up again, and after many orisons he set the crown of St. Edward on her head, and delivered to her the sceptres, and all the choir sang Te Deum. Which done, the archbishop took from her head the crown of St. Edward, being heavy, and set on the crown made for her, and so went to mass. And when the offertory came, she descended again to the altar, and there offered, being still crowned, and then ascended to her chair of state, where she sat till Agnus Dei was sung, and then she went down and kneeled before the altar, and received of Cranmer the Eucharist, and returned to her place again. After mass was over, she went to St. Edward's shrine, and there offered, and withdrew into a little place, made for the nonce on one side of the choir. The nobility had in the meantime assumed their coronets, and when the queen had reposed herself, she returned with the procession in the former order, excepting that the proud and triumphant father of the queen supported her sceptre hand, and on her left hand she was assisted by Lord Talbot, as deputy for his father, the Earl of Shrewsbury. Thus she was led into Westminster Hall, and then to her withdrawing chamber, where she waited till the banquet was prepared. Meantime every lord who owed services at a coronation prepared them according to his duty. The Duke of Suffolk, as high steward, was richly apparelled, his doublet and jacket being set with oriental pearl, and his courser trapped to the ground with crimson velvet, having letters of beaten gold thereon. And on his side rode about the hall the Lord William Howard, Earl Marshal for his brother, whose robe was crimson velvet, and the housings of his steed purple velvet, with white lions on it, cut out in white satin and embroidered. The Earl of Essex was the queen's carver, the Earl of Sussex her sewer, the Earl of Arundel her chief butler, on whom 12 citizens of London did wait at the cupboard. The Earl of Derby was her cupbearer, the Viscount Lisle her pantler, the Lord Burgoyne chief larderer, and the Mayor of Oxford kept the buttery bar. while her late lover, Sir Thomas Wyatt, of poetical celebrity, acted for his father, Sir Henry Wyatt, as chief ewerer, and claimed the office of pouring scented water on the queen's hands. When all these functionaries were at their stations, the queen entered the hall with her canopy borne over her. She washed and sat down to table under the canopy of state. On the right side of her chair stood the Countess of Oxford, and on the left stood the Countess of Worcester, all the dinner time, and they often held a fine cloth before the queen's face, whenever she listed to spit or do otherwise at her pleasure. A most extraordinary office, certainly, but first appointed at an earlier and less refined era than even the reign of Henry VIII. And under the table went two gentlewomen, and sat at the queen's feet during the dinner. When the queen and all these attendants had taken their places, the Duke of Suffolk and Lord William Howard rode into the hall on horseback, escorting the sewer and the knights of the Bath, each bearing a dish of the first course for the queen's table, 27 dishes, besides subtleties of ships made of coloured wax, marvellous and gorgeous to behold. While this service was done, the trumpet standing in the window, at the nethermost end of the hall, played melodiously, and all the tables in the hall were served so quickly it was a marvel. The king took no part in all this grand ceremonial, but remained in the cloister of St. Stephen's, where was made a little closet, in which he stood privately with several ambassadors, beholding all the service it was his pleasure should be offered to his new queen. While the dinner was proceeding, the Duke of Suffolk and Lord William Howard rode up and down the hall cheering the lords and ladies, and the Lord Mayor and his brethren, and when all these had dined, they commanded them to stand still in their places or on their forms, till the queen had washed. Then she arose and stood in the midst of the hall, to whom the Earl of Sussex brought a goodly spice plate, and served her with comfits. After him the Lord Mayor brought a standing cup of gold, set in a cup of assay, and after she had drunk she gave him the cups, according to the claims of the city, thanking him and his brethren for their pains. Then she went under her canopy borne over her to the door of her chamber, where she turned about and gave the canopy, with the gold bells and all, to the barons of the Cinque Ports, according to their claim, with great thanks for their service. Then the Lord Mayor, bearing the gold cup in his hand, with his brethren, passed through Westminster Hall to the barge, and so did all the other noblemen and gentlemen return to their barges, for it was then 6 o'clock. On the following day, Whit Monday, there were jousts in the tilt-yard before the king and queen. Henry, notwithstanding his separation from the see of Rome, was desirous of obtaining the pope's sanction to his second marriage, but the fulminations from Clement were manifold, on the occasion of the interdicted nuptials. That pontiff annulled Cranmer's sentence on Henry's first marriage, and on the 11th of July published his bull, excommunicating Henry and Anne, unless they separated before the ensuing September, when the new queen expected her confinement. Henry next sent ambassadors to the foreign courts, announcing his marriage with his fair subject, and his reasons for what he had done. These were also set forth to his discontented lieges in the north of England by the Archbishop of York, in a sermon, with this appropriate text: "I have married a wife, and therefore I cannot come." All the ecclesiastics in Henry's dominions were not so complacent, for he was publicly branded from the pulpit with the name of polygamist, and exhorted to return to his lawful wife. Anne came in for a tenfold share of reviling as the cause of his guilt. At Greenwich, Friar Peto preached boldly before the newly wedded pair, on the crime of which the Church of Rome considered them guilty, and in no measured terms denounced the most awful judgments on them both, comparing the sovereign to Ahab, and telling him that, like the accursed Israelitish king, his blood would be licked by dogs. For a wonder, the bold preacher survived the threatened vengeance of Henry. Henry's cousin, Cardinal Pole, addressed letters of the most impassionate eloquence to his royal kinsman, reproaching him with his proceedings. Anne is styled by him Jezebel, sorceress, and many other offensive names, while with the most cutting irony, in reply to those who had eulogized her virtue in rejecting all terms but those of queenship from her royal lover, he adds, "She must needs be chaste. as she chose to be the king's wife rather than his mistress. But, pursues he, she must have known how soon he was sated with those who had served him in the latter quality, and, if she wanted other examples, her sister was enough. The Catholic historians have too hastily construed these reproaches into evidences of Mary Boleyn's frailty. Mary was, indeed, tempted by the king, but, having been convinced of the impropriety of receiving the addresses of a married man, preserved herself from guilt by becoming the virtuous wife of a private gentleman. No one who dispassionately reads the king's letters in reply to an application from Anne Boleyn in behalf of Mary, when left a widow in destitute circumstances, can believe that Mary had been his mistress. Soon after Anne's elevation to a royal station, the widowed Mary gave great offence to her ambitious family, and also to the king and queen, by making a second love match with Sir W. Stafford. The following very interesting letter from Mary to that man of universal business, Cromwell, entreating his good offices, bespeaks the feelings of a high-minded and virtuous matron, not those of the forsaken mistress of the man who had raised her sister to a throne. Master Secretary, after my poor recommendations, which is smally to be regarded from a poor banished creature, this shall be to desire you to be good to my poor husband and me, for it is not unknown to you the high displeasure that both he and I have of the king's highness and the queen's grace, by reason of our marriage without their knowledge. After much penitence expressed, she proceeds. And good Master Secretary, sue for us to the king's highness, and beseech his highness that it will please him of his goodness to speak to the queen's grace for us, for I perceive her grace is so highly displeased with us both, that, without the king be so good lord to us as to sue for us, we are never like to recover her grace's favour, which is too heavy to bear. For God's sake help us, for we have now been married a quarter of a year, I thank God, and too late now to recall that again. But if I were at my liberty and might choose, I assure you, Master Secretary, I had rather beg my bread from him than be the greatest queen christened. And I beseech you, good Master Secretary, pray my lord and father and my lady, she means Lady Boleyn, but does not call her mother, to be good to us, and let me have their blessings, and my husband their goodwill. Also I pray my lord Norfolk and my brother Lord Rochford to be good to us. I dare not write to them, they are so cruel against us. Written between 1533 and 1536. Notwithstanding the occasional mortifications which annoyed Anne on her first recognition as Queen of England, she enjoyed all that grandeur and power could bestow. Henry, withal, in order to exalt her to the utmost in her queenly dignity, caused her initial A to be crowned and associated with his own regal H on the gold and silver coins that were struck after their marriage. Henry VIII was the first and last monarch of England who offered this compliment to his consorts. A brief and dearly purchased honour it was to some of those unhappy ladies. Francis I sent very friendly messages and compliments of congratulations by Queen Anne's uncle Norfolk, not only to the king but to herself, at which both were highly gratified. Henry, who fully persuaded himself that the infant which Anne expected soon to be the mother would prove a son, invited King Francis to become its sponsor. Francis obligingly signified his consent to the Duke of Norfolk, and it was agreed that the anticipated boy should be named either Henry or Edward. But, to the great disappointment of King Henry, on the 7th of September, 1533, Queen Anne, after very dangerous travail, gave birth, between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, to a daughter, afterwards the renowned Queen Elizabeth. This event, so auspicious to England, took place in the old palace at Greenwich, of which not a vestige now remains. There is a room called the Prince's Chamber, in which our kings, in the last century, always robed when they attended the House of Lords, in which was curious old tapestry, representing the birth of Queen Elizabeth. Anne Boleyn is in bed, an attendant on one side, and a nurse with the child on the other. Beyond is Henry VIII and his courtiers, waiting for the intelligence, which one seems dispatched to bring to the impatient sire. So confident had Henry been of the realization of his passionate desire of a son, that in the circular which was sent to the nobility in Queen Anne's name, announcing the birth of her child, the word prince was written in the first instance, and an S was added after the queen's delivery. This curious fact has led Lodge and other celebrated writers into the error that Anne Boleyn brought Henry VIII a living son, the addition of the feminizing S having probably been omitted in some of the copies of the circular, of which we give the transcript. To Lord Cobham by the Queen. Right trusty and well beloved, we greet you well. And whereas it hath pleased the goodness of Almighty God, of his infinite mercy and grace, to send to us at this time good speed in the deliverance and bringing forth of a princess, to the great joy, rejoice, and infinite comfort of my lord, us, and all his good subjects of this his realm, for the which his inestimable benevolence so showed unto us, we have no little cause to give high thanks, laud, and praise our said Maker, like as we do most lowly, humbly, and with all the inward desire of our heart. And inasmuch as we undoubtedly trust that this our good speed is to your great pleasure, comfort, and consolation, we therefore, by these our letters, advertise you thereof, desiring and heartily praying you to give, with us, unto Almighty God, high thanks, glory, laud, and praising, and to pray for the good health, prosperity, and continual preservation of the said princess accordingly. Given under our signet at our Lord's Manor of Greenwich, the 7th day of September, in the 20th year of my said Lord's reign. The succession was entailed by Act of Parliament on this infant in default of heirs male, when persons were required at the same time to acknowledge the king's supremacy and to swear fealty to the king's heirs by Queen Anne, which excluded the Princess Mary from succession. Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, and Sir Thomas More refused to take this twofold oath on scruples of conscience. Both had previously enjoyed a great degree of Henry's favour. Both had much to lose and nothing to gain by their rejection of a test which they regarded as a snare. They were the fast friends of the persecuted and repudiated Queen Catherine, and had incurred the animosity of her fair triumphant rival by counselling the king against forsaking the wife of his youth. The resentment of Anne Boleyn is supposed to have influenced the king to bring these faithful servants to the scaffold under very frivolous pretexts. The integrity of Sir Thomas More as Lord Chancellor had been some time before impugned by Anne's father, the Earl of Wiltshire, but, like pure gold from the crucible, it shone more brightly from the trial. When More's beloved daughter, Margaret Roper, visited him in the Tower, he asked her, "How Queen Anne did?" "In faith, father," she replied, "never better." "There is nothing else in the court but dancing and sporting." "Never better?" he said. "Alas, Meg, alas, it pitieth me to think into what misery, poor soul, she will shortly come. These dances of hers will prove such dances that she will spurn our heads off like footballs, but it will not be ere long her head will dance the like dance." And how prophetically he spoke these words, as the kindred biographer of More, the end of her tragedy proved. When the account of the execution of this great and good man was brought to Henry while he was playing at tables with Anne, he cast his eyes upon her, we are told, and said, "Thou art the cause of this man's death." Then rising up, he left his unfinished game, and shut himself up in his chamber, in great perturbation of spirit. "Had we been master of such a servant," exclaimed the Emperor Charles to the English ambassador, with a burst of generous feeling, "we would rather have lost the fairest city in our dominions than such a counsellor." Mason, Henry's agent in Spain, oppressed with horror at the tidings of the executions of Sir Thomas More, the venerable Bishop Fisher, and the poor lunatic nun Elizabeth Barton, used this remarkable expression, "What end this tragedy will come to, God wot, if that may be called a tragedy that begins with a wedding," thus pointing at the king's marriage with Anne Boleyn as the cause of these unwonted scenes of blood. On the 30th of August, 1535, the new pope, Paul III., thundered forth his anathema against Henry and Anne, provided they did not separate, declaring their issue illegitimate, and forbidding Henry's subjects to pay him allegiance. Henry fortified himself by seeking the alliance of the Protestant princes of Germany. The decided opposition of the see of Rome and the ecclesiastics of that church against Anne Boleyn's marriage with the king and her recognition as Queen of England led her to espouse the cause of the infant Reformation as a matter of party, but as she adhered to all the ceremonies of the Roman Catholic ritual and professed the doctrine of transubstantiation, a Protestant she cannot be called with truth. The martyrdoms of Bliney, of Frith, and several other pious reformers were perpetrated while she was in the height of her power, and though it would be unjust to attribute to her the murderous cruelty exercised by Henry and his spiritual advisers, yet there is no record of any intercession used by her to preserve these blameless martyrs from the flames. Yet it is scarcely likely that to have saved them would have been a work of greater difficulty than compassing the destruction of her political opponents. The only great boon that the Reformation owes to Anne Boleyn is, that the translation of the Scriptures was sanctioned through her influence. There is an interesting letter in Ellis's royal collection, signed Anne the Queen, for the protection of a merchant, who was involved in some peril for importing from Holland some of those precious copies of the Bible, which as yet were contraband pearls of great price in England. Her own private copy of Tyndale's translation is still in existence. In the autumn of this year, 1535, the queen was once more flattered with the hope of bringing a male heir to the throne, to the great joy of the king. Anne was now at the summit of human greatness. She had won the great political game for which she had, in the bitterness of disappointed love, vindictively entered the lists with the veteran statesmen who had separated her from the man of her heart. She had had the vengeance she had vowed for the loss of Percy, and laid the pride and power of Wolsey in the dust. She had wrested the crown matrimonial from the brow of the royal Catherine. The laws of primogeniture had been reversed, that the succession to the throne might be vested in her issue, and the two men who were most deservedly venerated by the king and the people of England, More and Fisher, had been sacrificed to her displeasure. But in all these triumphs there was little to satisfy the mind of a woman whose natural impulses were those of virtue, but who had violated the most sacred ties for the gratification of the evil passions of pride, vanity, and revenge. Anne Boleyn was a reader of the Scriptures, and must have felt the awful force of that text which says, "What shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world and lose his soul?" Conscious of her own responsibility, and finding far more thorns than roses in the tangled, weary labyrinth of greatness, Anne directed her thoughts to the only true source of happiness, religion, which had hitherto been practised by her rather as a matter of state policy than as the emanation from a vital principle in the soul. She became grave and composed in manner, and, ceasing to occupy herself in gay pursuits of pleasure, or the boisterous excitement of the chase, spent her hours of domestic retirement with her ladies, as her royal mistress Catherine had formerly done before her, in needlework and discreet communication. Wyatt tells us that the matchless tapestry at Hampton Court was for the most part wrought by the skilful hand of this queen and her ladies. Far more precious, he says, in the sight of God were those works which she caused her maidens and those about her daily to execute in shirts and other garments for the use of the poor, and not contented with that, her eye of charity, her hand of bounty passed through the whole land. Each place felt that heavenly flame burning in her. All times will remember it. The change that had taken place in the manners of Anne Boleyn and her court has been attributed to the influence of the celebrated reformer, Hugh Latimer. The queen had rescued this eloquent and zealous minister from the durance to which Stokesley, Bishop of London, had committed him. But for the powerful protection of Anne, Latimer would, in all probability, have been called to testify the sincerity of his principles at the stake 25 years before he was clothed with the fiery robes of martyrdom. At her earnest solicitation, the king interposed, and Latimer was restored to liberty. The queen next expressed a wish to see and hear the rescued preacher, and Latimer, instead of addressing his royal patroness in the language of servile adulation, reminded her of the vanity of earthly greatness and the delusions of human hopes and expectations. Anne listened with humility, and entreated him to point out whatever appeared amiss in her conduct and deportment. Latimer, in reply, seriously represented to her how much it behooved her, not only to impress the duties of morality and piety on her attendants, but to enforce her precepts by example. Anne, far from being offended at his sincerity, appointed him for one of her chaplains, and afterwards obtained his promotion to the see of Worcester. To her credit it is also recorded that she directed a certain sum from her privy purse to be distributed to every village in England for the relief of its distressed inhabitants. With greater wisdom she planned the institution of a variety of manufactures, with a view of giving more permanent assistance to those who were destitute of a livelihood and without employment. For the last 9 months of her life she distributed £14,000 in alms. She also caused many promising youths to be educated and sent to college, at her expense, with the intention of rendering their talents and learning serviceable to the church. In all these things Anne performed the duties of a good woman and an enlightened queen, and had she attained to her royal elevation in an honest and conscientious manner, in all probability the blessings of God would have been with her, and prospered her undertakings. But, however powerful Anne's religious impressions might be, it is impossible that a real change of heart had taken place, while she continued to incite the king to harass and persecute his forsaken queen, Catherine, by depriving her of the solace of her daughter's company, and exacting from the disinherited princess submissions from which conscience and nature alike revolted. There were moments when Anne felt the insecurity of her position in a political point of view, and well must she have known how little reliance was to be placed on the stability of the regard of the man whose caprice had placed the queenly diadem on her brow. At the best, she was only the queen of the party, for the generous and independent portion of the nobles and people of England still regarded Catherine as the lawful possessor of the title and place which Henry had bestowed on her. When the long-expected tidings of Catherine's death arrived, Anne, in the blindness of her exultation, exclaimed, "Now I am indeed a queen." It is said that she was washing her hands in a costly basin when Sir Richard Southwell brought the intelligence to her, on which she instantly gave him both the basin and its rich cover as a reward for his tidings. The same evening she met her parents with a countenance full of pleasure, and bade them rejoice with her, for the crown was now firmly fixed on her head. On the day of her royal rival's funeral, she not only disobeyed the king's order, which required black to be worn on that day, but violated good taste and good feeling alike, by appearing in yellow, and making her ladies do the same. The change in Henry's feelings towards Anne may, in all probability, be attributed to the disgust caused by the indelicacy of her triumph. She had been ill and out of spirits previously to this event, which was attributed to the sufferings incidental to her condition, for she was again likely to become a mother. But after the death of Queen Catherine she recovered her vivacity, and assumed so haughty a carriage that she offended every one. End of Section 12. Section 13 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 2, Part 2. The season was now at hand when Anne was, in her turn, to experience some of the bitter pangs she had inflicted on her royal mistress. Her agonies were not the less poignant, because conscience must have told her that it was retributive justice which returned the poisoned chalice to her own lips, when she, in like manner, found herself rivalled and supplanted by one of her female attendants, the beautiful Jane Seymour. Jane must have been a person of consummate art, for she was on terms of great familiarity with the king before Anne entertained the slightest suspicion of their proceedings. Entering the room unexpectedly one day, the queen surprised Jane, seated on Henry's knee, receiving his caresses with every appearance of complacency. Struck, as with a mortal blow, at this sight, Anne gave way to a transport of mingled grief and indignation. Henry, dreading his consort's agitation might prove fatal to his hopes of an heir, endeavoured to soothe and reassure her, saying, "Be at peace, sweetheart, and all shall go well for thee." But the cruel shock Anne had sustained brought on the pangs of premature travail, and after some hours of protracted agony, during which her life was in imminent peril, she brought forth a dead son, January 29th. When the king was informed of this misfortune, instead of expressing the slightest sympathy for the sufferings of his luckless consort, he burst into her apartment, and furiously upbraided her with the loss of his boy. Anne, with more spirit than prudence, passionately retorted, that he had no one to blame but himself for this disappointment, which had been caused by her distress of mind about that wench Jane Seymour. Henry sullenly turned away, muttering, as he quitted her apartment, that she should have no more boys by him. These scenes, which occurred in January 1536, may surely be regarded as the first act of the royal matrimonial tragedy, which 4 months later was consummated on Tower Hill. Anne slowly regained her health, but not her spirits. She knew the king's temper too well not to be aware that her influence was at an end for ever, and that she must prepare to resign, not only her place in his affections, but also in his state, to the new star by whom she had been eclipsed. When she found that she had no power to obtain the dismissal of her rival from the royal household, she became very melancholy, and withdrew herself from all the gaieties of the court, passing all her time in the most secluded spots of Greenwich Park. It is also related she would sit for hours in the quadrangle court of Greenwich Palace, in silence and abstraction, or seeking a joyless pastime in playing with her little dogs, and setting them to fight with each other. The king had entirely withdrawn himself from her company ever since her rash retort to his unfeeling reproach, and now they never met in private. She had not the consolation of her infant daughter's innocent smiles and endearments to beguile her lonely sorrow, for the princess Elizabeth was nursed in a separate establishment, and the sweet tie of maternity had been sacrificed to the heartless parade of stately ceremonials. She had alienated the regard and acquired the enmity of her uncle of Norfolk. His royal sister-in-law and early patroness, Mary, Queen of France, was no more, and Suffolk, Henry's principal favourite, was one of her greatest foes. There is reason to believe that the queen had incurred the suspicion and displeasure of her royal husband early in the preceding year, by some mysterious intrigue with the cabinet of her old friend, Francis I., of which we find evidence in a curious dispatch from Gontier, the French ambassador, dated February 5th, 1535, addressed to the admiral of France, with whom the queen was in correspondence. Gontier tells the admiral that he was introduced into Queen Anne's apartment, where he found the king and the lords and ladies of the court. She talked with him apart on the contents of the admiral's letter, with which she appeared greatly perplexed and dismayed. She complained, says Gontier, of my too long stay, which had engendered in the king, her husband, many doubts and strange thoughts, for which, she said, there was great need that you should devise some remedy on the part of the king her brother, Francis I., or that she was altogether lost and ruined, for she found she was herself in more trouble and annoy than she was before her nuptials, charging me to pray and require, on her part, attention to her affair, of which she could not stay to speak to me so fully as she wished, for fear, both of the place where she then was, and the eyes that were watching her countenance, not only of her said lord and husband, but of his nobles that were there. She told me, that she could neither write to me or see me, nor could she stay with me longer, at which speech she left me to follow her lord, the king, into the next hall, where the dances were forming without the said lady being there. Gontier adds, my lord, this I cannot but know, that she is ill at ease, and I presume to say, on my poor judgment, that the doubts and suspicions of the king, which I mentioned before, have caused her this trouble. A strange scene is here unveiled in Anne Boleyn's queenly life, in which we see her acting her part in terror and perplexity, and confiding to the plenipotentiary of a foreign sovereign her apprehensions lest her royal husband should detect her double feelings. Yet this aside was ventured in the presence of Henry, and before the very courtiers whose observing eyes she dreaded. Such situations are sometimes represented on the stage indeed, but even there appear too highly touched with romance. The inconsistency of Anne Boleyn's manners was, doubtless, the principal cause of her calamities. The lively, coquettish maid of honour could not forget her old habits, after her elevation to a throne, and the familiarity of her deportment to those with whom she had formerly been on terms of equality in the court of Queen Catherine encouraged her officers of state to address her with undue freedom. Such was her unbounded thirst for admiration, that even the low-born musician, Mark Smeaton, dared to insinuate his passion to her. These things were, of course, reported to her disadvantage by the household foes by whom she was surrounded. The king's impatience to rid himself of the matrimonial fetters which precluded him from sharing his throne with the object of his new passion would not brook delays, and, in the absence of any proof of the queen's disloyalty to himself, he resolved to proceed against her on the evidence of the invidious gossips' tales that had been whispered to him by persons who knew that he was seeking an occasion to destroy her. 3 gentlemen of the royal household, Brereton, Weston, and Norris, with Mark Smeaton, the musician, were pointed out as her paramours. And as if this had not been enough, the natural and innocent affection that subsisted between Anne and her only brother George, Viscount Rochford, was construed into a presumption of a crime of the most revolting nature. This dreadful accusation proceeded from the hatred and jealousy of Lady Rochford, who, being in all probability an ill-assorted companion for her accomplished husband, regarded his friendship and confidential intercourse with the queen, his sister, with those malignant feelings of displeasure which prompted her murderous denunciation of them both. The secret plot against the queen must have been organized by the first week in April, 1536, for on the 4th of that month the parliament was dissolved, as if for the purpose of depriving her of any chance of interference from that body in her behalf. The writs for the new parliament, which was to assemble on the 8th of June, after her death, were issued even before she was arrested, April 27th. 3 days before that date, a secret committee was appointed of the Privy Council to inquire into the charges against her. Among the commissioners were her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, the Duke of Suffolk, the Lord Chancellor, her father, several earls, and some of the judges. It has been supposed that her father did not attend. William Brereton was summoned before this committee on Thursday, the 28th, and after his examination was committed to the Tower. 2 days afterwards the queen, who was totally unconscious of this portentous circumstance, found Mark Smeaton, the musician, standing in the round window of her presence chamber in a melancholy attitude. She asked him, "Why was he so sad?" "It is no matter," he replied. Then the queen had the folly to say, "You may not look to have me speak to you as if you were a nobleman, because you be an inferior person." "No, no, madam," he replied, "a look sufficeth me." There can be little doubt that Mark's sadness was caused by the fearful rumours that must have reached him of the arrest of Brereton, the proceedings of the queen's enemies in council, and the general aspect of affairs at court, and that he was loitering in the window for the purpose of giving his royal mistress a hint of the peril that threatened her. The absurd vanity, which led her to attribute his troubled looks to a hopeless passion for herself, gave, perhaps, a different turn to the conversation, and diverted him from his purpose. The next day the wretched man was arrested, sent to the Tower, and loaded with irons. If the queen remained in ignorance of what was going on in the palace, as most authors affirm, her powers of observation must have been very limited, and she could have had no faithful friend or counsellor immediately about her. The only reason we have to surmise that Anne was aware of the gathering storm is, that a few days before her arrest She held a long private conference with her chaplain, Matthew Parker, and gave him a solemn charge concerning the infant princess Elizabeth, it may be supposed regarding her religious education. This fact is authenticated in a letter from Parker to one of Elizabeth's councillors, declining the archbishopric of Canterbury, in which he says, "Yet he would fain serve his sovereign lady in more respects than his allegiance, since he cannot forget what words her grace's mother said to him not 6 days before her apprehension." On Monday, May 1st, an evil May day for her, Anne Boleyn appeared for the last time in the pride and pomp of royalty, with her treacherous consort, at the jousts at Greenwich. Her brother, Viscount Rochford, was the principal challenger, and Henry Norris was one of the defenders. In the midst of the pageant, which was unusually splendid, the king rose up abruptly and quitted the royal balcony, with a wrathful countenance, attended by but 6 of his confidential followers. Every one was amazed, but the queen appeared especially dismayed, and presently retired. The sports broke up, and Lord Rochford and Henry Norris were arrested at the barrier on the charge of high treason. Sir Francis Weston was taken into custody at the same time. The popular version of the cause of this public outbreak of Henry's displeasure is, that the queen, either by accident or design, dropped her handkerchief from the balcony at the feet of Norris, who, being heated with the course, took it up and presumptuously wiped his face with it. He then handed it to the queen on the point of his lance, at which Henry changed colour, started from his seat, and retired into a transport of jealous fury, and gave the orders for the arrest of the queen and all the parties who had fallen under suspicion of sharing her favours. It is very possible that the circumstances actually occurred as related above, and that Henry, who was anxiously awaiting an opportunity for putting his long meditated project against the queen into execution, eagerly availed himself of the first pretext with which her imprudent disregard of the restraints of royal etiquette furnished him, to strike the blow. Without speaking to the queen, the king rode back to Whitehall, attended by only 6 persons, among whom was his devoted prisoner Norris, who had hitherto stood so high in his favour that he was the only person whom he ever permitted to follow him into his bedchamber. Norris had been, as we have mentioned, one of the 3 witnesses of Henry's secret marriage with Anne. On the way, Henry rode with Norris apart, and earnestly solicited him to obtain mercy for acknowledging his guilt. Norris stoutly maintained his innocence, and that of the queen, nor would he consent to be rendered an instrument in her ruin. When they reached Westminster, he was dispatched to the Tower. The public arrest of her brother and his luckless friends struck a chill to the heart of the queen, but of the nature of their offence, and that she was herself to be involved in the horrible charges against them, she remained in perfect unconsciousness till the following day. She sat down to dinner at the usual hour, but the meal passed over with uneasiness, for she took the alarm when she found that the king's waiter came not with his majesty's wonted compliment, "Of much good may it do you." Instead of this greeting, she observed a portentous silence among her ladies, and that her servants stood about, with their eyes glazed with tears and downcast looks, which inspired her with dismay and strange apprehensions. Scarcely was the surnap removed, when the Duke of Norfolk, with Audley, Cromwell, and others of the lords of the council, entered. At first, Anne thought they came from the king to comfort her for her brother's arrest, but when she noticed the austerity of their countenances, and the ominous presence of Sir William Kingston, the lieutenant of the Tower, behind them, she started up in terror, and demanded why they came. They replied, with stern brevity, that they came by the king's command to conduct her to the Tower, there to abide during his highness's pleasure. "If it be his majesty's pleasure," replied the queen, regaining her firmness, "I am ready to obey." And so, pursues our authority, without change of habit or anything necessary for her removal, she committed herself to them, and was by them conducted to her barge. It is, however, certain, from the evidence of Kingston's letters, that she underwent a harsh examination before the council at Greenwich before her embarkation, unless the cruel treatment, which she complained of receiving from her uncle Norfolk on that occasion, took place in the barge, where, it is said, she was scarcely seated ere he entered into the subject of her arrest, by telling her that her paramours had confessed their guilt. She protested her innocence vehemently, and passionately implored to be permitted to see the king, that she might plead her own cause to him. To all her asseverations of innocence the Duke of Norfolk replied with contemptuous ejaculations. It was on the 2nd of May that Anne was brought as a woeful prisoner to her former royal residence, the Tower. Before she passed beneath its fatal arch, she sunk upon her knees, as she had previously done in the barge, and exclaimed, "O Lord, help me, as I am guiltless of that whereof I am accused." Then perceiving the lieutenant of the Tower, she said, "Mr. Kingston, do I go into a dungeon?" "No, madam," said he, "to your own lodging, where you lay at your coronation." The recollections associated with that event overpowered her, and bursting into a passion of tears, she exclaimed, "It is too good for me. Jesus, have mercy on me." She knelt again, weeping apace, and, in the same sorrow, fell into a great laughter more sad than tears. After the hysterical paroxysm had had its sway, she looked wildly about her and cried, "Wherefore am I here, Mr. Kingston?" The clock was just on the stroke of 5 when Anne entered the Tower. The lords, with the lieutenant, brought her to her chamber, where she again protested her innocence. Then, turning to the lords, she said, "I entreat you to beseech the king in my behalf, that he will be good lord unto me." As soon as she had uttered these words, they departed. "She desired me," says Kingston, "to move the king's highness, that she might have the sacrament in her closet, that she might pray for mercy," asseverating, at the same time, in the strongest terms, her innocence of having wronged the king. "I am the king's true wedded wife," she added, and then said, "Mr. Kingston, do you know whereof I am here?" "Nay," replied he. Then she asked, "When saw you the king?" "I saw him not since I saw him in the Tilt-yard," said he. "Then, Mr. Kingston, I pray you tell me where my lord Rochford is." Kingston answered, "I saw him before dinner in the court." "Oh, where is my sweet brother?" she exclaimed. The lieutenant evasively replied, that he saw him last at York Place, Whitehall Palace, which it seems was the case. "I hear say," continued she, "that I shall be accused with 3 men, and I can say no more than nay. Oh, Norris, hast thou accused me? Thou art in the Tower, and thou and I shall die together. And Mark, thou art here too? Oh, my mother, thou wilt die for sorrow." Then, breaking off from that subject, she began to lament the dangerous state into which Lady Worcester had been thrown by the shock of hearing of her arrest. Interrupting herself again, she exclaimed, "Mr. Kingston, shall I die without justice?" "The poorest subject the king hath has that," replied the cautious official. A laugh of bitter incredulity was her only comment. The unfortunate queen was subjected to the insulting presence and cruel espionage of her great enemy, Lady Boleyn, and Mrs. Cousins, one of her ladies, who was equally disagreeable to her. These two never left her side by day or night, for they slept on the pallet at the foot of her bed, and reported even the delirious ravings of her hysterical paroxysms to those by whom her fate was to be decided. They perpetually tormented her with insolent observations, and annoyed her with questions, artfully devised, for the purpose of entangling her in her talk, or drawing from her own lips admissions that might be turned into murderous evidence of her guilt. She complained, "that they would tell her nothing of my lord her father, for whose fate she was evidently apprehensive." She expressed a wish to be served in her prison by the ladies of her privy chamber, whom she favoured most, and concluded by defying her aunt. Lady Boleyn retorted in these words, "The desire and partiality you have had for such tale-bearers has brought you to this." Mrs. Cousins impertinently asked the queen, "Why Norris had told her almoner on the preceding Saturday that he could swear the queen was a good woman?" "Marry," replied Anne, "I bade him do so, for I asked him why he did not go on with his marriage, and he made answer that he would tarry a while." "Then," said I, "you look for dead man's shoes. If aught but good should come to the king, who was then afflicted with a dangerous ulcer, you would look to have me. He denied it, and I told him, I could undo him if I would," and whereupon we fell out. This conversation, if it be really true that Anne had the folly to repeat it to persons whose deadly hatred she was so fully aware, and whom she knew was placed about her as spies, will impress every one with the idea that she must have been on very perilous terms with Norris, if she allowed him to hold such colloquies with her. No one, however, seems to have considered the possibility of the whole of this deposition being a false statement on the part of the spies who were employed to criminate her. It seems scarcely credible that a woman of Anne Boleyn's age and long experience in public life would commit herself to unnecessary avowals, tending to furnish evidence against herself of having imagined the death of the king, her husband. Anne betrayed a humane, but certainly imprudent care for the comforts of the unhappy gentlemen who were in durance for her sake, by inquiring of Lady Kingston, "Whether anybody made their beds?" "No, I warrant you," was Lady Kingston's familiar reply. The queen said, "that ballads would be made about her," and as far as may be judged from the defaced passages in the manuscript, added, "that none could do better than Wyatt." "Yes," said Lady Kingston, "Master Wyatt, you have said true." The next day Kingston reported the queen's earnest desire to have the Eucharist in her closet, and also to see her almoner. Devitt is the name of him whom she desired, but Cranmer was appointed by Henry. Her mind was variously passioned that day. "One hour," says her gaoler, "she is determined to die, and the next hour much contrary to that. Yesterday," continues he, "I sent for my wife, and also for mistress Cousins, to know how she had done that day, and they said she had been very merry, and made great dinner, and yet soon after called for her supper, having marvelled where I was all day. At my coming she said, 'Where have you been all day?' I made answer and said, 'I had been with the prisoners.' 'So,' said she, 'I thought I heard Mr. Treasurer.' I assured her he was not here. Then she began to talk and said, 'I was cruelly handled at Greenwich with the king's council, with my lord of Norfolk,' who said, 'Tut, tut, tut,' shaking his head 3 or 4 times. As for my lord treasurer, she said, he was in Windsor Forest all the time. This was her father." Thus, in Kingston's letters to Cromwell, her minutest sayings are detailed, but it is to be observed that he often speaks from the reports of her pitiless female tormentors. He states, that the queen expressed some apprehension of what Weston might say in his examination, for he had told her on Whit Monday last, "that Norris came more into her chamber for her sake than for Madge, one of her maids of honour." By way of postscript, Kingston adds, "Since the making of this letter, the queen spake of Weston, that she had told him he did love her kinswoman Mrs. Skelton, and that he loved not his wife, and he answered her again, that he loved one in her house better than them both. She asked him, 'Who?' To which he replied, 'Yourself,' on which she defied him." When they told her that Smeaton had been laid in irons, she said, "That was because he was a person of mean birth, and the others were all gentlemen." She assured Kingston that Smeaton had never been but once in her chamber, and that was when the king was at Winchester, and she sent for him to play on the virginals, "for there," said she, "my lodging was above the king's." She related also what had passed between her and Smeaton on the Saturday before his arrest. Her passionate love for music, in which she herself greatly excelled, had undoubtedly led her to treat this person with a greater degree of familiarity than was becoming in a queen. There were times when Anne would not believe that Henry intended to harm her, and, after complaining that she was cruelly handled, she added, "But I think the king does it to prove me," and then she laughed, and affected to be very merry. Merriment more sad than tears, reminding us of moody madness, laughing wild, amidst severest woe. Reason must indeed have tottered when she predicted that there would be no reign in England till she was released from her unmerited thraldom. To this wild speech Kingston familiarly rejoined, "I pray then it be shortly, because of the dry weather, you know what I mean." If she had her bishops, they would plead for her, she said. Cranmer, from whom she probably expected most, wrote in the following guarded strain to Henry on the subject: "If it be true what is openly reported of the queen's grace, if men had a right estimation of things, they should not esteem any part of your grace's honour to be touched thereby. but her honour only to be clearly disparaged. And I am in such a perplexity that my mind is clean amazed, for I never had a better opinion in woman than I had of her, which maketh me think that she should not be culpable. Now I think that your grace best knoweth that next unto your grace I was most bound unto her of all creatures living. Wherefore I must humbly beseech your grace to suffer me in that which both God's law, nature, and her kindness bindeth me, unto that I may, with your grace's favour, wish and pray for her. And from what condition your grace, of your only mere goodness, took her and set the crown upon her head, I repute him not your grace's faithful servant and subject, nor true to the realm, that would not desire the offence to be without mercy punished, to the example of all others. And as I loved her not a little, for the love I judged her to bear towards God and his holy gospel, so, if she be proved culpable, there is not one that loveth God and his gospel that will ever favour her, but must hate her above all other, and the more they love the gospel, the more they will hate her, for then there never was creature in our time that so much slandered the gospel. And God hath sent her this punishment, for that she feignedly hath professed the gospel in her mouth, and not in her heart and deed. And though she hath offended, so that she hath deserved never to be reconciled to your grace's favour, yet God Almighty hath manifoldly declared his goodness towards your grace, and never offended you. The letter concludes with an exhortation to the king not to think less of the gospel on this account. The letter is dated from Lambeth, May 3rd. Cranmer adds a postscript stating that the Lord Chancellor and others of his Majesty's house had sent for him to the Star Chamber, and there declared such things as the king wished him to be shown, which had made him lament that such faults could be proved on the queen as he had heard from their relation. Anne entreated Kingston to convey a letter from her to Cromwell, but he declined so perilous a service. She was at times like a newly caged eagle in her impatience and despair. The king wist what he did, she said bitterly, when he put such women as my lady Boleyn and Mrs. Cousins about her. She had 2 other ladies in attendance on her in her doleful prison house, of more compassionate dispositions we may presume, for they were not allowed to have any communication with her, except in the presence of Kingston and his wife, who slept at her chamber door. Her other ladies slept in an apartment further off. One of these, we think, must have been Mary, the sister of her early and devoted friend, Sir Thomas Wyatt, among the few faithful hearts whose attachment to Anne survived the awful change in her fortunes were those of Wyatt and his sister. Wyatt is supposed to have had a narrow escape from sharing the fate of the queen, her brother, and their fellow victims. It is certain that he was at this period under a cloud, and in one of his sonnets he significantly alludes to the danger which once threatened him in the month of May, the month which proved so fatal to Queen Anne. Very powerful was the sympathy between them, for, even when a guarded captive in the Tower, Anne spake of admiration of Wyatt's poetical talents. It was probably by the aid of his sister that Anne, on the 4th day of her imprisonment, found means to forward the following letter, through Cromwell's agency, to the king. Your grace's displeasure and my imprisonment are things so strange unto me that what to write, or what to excuse, I am altogether ignorant. Whereas you send to me, willing me to confess a truth and so obtain your favour, by such a one, whom you know to be mine ancient professed enemy, I no sooner received this message by him, than I rightly conceived your meaning, and if, as you say, confessing a truth indeed may procure my safety, I shall, with all willingness and duty, perform your command. But let not your grace ever imagine your poor wife will ever be brought to acknowledge a fault, where not so much as a thought ever proceeded. And to speak a truth, never a prince had wife more loyal in all duty, and in all true affection, than you have ever found in Anne Boleyn, with which name and place I could willingly have contented myself if God and your grace's pleasure had so pleased. Neither did I at any time so far forget myself in my exaltation or received queenship, but that I always looked for such alteration as I now find. for the ground of my preferment being on no surer foundation than your grace's fancy, the least alteration was fit and sufficient, I knew, to draw that fancy to some other subject. You have chosen me from a low state to be your queen and companion, far beyond my desert or desire. If then you found me worthy of such honour, good your grace, let not any light fancy or bad counsel of my enemies withdraw your princely favour from me, neither let that stain, that unworthy stain, of a disloyal heart towards your good grace, ever cast so foul a blot on me and on the infant princess your daughter, Elizabeth. Try me, good king, but let me have a lawful trial, and let not my sworn enemies sit as my accusers and as my judges. Yea, let me receive an open trial, for my truth shall fear no open shames. Then shall you see either mine innocence cleared, your suspicions and conscience satisfied, the ignominy and slander of the world stopped, or my guilt openly declared. So that whatever God and you may determine of, your grace may be freed from an open censure, and mine offence being so lawfully proved, your grace may be at liberty, both before God and man, not only to execute worthy punishment on me as an unfaithful wife, but to follow your affection already settled on that party, for whose sake I am now as I am, whose name I could some good while since have pointed unto, your grace being not ignorant of my suspicion therein. But if you have already determined of me, and that not only my death, but an infamous slander, must bring you to the joying of your desired happiness, then I desire of God that he will pardon your great sin herein, and likewise my enemies, the instruments thereof, and that he will not call you to a straight account for your unprincely and cruel usage of me at his general judgment seat, where both you and myself must shortly appear, and in whose just judgment, I doubt not, whatsoever the world may think of me, mine innocency shall be openly known and sufficiently cleared. My last and only request shall be, that myself may only bear the burden of your grace's displeasure, and that it may not touch the innocent souls of those poor gentlemen, whom, as I understand, are likewise in strait imprisonment for my sake. If ever I have found favour in your sight, if ever the name of Anne Boleyn have been pleasing in your ears, then let me obtain this request, and so I will leave to trouble your grace any further, with mine earnest prayer to the Trinity, to have your grace in his good keeping, and to direct you in all your actions. From my doleful prison in the Tower, the 6th of May, Anne Boleyn. The authenticity of this beautiful letter has been impugned for various reasons, but chiefly because the handwriting differs from the well-known autograph of Anne Boleyn. But the fact that it was found among Cromwell's papers 4 years after her death proves it to be a contemporary document. The cautious but pathetic endorsement to the king from the lady in the Tower identifies it no less than the peculiar nature of the contents, as the composition of the captive queen. The original, we may reasonably suppose, had been forwarded to the king by Mr. Secretary Cromwell. The very real objection which occurs to us is, that the letter is signed Anne Boleyn instead of Anna the Queen. It is, however, possible, in the excited state of feeling under which this passionate appeal to the fickle tyrant was written, that his unfortunate consort fondly thought, by using that once beloved signature, to touch a tender chord in his heart. But the time of sentiment, if it ever existed with Henry, was long gone by, and such a letter from a wife whom he had never respected and had now ceased to love was more calculated to awaken wrath than to revive affection. Every word is a sting envenomed by the sense of intolerable wrong. It is written in the tone of a woman who has been falsely accused, and imagining herself strong in the consciousness of her integrity, unveils the guilty motives of her accuser with a reckless disregard to consequences, perfectly consistent with the character of Anne Boleyn. Her appeal in behalf of the unfortunate gentlemen who were involved in her calamity is generous, and looks like the courage of innocence. A guilty woman would scarcely have dared to allude to the suspected partners of her crime. It is strange that the allusion to the infant Elizabeth in this letter is made without any expression of maternal tenderness. On the 10th of May, an indictment for high treason was found, by the grand jury of Westminster, against the lady Anne, queen of England, George Boleyn, viscount Rochford, Henry Norris, groom of the stole, Sir Francis Weston and William Brereton, gentlemen of the privy chamber, and Mark Smeaton, a performer on musical instruments, a person specified as of low degree, promoted for his skill to be groom of the chambers. The four commoners were tried in Westminster Hall, May 10th, by a commission of Oyer and Terminer, for the alleged offences against the honour and the life of their sovereign. A true bill had been found against them by the grand juries of two counties, Kent as well as Middlesex, because some of the offences specified in the indictment were said to have taken place at Greenwich, others at Hampton Court and elsewhere. Smeaton endeavoured to save his life by pleading guilty to the indictment. He had previously confessed, before the council, the crime with which he and the queen were charged. The three gentlemen, Norris, Weston, and Brereton, resolutely maintained their innocence, and that of their royal mistress, though urged by every persuasion, even the promise of mercy, if they would confess. They persisted in their plea, and were all condemned to death. On what evidence they were found guilty no one can now say, for the records of the trial are not in existence. But in that reign of terror, English liberty and English law were empty words. Almost every person whom Henry VIII brought to trial for high treason was condemned, as a matter of course, and at last he omitted the ceremony of trials altogether, and slew his noble and royal victims by act of attainder ad libitum. Every effort was used to obtain evidence against Anne from the condemned prisoners, but in vain. No one, says Sir Edward Bainton, will accuse her, but alone Mark, of any actual thing. How Mark's confession was obtained becomes an important question as to the guilt or innocence of the queen. Constantine, whose testimony is anything but favourable to Anne Boleyn, says, that Mark confessed, but it was reported that he had been grievously racked first. According to Grafton, he was beguiled into signing the deposition which criminated himself, the queen, and others, by the subtlety of the admiral, Sir William Fitzwilliam, who, perceiving his hesitation and terror, said, "Subscribe, Mark, and you will see what will come of it." The implied hope of preserving a dishonoured existence prevailed. The wretched creature signed the fatal paper, which proved the death doom of himself as well as his royal mistress. He was hanged that he might tell no tales. Norris was offered his life if he would confess, but declared that he would rather die 1,000 deaths than accuse the queen of that of which he believed her, in his conscience, innocent. When this noble reply was reported to the king, he cried out, "Hang him up then, hang him up!" On the 16th of May, Queen Anne and her brother, Lord Rochford, were brought to trial in a temporary building which had been hastily erected for that purpose within the great hall in the Tower. There were then 53 peers of England, but from this body a select moiety of 26 were named by the king as Lord Triers, under the direction of the Duke of Norfolk, who was created Lord High Steward for the occasion, and sat under the cloth of state. His son, the Earl of Surrey, sat under him as deputy earl marshal. The duke's hostility to his unfortunate niece had already betrayed him into the cruelty of browbeating and insulting her in her examination before the council at Greenwich. It has been erroneously stated by several writers that Anne's father, the Earl of Wiltshire, was one of the Lords Triers, but this was not the case. The Duke of Suffolk, one of her determined enemies, was one of her judges. So also was Henry's natural son, the Duke of Richmond, who had married her beautiful cousin, the Lady Mary Howard, the daughter of the Duke of Norfolk. This youth, as well as Suffolk, as a matter of course, voted according to the king's pleasure. The Earl of Northumberland, Anne's first lover, was named on the commission for her trial. He appeared in his place, but was taken suddenly ill, the effect, no doubt, of violent agitation, and quitted the court before the arraignment of the Lord Rochford, which preceded that of the queen. He died a few months afterwards. Lady Rochford outraged all decency by appearing as a witness against her husband. The only evidence adduced in proof of the crime with which he was charged was, that one day, when making some request to his sister the queen, he leaned over her bed, and was said by the bystanders to have kissed her. He defended himself with great spirit and eloquence, so that his judges were at first divided, and had the whole body of the peers been present, he might have had a chance of acquittal. But as we have shown, the lords triers were a number selected by the crown for this service. The trial was conducted within strong walls, the jurors were picked men, and by their verdict the noble prisoner was found guilty. After he was removed, Anne, queen of England, was called into court by a gentleman usher. She appeared immediately in answer to the summons, attended by her ladies and lady Kingston, and was led to the bar by the lieutenant and the constable of the Tower. The royal prisoner had neither counsel nor adviser of any kind, but she had rallied all the energies of her mind to meet the awful crisis. Neither female terror nor hysterical agitation were perceptible in that hour. The lord of Milherve tells us that she presented herself at the bar with the true dignity of a queen, and curtsied to her judges, looking round upon them all without any sign of fear. Neither does it appear that there was anything like parade or attempt at theatrical effect in her manner, for her deportment was modest and cheerful. When the indictment was read, which charged her with such offences as never Christian queen had been arraigned for before, she held up her hand courageously, and pleaded not guilty. She then seated herself in the chair which had been provided for her use while the evidence against her was stated. Of what nature the evidence was, no one can now form an opinion, for the records of the trial have been carefully destroyed. Burnet affirms that he took great pains in searching for documents calculated to throw some light on the proceedings, and the chief result of his labours was an entry made by Sir John Spelman, in his private notebook, supposed to have been written on the bench, when he sat as one of the judges before whom Norris, Weston, Brereton, and Smeaton were tried for the alleged offences, in which they had been, as it was said, participators with the queen. These are the words quoted by Burnet. As for the evidence of the matter, it was discovered by the lady Wingfield, who had been a servant to the queen, and, becoming suddenly infirm before her death, did swear this matter to one of her. Here the page containing the important fact communicated by the dying lady is torn off, and with it all the other notes the learned judge had made on these mysterious trials were destroyed, so that, as Burnet has observed, the main evidence brought against the queen and her supposed paramours was the oath of a dead woman, and that, we may add, on hearsay evidence. Crispin's account of the origin of the charge is, that a gentleman reproving his sister for the freedom of her behaviour, she excused herself by alleging the example of the queen, who was accustomed, she said, to admit Sir Henry Norris, Sir Francis Weston, Master Brereton, Mark Smeaton the musician, and her brother Lord Rochford, into her chamber at improper hours, adding, that Smeaton could tell a great deal more. The crimes of which the queen was arraigned were, that she had wronged the king her husband at various times, with the 4 persons above named, and also with her brother Lord Rochford; that she had said to each and every one of those persons that the king never had her heart; that she privately told each, separately, that she loved him better than any person in the world, which things tended to the slander of her issue by the king. To this was added a charge of conspiring against the king's life. In an abstract from the indictment printed in the notes of Sharon Turner's Henry VIII., the days on which the alleged offences were committed are specified. The first is with Norris, and is dated October 6, 1533, within a month after the birth of the princess Elizabeth, which statement brings its own refutation, for the queen had not then quitted her lying-in chamber. For evidence, says Wyatt, as I never could hear of any, small I believe it was. The accusers must have doubted whether their proofs would not prove their reproofs, when they durst not bring them to the light in an open place. Every right-thinking man must indeed doubt the truth of accusations which cannot be substantiated according to the usual forms of justice. The queen defended her own cause with ready wit and great eloquence. Wyatt says, It was reported without the doors that she had cleared herself in a most wise and noble speech. Another of the floating rumours that were in circulation among the people, before the event of her trial was publicly known, was, that having a quick wit and being a ready speaker, the queen did so answer all objections, that her acquittal was expected. And, says Bishop Godwin, had the peers given their verdict according to the expectation of the assembly, she had been acquitted, but through the duke of Suffolk, one wholly given to the king's humour, they did pronounce her guilty. The decision of the peers was not required, like the verdict of a jury, to be unanimous, but is carried by a majority. If all had voted, no doubt she would have been saved. After the verdict was declared, the queen was required to lay aside her crown and other insignia of royalty, which she did without offering any objection, save that she protested her innocence of having offended against the king. This ceremony was preparatory to her sentence, which was pronounced by her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, as Lord High Steward of England and president of the court commissioned for her trial. She was condemned to be burnt or beheaded at the king's pleasure. Anne Boleyn heard this dreadful doom without changing colour or betraying the slightest symptom of terror, but when her stern kinsman and judge had ended, she clasped her hands, and raising her eyes to heaven, made her appeal to a higher tribunal in these words: "O Father, O Creator, thou who art the way, the life, and the truth, knowest whether I have deserved this death." Then, turning to her earthly judges, she said, "My lords, I will not say your sentence is unjust, nor presume that my reasons can prevail against your convictions. I am willing to believe that you have sufficient reasons for what you have done, but then they must be other than those which have been produced in court, for I am clear of all offences which you then laid to my charge. I have ever been a faithful wife to the king, though I do not say I have always shown him that humility which his goodness to me and the honour to which he raised me merited. I confess I had jealous fancies and suspicions of him, which I had not discretion and wisdom enough to conceal at all times. But God knows, and is my witness, that I never sinned against him in any other way. Think not I say this in the hope to prolong my life. God hath taught me how to die, and he will strengthen my faith. Think not that I am so bewildered in mind as not to lay the honour of my chastity to heart, now in mine extremity, when I have maintained it all my life long, as much as ever queen did. I know these my last words will avail me nothing, but for the justification of my chastity and honour. As for my brother and those others who are unjustly condemned, I will willingly suffer many deaths to deliver them. But, since I see it so pleases the king, I shall willingly accompany them in death, with this assurance, that I shall lead an endless life with them in peace." Then, with a composed air, she rose up, made a parting salutation to her judges, and left the court as she had entered it. Such is the graphic account that has been preserved of Anne Boleyn's looks, words, and demeanour on this trying occasion, by a foreign contemporary, who was one of the few spectators who were permitted to witness it. The lord mayor, who was present at the arraignment of Anne Boleyn, said afterwards that he could not observe anything in the proceedings against her that they were resolved to make an occasion to get rid of her. As the chief judge in the civic court of judicature, and previously as an alderman of the city of London, this magistrate had been accustomed to weigh evidences and pronounce judgments on criminal causes, therefore his opinion is of importance in this case. Camden tells us that spectators deemed Anne innocent, and merely circumvented. This accords with the lord mayor's opinion. Smeaton was not confronted with her, and, as far as can be gathered of the grounds of her condemnation, it must have been on his confession only. It is said she objected, that one witness was not enough to convict a person of high treason, but was told, that in her case it was sufficient. In these days, the queen would have had the liberty of cross-questioning the witnesses against her, either personally or by fearless and skilful advocates. Moreover, it would have been in her power to have summoned even her late attendant, Mistress Jane Seymour, as one of her witnesses. The result of that lady's examination might have elicited some curious facts. After her trial, Anne was conveyed back to her chamber, the lady Boleyn, her aunt, and lady Kingston only attending her. On the 16th of May, Kingston wrote on the following methodical style to Cromwell, on the subject of the dreadful preparations for the execution of the death doomed queen and her brother: Sir, this day I was with the king's grace, and declared the petitions of my lord of Rochford, wherein I was answered. Sir, the said lord much desireth to speak with you, which toucheth his conscience much, as he saith, wherein I pray you that I may know your pleasure, for because of my promise made unto my said lord to do the same. And also I shall desire you further to know the king's pleasure touching the queen, as well as for her comfort, as for the preparations of scaffolds and other necessaries concerning. The king's grace showed me that my lord of Canterbury shall be her confessor, and he was here this day with the queen. And note that in that matter, sir, the time is short, for the king supposeth the gentleman to die to-morrow, and my lord Rochford, with the rest of the gentlemen, are yet without confession, which I look for, but I have told my lord Rochford that he be in a readiness to-morrow to suffer execution, and so he accepts it very well, and will do his best to be ready. The same day on which this letter was written, the king signed the death warrant of his once passionately loved consort, and sent Cranmer to receive her last confession. Anne appeared to derive comfort and hope from the primate's visit, hope even of life, for she told those about her that she understood she was to be banished, and she supposed she should be sent to Antwerp. Cranmer was aware of Henry's wish of dissolving the marriage with Anne Boleyn, in order to dispossess the little princess Elizabeth of the place she had been given in the succession, and he had probably persuaded the unfortunate queen not to oppose his majesty's pleasure in that matter. The flattering idea of a reprieve from death must have been suggested to Anne, in order to induce her compliance with a measure so repugnant to her natural disposition and her present frame of mind. When she was brought as a guarded prisoner from Greenwich to the Tower, she had told the unfriendly spectators of her disgrace, that they could not prevent her from dying their queen, accompanying these proud words with a haughty gesticulation of her neck. Yet we find her, only the day after her conference with the archbishop, submitting to resign this dearly prized and fatally purchased dignity without a struggle. End of Section 13. Section 14 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 2, Part 3. She received, May 17th, a summons to appear, on the salvation of her soul, in the Archbishop's court at Lambeth, to answer certain questions as to the validity of her marriage with the king. Henry received a copy of the same summons, but as he had no intentions of being confronted with his unhappy consort, he appeared by his old proctor in divorce affairs, Dr. Sampson. The queen, having no choice in the matter, was compelled to attend in person, though a prisoner under sentence of death. She was conveyed privately from the Tower to Lambeth. The place where this strange scene, in the closing act of Anne Boleyn's tragedy, was performed, was, we are told, a certain low chapel or crypt in Cranmer's house at Lambeth, where, as primate of England, he sat in judgment on the validity of her marriage with the king. The unfortunate queen went through the forms of appointing Doctors Wotton and Barber as her proctors, who, in her name, admitted the pre-contract with Percy, and every other objection that was urged by the king against the legality of the marriage. Wilkin and some others have supposed that Anne submitted to this degradation as the only means of avoiding the terrible sentence of burning. Cranmer pronounced that the marriage between Henry and Anne was null and void, and always had been so. Cromwell was present in his capacity of vicar general, and Heylin says the sentence was pronounced by him. Thus did Henry take advantage of his former jealous tyranny in preventing the fulfilment of Percy's engagement with Anne by using it as a pretext against the validity of her marriage with himself, and this too for the sake of illegitimating his own child. With equal injustice and cruelty he denied his conjugal victim the miserable benefit which her degradation from the name of his wife and the rank of his queen appeared to offer her, namely, an escape from the sentence which had been passed upon her for the alleged crime of adultery, to which, if she were not legally his wife, she could not in law be liable. But Henry's vindictive purpose against her was evident from the beginning, and nothing would satisfy him but her blood. If he had insisted on the invalidity of their union as early as May 13th, when Percy was required to answer whether a contract did not exist between him and the queen, Anne could not have been proceeded against on the charges in her indictment, and the lives of the 5 unfortunate men, who were previously arraigned and sentenced on the same grounds, would have been preserved as well as her own. In that case she could only have been proceeded against as Marchioness of Pembroke, and on a charge of conspiring against the life of the king. But as it does not appear that the slightest evidence, tending to establish that very improbable crime, was set forth, the blood of 6 victims would have been spared, if the sentence on the marriage had passed only 3 days before it did. Percy, however, denied on oath to the Duke of Norfolk, the Lord Chancellor, and others, that any contract was between him and the queen, though he had verbally confessed to Cardinal Wolsey that he was so bound in honour to Anne Boleyn that he could not in conscience marry another woman. It is probable that Anne's haughty spirit, as well as her maternal feelings, had also prompted her to repel the idea of a divorce with scorn till the axe was suspended over her. Perhaps she now submitted, in the hope of preserving not only her own life, but that of her beloved brother, and the 3 gallant and unfortunate gentlemen who had so courageously maintained her innocence through all the terrors and temptations by which they had been beset. If so, how bitter must have been the anguish which rent her heart, when the knell of these devoted victims, swelling gloomily along the banks of the Thames, reached her ears, as she returned to her prison, after the unavailing sacrifice of her own and her daughter's rights had been accomplished at Lambeth. That very morning her brother and the other gentlemen were led to execution, a scaffold having been erected for that purpose on Tower Hill. Rochford exhorted his companions to die courageously, and entreated those who came to see him suffer to live according to the gospel, not in preaching but in practice, saying, he would rather have 1 good liver according to the gospel than 10 babblers. He warned his old companions of the vanity of relying on court favours and the smiles of fortune, which had rendered him forgetful of better things. As a sinner he bewailed his unworthiness, and acknowledged the justice of his punishment in the sight of God, but the king, he said he had never offended, yet he prayed for him that he might have a long and happy life. He forgave all his enemies, and prayed that he might be forgiven by all whom he had injured. Then kneeling down, he calmly submitted his neck to the axe. By some writers it has been regarded as a proof of the queen's guilt that her brother had never attempted to exonerate himself or her from the horrible offence with which they had been branded. But an innocent man might, with equal delicacy and dignity, have been silent on such a subject before such an audience. The accusation, if false, was properly treated with the contempt its grossness merited. There is, however, a reason for Lord Rochford's silence, which has never been adduced by historians. He had made most earnest supplication for his life, and even condescended to entreat the intercession of his unworthy wife with the king to prolong his existence, and as Henry was no less deceitful than cruel, it is possible that he might have tempted Rochford with false hopes to admit the justice of his sentence. General professions of unworthiness and lamentations for sin on the scaffold were customary with persons about to suffer the sentence of the law. Even the spotless and saint-like Lady Jane Grey expresses herself in a similar strain. Therefore, as Sir Henry Ellis observes, no conclusions as to the guilt of the parties accused can reasonably be drawn from such acknowledgments. Norris, Weston, and Brereton, taking their cue from Rochford's form of confession, made general acknowledgments of sinfulness, and requested the bystanders to judge the best of them. Sir Francis Weston was a very beautiful young man, and was so wealthy that his wife and mother offered to purchase his life of the king at the ransom of 100,000 crowns. Henry rejected both the piteous supplication and the bribe. Mark Smeaton, being of ignoble birth, was hanged. He said, "Masters, I pray you all to pray for me, for I have deserved the death." This expression is considered ambiguous, for either he meant that he had committed the crime for which he was to die, or that he merited his punishment for having borne false witness against his royal mistress. It was, however, reported, even at the time, that Mark Smeaton's confession was extorted by the rack, and that he was not confronted with the queen, lest he should retract it. Anne evidently expected that he would make the amende on the scaffold, for when she was informed of the particulars of the execution and his last words, she indignantly exclaimed, "Has he not then cleared me from the public shame he hath done me? Alas! I fear his soul will suffer from the false witness he hath borne. My brother and the rest are now, I doubt not, before the face of the greater king, and I shall follow to-morrow." The renewed agony of hope, which had been cruelly and vainly excited in the bosom of the queen by the mockery of declaring that her marriage with the sovereign was null and void, appears soon to have passed away. She had drunk the last drop of bitterness that mingled malice and injustice could infuse into her cup of misery, and when she received the awful intimation that she must prepare herself for death, she met the fiat like one who was weary of a troublesome pilgrimage, and anxious to be released from its sufferings. Such are the sentiments pathetically expressed in the following stanzas, which she is said to have composed after her condemnation, when her poetical talents were employed in singing her own dirge. O death, rock me asleep, bring on my quiet rest, let pass my very guiltless ghost out of my careful breast. Ring out the doleful knell, let it sound my death tell, for I must die, there is no remedy, for now I die. My pains who can express? Alas, they are so strong! My dolor will not suffer strength my life for to prolong, alone in prison strange. I wail my destiny. Woe worth this cruel hap, that I should taste this misery. Farewell my pleasures past, welcome my present pain. I feel my torment so increase, that life cannot remain. Sound now the passing bell, rung is my doleful knell, for its sound my death doth tell. Death doth draw nigh, sound the knell dolefully, for now I die. There is an utter abandonment to grief and desolation in these lines which, in their rhythm and cadence, show musical cultivation in the composer. Of a more prosaic nature, yet containing literal truth, as to the events to which they allude, are the verses she wrote after her return from her trial. Defiled is my name, full sore through cruel spite and false report, that I may say for evermore, farewell to joy, adieu comfort. For wrongfully he judge of me, unto my fame a mortal wound. Say what ye list, it may not be, ye seek for that shall not be found. Anne was earnest in preparing herself for death, with many and fervent devotional exercises. And whatever may be said in disparagement by Catholic historians, it is certain that she did not die a Protestant. She passed many hours in private conference with her confessor, and received the sacraments according to the doctrine of transubstantiation. The penance she imposed upon herself for her injurious treatment of her royal stepdaughter, the remembrance of which lay heavily upon her mind, when standing upon the awful verge of eternity, is most interestingly recorded by Speed, who quotes it from the relation of a nobleman. The day before she suffered death, being attended by 6 ladies in the Tower, she took the lady Kingston into her presence chamber, and there, locking the door upon them, willed her to sit down in the chair of state. Lady Kingston answered, that it was her duty to stand and not to sit at all in her presence, much less upon the seat of state of her the queen. Ah, madam, replied Anne, that title is gone. I am a condemned person, and by law have no estate left me in this life but for clearing of my conscience. I pray you sit down." "Well," said Lady Kingston, "I have often played the fool in my youth, and to fulfil your command, I will do it once more in mine age," and thereupon sat down under the cloth of estate on the throne. Then the queen most humbly fell on her knees before her, and holding up her hands with tearful eyes, charged her, as in the presence of God and his angels, and as she would answer to her before them when all should appear to judgment, that she would so fall down before the Lady Mary's grace, her daughter-in-law, and, in like manner, ask her forgiveness for the wrong she had done her, for, till that was accomplished, she said, her conscience could not be quiet. This fact is also recorded in Kingston's letters to Cromwell, but not so circumstantially as in the account quoted by Speed, from which we learn that Anne Boleyn continued to occupy her own royal apartments in the Tower, with the presence chamber and canopied chair of state, commonly called the queen's lodgings, and that she had the free range of them, even after the warrant for her execution was signed, although tradition points out more than one dismal tower of the royal fortress as the place of her imprisonment. The queen was ordered for execution on the 19th of May, and it was decreed by Henry that she should be beheaded on the green within the Tower. It was a case without precedent in the annals of England, for never before had female blood been shed on the scaffold. Even in the Norman reigns of terror, woman's life had been held sacred, and the most merciless of the Plantagenet sovereigns had been too manly, under any provocation or pretense, to butcher ladies. But the age of chivalry was over, and not one spark of its ennobling spirit lingered in the breast of the sensual tyrant, who gave the first example of sending queens and princesses to the block, like sheep to the shambles. Perhaps there were moments when the lovely and once passionately beloved Anne Boleyn doubted the possibility of his consigning her to the sword of the executioner. That Henry was aware that his doing so would be an outrage on public decency is certain by his ordering all strangers to be expelled from the Tower. There is an expression in Kingston's letter which implies that a rescue was apprehended. At any rate, the experiment was yet to be tried, how Englishmen could brook the spectacle of seeing their beautiful queen mangled by a foreign headsman, that the sovereign might be at liberty to bestow her place on her handmaid. As it was the king's pleasure that his conjugal victim should be decollated with a sword, after the French manner of execution, the headsman of Calais was brought over to England for the purpose, a man who was considered remarkably expert at his horrible calling. The unfortunate queen was duly apprised of this circumstance, with the other preparations for the last act of the tragedy that was to terminate her brilliant but fatal career. She had had mournful experience of the vanity and vexation of all the distinctions that had flattered her. Beauty, wealth, genius, pleasure, power, royalty, had all been hers, and whither had they led her? On Friday, the 19th of May, the last sad morning of her life, Anne rose 2 hours after midnight, and resumed her devotions with her almoner. Her previous desire of having the consecrated elements remain in her closet, which in such case is always for the purposes of adoration, and the fact that she turned the sacrament the good Lord, proves plainly that she did not die a Protestant. When she was about to receive the sacrament, she sent for Sir William Kingston, that he might be a witness of her last solemn protestation of her innocence of the crimes for which she was sentenced to die, before she became a partaker of the holy rite. It is difficult to imagine any person wantonly provoking the wrath of God by incurring the crime of perjury at such a moment. She had evidently no hope of prolonging her life, and appeared not only resigned to die, but impatient of the unexpected delay of an hour or two before the closing scene was to take place. This delay was caused by the misgivings of Henry, for Kingston had advised Cromwell not to fix the hour for the execution, so that it could be exactly known when it was to take place, lest it should draw an influx of spectators from the city. It does not appear that Anne condescended to implore the mercy of the king. In her letter of the 6th of May, she had appealed to his justice, and reminded him that he must hereafter expect to be called to a strict account for his treatment of her if he took away her life on false and slanderous pretences. but there is no record that she caused a single supplication to be addressed to him in her behalf. She knew his pitiless nature too well even to make the attempt to touch his feelings after the horrible imputations with which he had branded her, and this lofty spirit looks like the pride of innocence and the bitterness of a deeply wounded mind. While Kingston was writing his last report to Cromwell of her preparations for the awful change that awaited her, she sent for him and said, "Mr. Kingston, I hear I shall not die afore noon, and I am very sorry therefore, for I thought to be dead by this time, and past my pain." I told her, says Kingston, that the pain should be little, it was so subtle. And then she said, "I have heard say the executioner is very good, and I have a little neck," and put her hands about it, laughing heartily. "I have seen men and also women executed, and they have been in great sorrow," continues the lieutenant of the Tower, "but, to my knowledge, this lady hath much joy and pleasure in death. Sir, her almoner is continually with her, and hath been since 2 o'clock after midnight." There must have been one powerful tie to bind the hapless queen to a world from which she appeared eager to be released. She was a mother, and was leaving her infant daughter to the domination of the treacherous beauty who was to take her place in Henry's state, as she had already done in his fickle fancy, and Anne Boleyn had no reason to expect that Jane Seymour would prove a kinder stepdame to Elizabeth than she had done to the Princess Mary, an agonizing thought in the hour of death. It is not known whether Anne requested to see her little one, who was quite old enough to know her and to return her caresses, for Elizabeth was at the attractive age of 2 years and 8 months, but if the unfortunate queen preferred such a petition, it was fruitless, and she was led to the scaffold without being permitted to bestow a parting embrace on her child. Perhaps she felt that such an interview would unfit her for acting her part in the last trying scene that awaited her with the lofty composure which its publicity required. That great historian, Lord Bacon, assures us that Queen Anne protested her innocence with undaunted greatness of mind at the time of her death. He tells us, that by a messenger, faithful and generous as she supposed, who was one of the king's privy chamber, she, just before she went to execution, sent this message to the king: "Commend me to his majesty, and tell him he hath been ever constant in his career of advancing me. From a private gentlewoman he made me a marchioness, from a marchioness a queen, and now he hath left no higher degree of honour, he gives my innocency the crown of martyrdom." But the messenger durst not carry this to the king, then absorbed in a new passion, yet tradition has truly transmitted it to posterity. This sarcastic message is noted as a memorandum on the letter which Anne wrote to Henry from the Tower, probably by Cromwell or his secretary, and it has frequently been quoted by historians. But Lord Bacon is the only person who places it in its apparently true chronology, the day of her death, when hope was gone, and the overcharged heart of the victim dared to give vent to its last bitterness in those memorable words. The time appointed by Henry for the execution of his unhappy consort was 12 o'clock at noon. This was kept a profound mystery from the people till the time was at hand. A few minutes before that hour, the fatal portals through which the royal victim was to pass for the last time were open, and she appeared dressed in a robe of black damask, with a deep white cape falling over it on her neck. She wore the pointed black velvet hood, which is familiar to us in her portraits, or, as some have said, a small hat with ornamented coifs under it. Perhaps the picturesque bangled hat which forms part of the costume of her statue at Blickling Hall. The feverish state of excited feeling in which she had passed the morning vigil had probably recalled the brightness to her eye and a flush to her cheek which supplied the loss of her faded bloom, for she is said to have come forth in fearful beauty. Indeed, one writer says, "Never had the queen looked so beautiful before." She was led by the lieutenant of the Tower, and attended by the 4 maids of honour who had waited upon her in prison. She was conducted by Sir William Kingston to the scaffold, which was erected on the green before the church of St. Peter ad Vincula. Having been assisted by Sir William to ascend the steps to the platform, she there saw assembled the lord mayor, and some of the civic dignitaries, and her great enemy, the Duke of Suffolk, with Henry's natural son, the Duke of Richmond, who had, in defiance of all decency and humanity, come thither to disturb her last moments with their unfriendly espionage, and to feast their eyes upon her blood. There also was the ungrateful blacksmith's secretary of state, Cromwell, who, though he had been chiefly indebted to her patronage for his present greatness, had shown no disposition to succour her in her adversity. The fact was, his son and heir was married to the sister of Jane Seymour, Henry's bride-elect, and the climbing parvenu was one of the parties most interested in the fall of Queen Anne, and affixing the stigma of illegitimacy on her daughter, for the advancement of his family connection to the throne. Anne must have been perfectly aware of his motives, but she accorded him and the other reptilia of the privy council the mercy of her silence when she met them on the scaffold. She came there, as she with true dignity observed, to die and not to accuse her enemies. When she had looked round her, she turned to Kingston and entreated him not to hasten the signal for her death till she had spoken that which was on her mind to say, to which he consented, and then she spoke. Good Christian people, I am come hither to die, according to law, for by the law I am judged to die, and therefore I will speak nothing against it. I am come hither to accuse no man, nor to speak anything of that whereof I am accused, as I know full well that aught that I could say in my defence doth not appertain unto you, and that I could draw no hope of life from the same. But I come here only to die, and thus to yield myself humbly unto the will of my lord the king. I pray God to save the king, and send him long to reign over you, for a gentler or more merciful prince was there never. To me he was ever a good and gentle sovereign. If any person will meddle with my cause, I require them to judge the best. Thus I take my leave of the world and of you, and I heartily desire you all to pray for me." She then with her own hands removed the hat and collar, which might impede the action of the sword, and taking the coif from her head, delivered them to one of her ladies. Then covering her hair with a little linen cap, for it seems as if her ladies were too much overpowered with grief and terror to assist her, and that she was the only person who retained her composure, she said, "Alas, my poor head, in a very brief space thou wilt roll in the dust on the scaffold, and as in life thou didst not merit to wear the crown of a queen, so in death thou deservest not better doom than this." All present were then in tears, save the base court sycophants, who came to flatter the evil passions of the sovereign. Anne took leave of her weeping ladies in these pathetic words: "And ye, my damsels, who, whilst I lived, ever showed yourselves so diligent in my service, and who are now to be present at my last hour and mortal agony, as in good fortune ye were faithful to me, so even at this my miserable death ye do not forsake me. And as I cannot reward you for your true service to me, I pray you take comfort for my loss. Howbeit, forget me not, and be always faithful to the king's grace, and to her whom, with happier fortune, ye may have as your queen and mistress. And esteem your honour far beyond your life, and, in your prayers to the Lord Jesu, forget not to pray for my soul." Among these last true followers of the unfortunate queen was the companion of her childhood, Mistress Mary Wyatt, Sir Thomas Wyatt's sister, who, faithful through every reverse, attended her on the scaffold. To this tried friend Anne Boleyn gave, as a parting gift, her last possession, a little book of devotions, bound in gold and enamelled black, which she had held in her hand from the time she left her apartment in the Tower till she commenced her preparations for the block. Mary always wore this precious relic in her bosom. Some mysterious last words, supposed to be a message to Sir Thomas Wyatt, the queen was observed to whisper very earnestly to Mrs. Mary Wyatt before she knelt down. It has been said that Anne refused to allow her eyes to be covered, and that, whenever the executioner approached her, his purpose was disarmed by his encountering their brilliant glances, till, taking off his shoes, he beckoned to one of the assistants to advance on one side as he softly approached on the other, and when the queen, deceived by this subterfuge, turned her eyes in the direction whence she heard the steps, he struck her head off with one blow of the Calais sword. The account given by the Portuguese Spectator of this mournful scene is as follows: And being minded to say no more, she knelt down upon both knees, and one of her ladies covered her eyes with a bandage, and then they withdrew themselves some little space, and knelt down over against the scaffold, bewailing bitterly and shedding many tears. And thus, and without more to say or do, was her head struck off, she making no confession of her fault, but saying, O Lord God, have pity on my soul. This being the record of an eyewitness, we think it is deserving of credit, and it agrees with the dignified composure of Anne's behaviour on the scaffold. Gratian says she died with great resolution, and so sedately as to cover her feet with her garments, in like manner as the Roman poet records of the royal Polyxena, when about to be sacrificed at the tomb of Achilles. According to another authority, her last words were, In manus tuas. The bloody blow came down from his trembling hand who gave it, says Wyatt, when those about her could not but seem to themselves to have received it upon their own necks, she not so much as shrinking at it. Spelman has noted that Anne Boleyn's eyes and lips were observed to move when her head was held up by the executioner. It is also said that before those beautiful eyes sunk in the dimness of death, they seemed for an instant mournfully to regard her bleeding body as it fell on the scaffold. It does not appear that the last moments of Anne were disturbed by the presence of Lady Boleyn and Mrs. Cousins. The gentler females who, like ministering angels, had followed their royal mistress to her doleful prison and dishonouring scaffold, half fainting and drowned in tears as they were, surrounded her mangled remains, now a spectacle appalling to woman's eyes. Yet they would not abandon them to the ruffian hands of the executioner and his assistants, but, with unavailing tenderness, washed away the blood from the lovely face and glossy hair that scarcely 3 years before had been proudly decorated with the crown of St. Edward, and now but for these unbought offices of faithful love would have been lying neglected in the dust. Our Portuguese authority informs us that one weeping lady took the severed head, the others the bleeding body of the unfortunate queen, and, having reverently covered them with a sheet, placed them in a chest which there stood ready, and carried them to the church, which is within the Tower, where, he continues, they say she lieth buried with the others, meaning by her fellow victims, who had 2 days before preceded her to the scaffold. There is, however, some reason to doubt whether the mangled remains of this hapless queen repose in the place generally pointed out in St. Peter's Church of the Tower as the spot where she was interred. It is true that her warm and almost palpitating form was there conveyed in no better coffin than an old elm chest that had been used for keeping arrows, and there, in less than half an hour after the executioner had performed his part, thrust into a grave that had been prepared for her by the side of her murdered brother. And there she was interred, without other obsequies than the whispered prayers and choking sobs of those true-hearted ladies who had attended her on the scaffold, and were the sole mourners who followed her to the grave. It is to be lamented that history has only preserved one name out of this gentle sisterhood, that of Mary Wyatt, when all were worthy to have been inscribed in golden characters in every page sacred to female tenderness and charity. In Anne Boleyn's native county, Norfolk, a curious tradition has been handed down from father to son for upwards of 3 centuries, which affirms that her remains were secretly removed from the Tower Church under cover of darkness, and privately conveyed to Sale Church, the ancient burial place of the Boleyns, and there interred at midnight, with the holy rites that were denied to her by her royal husband at her first unhallowed funeral. A plain black marble slab, without any inscription, is still shown in Sale Church as a monumental memorial of this queen, and is generally supposed, by all classes of persons in that neighbourhood, to cover her remains. The mysterious sentence with which Wyatt closes his eloquent memorial of the death of this unfortunate queen affords a singular confirmation of the local tradition of her removal and reinterment. God, he says, provided for her corpse sacred burial, even in a place as it were consecrated to innocence. This expression would lead us to infer that Wyatt was in the secret, if not one of the parties who assisted in the exhumation of Anne Boleyn's remains, if the romantic tradition we have repeated be, indeed, based on facts. After all, there is nothing to violate probability in the tale, romantic though it be. King Henry, on the day of his queen's execution, tarried no longer in the vicinity of his metropolis than till the report of the signal gun, booming faintly through the forest glen, reached his ear, and announced the joyful tidings that he had been made a widower. He then rode off at fiery speed to his bridal orgies at Wolf Hall. With him went the confidential myrmidons of his council, caring little, in their haste to offer their homage to the queen of the morrow, whether the mangled remains of the queen of yesterday were securely guarded in the dishonoured grave into which they had been thrust, with indecent haste, that noon. There was neither singing nor saying for her, no chapel ardente nor midnight requiem, as for other queens, and in the absence of these solemnities, it was easy for her father, for Wyatt, or even for his sister, to bribe the porter and sextons to the church, to connive at the removal of the royal victim. That old elm chest would excite no suspicion, when carried through the dark narrow streets and the Aldgate portal of the city to the eastern road. It probably passed as a coffer of stores for the country, no one imagining that such a receptacle enclosed the earthly relics of their crowned and anointed queen. It is remarkable that in the ancient church of Hordon on the Hill, in Essex, a nameless black marble monument is also pointed out by village antiquaries as the veritable monument of this queen. The existence of a similar tradition of the kind in two different counties, but in both instances in the neighbourhood of Sir Thomas Boleyn's estates, can only be accounted for on the supposition that rumours of the murdered queen's removal from the Tower Chapel were at one time in circulation among the tenants and dependants of her paternal house, and were by them orally transmitted to their descendants as matter of fact. Historical traditions are, however, seldom devoid of some kind of foundation, and whatever be their discrepancies, they frequently afford a shadowy evidence of real but unrecorded events, which, if steadily investigated, would lend a clue, whereby things of great interest might be traced. A great epic poet of our times has finely said, "Tradition, O tradition, thou of the seraph tongue, the arc that links two ages, the ancient and the young." The execution of the Viscount Rochford rendered his two sisters the co-heiresses of their father, the Earl of Wiltshire. The attainder of Anne Boleyn, together with Cranmer's sentence on the nullity of her marriage with the king, had, by the law of the land, deprived her and her issue of any claim on the inheritance of her father, yet, on the death of the Earl of Wiltshire, King Henry, in defiance of his own acts, did, with equal rapacity and injustice, seize Hever Castle and other portions of the Boleyn patrimony in right of his divorced and murdered wife Anne, the elder daughter, reserving for her daughter Elizabeth all that Mary Boleyn and her heirs could otherwise have claimed. Greenwich Palace was Anne Boleyn's favourite abode of all the royal residences. The park is planted and laid out in the same style as her native Blickling, and with the same kind of trees. It is natural to suppose that the noble intersected arcades of chestnuts, which form the principal charm of the royal park, were planted under the direction of this queen, in memory of those richer and more luxuriant groves beneath whose blossom branches she sported her careless childhood with her sister Mary, her poet brother Rochford, and her poet lover Wyatt. Happy would it have been for Anne Boleyn if parental ambition had never aimed at her fulfilling a higher destiny than becoming the wife of an accomplished and true-hearted Wyatt, that devoted friend, whose love, surviving the grave, still lives in the valuable biographical memorials which he preserved of her life. Sir Thomas Wyatt died 4 years after the execution of Anne Boleyn. Percy only survived her a few months. The motives for Anne's destruction were so glaringly unveiled by the indecorous and inhuman haste with which the king's marriage with Jane Seymour was celebrated, that a strong presumption of her innocence has naturally been the result with unprejudiced readers. André Thevet, a Franciscan, affirms that he was assured by several English gentlemen that Henry VIII., on his deathbed, expressed peculiar remorse for the wrong he had done Anne Boleyn by putting her to death on a false accusation. The Franciscans, as a body, had suffered so much for their steadfast support of the cause of queen Catherine, in opposition to the rival interests of queen Anne, that a testimony in favour of the latter, from one of that order, ought to be regarded as impartial history. Anne Boleyn must have been in her 36th year at the time of her execution, for Cavendish tells us that her brother, lord Rochford, was 27 when he was appointed of the king's privy chamber. This was in 1527. The queen was probably about a year younger. This would have made her 14 when she went to France as maid of honour to the bride of Louis XII, and 32 at the time of her acknowledged marriage with the king. She had been maid of honour to 4 queens, namely, Mary and Claude, queens of France, Margaret, queen of Navarre, and Catherine of Aragon, the first consort of Henry VIII., whom, in an evil hour for both, she supplanted in the affections of the king, and succeeded in her royal dignity as queen of England. She only survived the broken-hearted Catherine 4 months and a few days. It is necessary to notice that since the publication of the first edition of this volume it has been asserted in some of the periodicals and papers of the day that the guilt of Anne Boleyn has been proved by the documents recently mentioned in the report of the Record Commission relative to the contents of Baga de Secretis. This bag, which was always known to be in existence, contains not, as some persons have erroneously stated, the evidences of Anne Boleyn's trial, but merely the indictment, precepts, and conviction of that unfortunate queen, and not a tittle of the evidence produced in substantiation of the revolting crimes with which she was charged. It is therefore a negative proof of her innocence that these should have been preserved and the latter destroyed. It has hitherto been suspected that the evidence was destroyed by the order of Queen Elizabeth, but surely if she had destroyed the evidence, she would never have permitted the indictment to remain, which branded the name of her unhappy mother as a monster of impurity. It stands to reason that Henry and his council, being aware that no evidence of Anne's guilt was produced that would bear a dispassionate legal examination, took effectual measures to prevent its ever appearing in her justification. If Elizabeth had known of the existence of the indictment, she would have destroyed it without a doubt. End of section 14. Section 15 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Jane Seymour, Part 1. Jane Seymour was the fairest, the discreetest, and the most meritorious of all Henry VIII's wives. This assertion has been generally repeated by all historians to the present hour, yet doubtless the question has frequently occurred to their readers, in what did her merit consist? It will be the object of the present biography to answer this question impartially. Customs may vary at various eras, but the laws of moral justice are unalterable. Difficult would it be to reconcile them with the first actions known of this discreet lady, for this discretion is the attribute Lord Herbert peculiarly challenges as her own. It has been shown in the preceding biography that Jane Seymour's shameless conduct in receiving the courtship of Henry VIII was the commencement of the severe calamities that befell her mistress, Anne Boleyn. Scripture points out as an especial odium the circumstance of a handmaid taking the place of her mistress. Odious enough was the case when Anne Boleyn supplanted the right royal Catherine of Aragon, but a sickening sensation of horror must have pervaded every right-feeling mind when the proceedings of the discreet Jane Seymour are considered. She received the addresses of her mistress's husband, knowing him to be such. She passively beheld the mortal anguish of Anne Boleyn when that unhappy queen was in a state which peculiarly demanded feminine sympathy. She knew that the discovery of Henry's inconstancy had nearly destroyed her, and that it had actually destroyed her infant. She saw a series of murderous accusations got up against the queen, which finally brought her to the scaffold, yet she gave her hand to the regal ruffian before his wife's corpse was cold. Yes, 4–20 hours had not elapsed since the axe was reddened with the blood of her mistress when Jane Seymour became the bride of Henry VIII. And let it be remembered that a royal marriage could not have been celebrated without previous preparation, which must have proceeded simultaneously with the heartrending events of Anne Boleyn's last agonizing hours. The wedding cakes must have been baking, the wedding dinner providing, the wedding clothes preparing, while the life-blood was yet running warm in the veins of the victim, whose place was to be rendered vacant by a violent death. The picture is repulsive enough, but it becomes tenfold more abhorrent when the woman who caused the whole tragedy is loaded with panegyric. Jane Seymour had arrived at an age when the timidity of girlhood could no longer be pleaded as an excuse for passive acquiescence in such outrages on common decency. All genealogies occur in naming her as the eldest of Sir John Seymour's numerous family. As such, she could not have been younger than Anne Boleyn, who was much older than generally asserted. Jane was the eldest of the 8 children of Sir John Seymour, of Wolfhall, Wiltshire, and Margaret Wentworth, daughter of Sir John Wentworth, of Nettlestead, in Suffolk. The Seymours were a family of country gentry, who, like most holders of manorial rights, traced their ancestry to a Norman origin. 1 or 2 had been knighted in the wars of France, but their names had never emerged from the herald's visitation rolls into historical celebrity. They increased their boundaries by fortunate alliances with heiresses, but till the head of the family married into a collateral branch of the lordly line of Beauchamp, they scarcely took rank as second-rate gentry. After that event, 2 instances are quoted of Seymours serving as high sheriff for Wilts, but no instance can be found of one of the name being returned as knight of the shire. Through Margaret Wentworth, the mother of Jane Seymour, a descent from the royal blood of England was claimed, from an intermarriage with a Wentworth, and a daughter of Hotspur and Lady Elizabeth Mortimer, granddaughter to Lionel, Duke of Clarence. This Lady Percy is stated by all ancient heralds to have died childless. Few persons, however, dare dispute a pedigree with Henry VIII, and it appears on this ground Cranmer granted a dispensation for nearness of kindred between Henry VIII and Jane Seymour. Rather a work of supererogation, since, even if the Wentworth genealogy held good, the parties could not be related within the forbidden degrees, namely, as 4th cousins. Although the royal kindred appears somewhat doubtful, yet it is undeniable that the sovereign of England gained by this alliance one brother-in-law, who bore the name of Smith, and another whose grandfather was a blacksmith at Putney. Jane Seymour's sister Elizabeth having married Gregory, the son of Cromwell, and her sister Dorothy being the wife of Sir Clement Smith, of Little Badow in Essex. Jane's childhood and early youth are involved in great obscurity, but there is reason to suppose that, like Anne Boleyn, her education was finished and her manners formed at the court of France. Her portrait in the Louvre as a French maid of honour has given rise to this idea. It is probable that she entered the service of Mary Tudor, where her brother certainly was, for in a list of the persons forming the bridal retinue of that queen, signed by the hand of Louis XII., we observe among the enfants d'honneur les filles de Monsieur Seymour. This must have been Jane's brother Edward, afterwards so celebrated as the Protector Somerset. He was younger, however, than Jane, and it is very possible that she had an appointment also, though not of such importance as Anne Boleyn, who was granddaughter to the Duke of Norfolk, and was associated with 2 of the sovereign's kinswomen, the Ladies Grey, as maids of honour to Mary, Queen of France. Jane could boast of no such high connections as these, and, perhaps, from her comparatively inferior birth, did not excite the jealousy of the French monarch, like the ladies of maturer years. Perhaps Jane Seymour was promoted to the post of maid of honour in France after the dismissal of the other ladies, for the young queen says, in her letter to the king, her brother, "My chamberlain, with all other men's servants, were discharged, and in likewise my mother Guildford, with other my women and maidens, except such as never had experience nor knowledge how to advertise or give me counsel in any time of need." These were, of course, the young girls, of whom Anne Boleyn we know was one, and probably Jane Seymour, her compeer in age, another. Her portrait in the Louvre represents her as a beautiful well-formed woman of 19 or 20, and seems an evidence that, like Anne, she had obtained a place subsequently in the household of Queen Claude, where she perfected herself in the art of coquetry, though in a more demure way than her unfortunate compeer, Anne Boleyn. Who placed Jane Seymour as a maid of honour to Anne Boleyn, or whether she filled that office in the court of Catherine, as well as her sister-in-law, Anne Stanhope, has not yet been ascertained. Henry's growing passion for Jane must have attracted the observation and excited the jealousy of Queen Anne some time before she received the fatal conviction that she was supplanted in his fickle regard by her treacherous handmaid. It is said that the queen's attention was one day attracted by a jewel which Jane Seymour wore about her neck, and she expressed a wish to look at it. Jane faltered and drew back, and the queen, noticing her hesitation, snatched it violently from her, and found that it contained the portrait of the king, which, as she most truly guessed, had been presented by himself to her fair rival. Jane Seymour had far advanced in the same serpentine path which conducted Anne herself to a throne, ere she had ventured to accept the picture of her enamoured sovereign, and well assured must she have been of success in her ambitious views, before she presumed to wear such a loved token in the presence of the queen. Anne Boleyn was not of a temper to bear her wrongs patiently, but Jane Seymour's star was in the ascendant, hers in the decline. Her anger was unavailing. Jane maintained her ground triumphantly, even after the disgraceful denouement which had been related in the memoir of Anne Boleyn. While the last act of this diabolical drama was played out, which consummated the destruction of poor Anne, it appears that her rival had the discretion to retreat to her paternal mansion, Wolf Hall, in Wiltshire. There the preparations for her marriage with Henry VIII were proceeding with sufficient activity to allow her royal wedlock to take place the day after the acts had rendered the king a widower. Henry himself remained in the vicinity of the metropolis, awaiting the accomplishment of that event. The traditions of Richmond Park and Epping Forest quote each place as the locale of the following scene. On the morning of the 19th of May, Henry VIII, attired for the chase, with his huntsmen and hounds around him, standing under a spreading oak, breathlessly awaiting the signal gun from the Tower, which was to announce that the axe had fallen on the neck of his once entirely beloved Anne Boleyn. At last, when the bright summer sun rode high towards its meridian, the sullen sound of the death gun boomed along the windings of the Thames. Henry started with ferocious joy. "Ha, ha!" he cried with satisfaction. "The deed is done. Uncouple the hounds and away." The chase that day bent towards the west, whether the stag led it in that direction or not. At nightfall the king was at Wolf Hall, in Wilts, telling the news to his elected bride. The next morning the king married the beautiful Seymour. It is commonly asserted that he wore white for mourning the day after Anne Boleyn's execution. He certainly wore white, not as mourning, but because he on that day wedded her rival. The reason of this extraordinary haste was, as an ingenious modern writer observes, because Saturday, the 20th of May, 1536, fell the day before Rogation Sunday, and no marriage could be performed before the Rogation days of preparation for the Whitsun festival were past, and the king did not choose to tarry so long. Wolf Hall, the scene of these royal nuptials, was a short distance from Tottenham Park, in Wiltshire. Of the ancient residence, some remains now exist, among which is the kitchen, where tradition declares a notable royal wedding dinner was cooked. A detached building is, likewise, still entire, in which the said dinner was served up, the room being hung, on this occasion, with tapestry. Several favourite members of the king's obsequious privy council were present at the marriage, therefore the authenticity of its date is beyond all dispute. Among others was Sir John Russell, afterwards Earl of Bedford, who, having been at church with the royal pair, gave as his opinion, "that the king was the goodliest person there, and that the richer Queen Jane was dressed, the fairer she appeared. On the contrary, The better Anne Boleyn was apparelled, the worse she looked, but that Queen Jane was the fairest of all Henry's wives, though both Anne Boleyn and Queen Catherine, in their younger days, were women not easily to be paralleled. From Sir John Russell's words it appears the wedding was performed in a church, probably that of Tottenham parish, Wiltshire. The bridal party proceeded, after dinner, to Marwell, near Winchester, a country seat belonging to the bishops of that see, which Henry had already wrested from the church and bestowed on the Seymours. The queen's chamber is still shown at Marwell. From Marwell the king and his bride went to Winchester, where they sojourned a few days, and from thence returned to London, in time to hold a great court on the 29th of May. Here the bride was publicly introduced as queen, and her marriage festivities were blended with the celebration of Whitsuntide. The king paid the citizens the compliment of bringing his fair queen to Mercer's Hall, and she stood in one of the windows to view the annual ceremony of setting the city watch on St. Peter's Eve, June 29th. The Lord Chancellor Audley, when Parliament met a few days after, introduced the subject of the king's new marriage, in a speech so tedious in length that the clerks who wrote the parliamentary journals gave up its transcription in despair. Yet they fortunately left extant an abstract, containing a curious condolence on the exquisite sufferings the monarch had endured in matrimony. Ye well remember, pathetically declaimed Chancellor Audley, the great anxieties and perturbations this invincible sovereign suffered on account of his first unlawful marriage. So all ought to bear in mind the perils and dangers he was under when he contracted his second marriage, and that the Lady Anne and her accomplices have since been justly found guilty of high treason, and had met their due reward for it. What man of middle life would not deter from marrying a third time? Yet this our most excellent prince again condescendeth to contract matrimony, and hath, on the humble petition of the nobility, taken to himself a wife, this time, whose age and fine form give promise of issue. He said that the king had two objects in view in summoning a parliament, to declare the heir apparent, and to repeal the act in favour of the succession of Anne Boleyn's issue. The crown was afterwards entailed on the children of Queen Jane, whether male or female. After expatiating on all the self-sacrifices Henry had endured for the good of his people, he concluded by proposing that the Lords should pray for heirs to the crown by this marriage, and sent the Commons to choose a speaker. The speaker they chose was the notorious Richard Rich, who had sworn away the life of Sir Thomas More. This worthy outdid the Chancellor in his fulsome praises of the king, thinking proper to load his speech with personal flattery, comparing him, for strength and fortitude, to Samson, for justice and prudence to Solomon, and for beauty and comeliness to Absalom. Thus did the English Senate condescend to encourage Henry in his vices, calling his self-indulgence self-denial, and all his evil good, inflating his wicked wilfulness with eulogy, till he actually forgot, according to Wolsey's solemn warning, that there was both heaven and hell. While the biographer is appalled as the domestic features of this moral monster are unveiled, surely some abhorrence is due to the unison of atrocity that met in the hearts and heads of his advisers and flatterers. As the parliamentary journals have been destroyed which embrace the attainder of Anne Boleyn, it is impossible to trace when the petition for the king to marry again was presented, which the Chancellor alludes to. If before his marriage to Jane, it must have been during the life of Anne Boleyn, and then must have infused another drop of inexpressible bitterness in the cup of misery at the lips of the living victim. It is worthy of notice that the dispensation by Cranmer of kindred and all other impediments in the marriage of the king and Jane Seymour is dated on the very day of the unfortunate Anne Boleyn's death, being May 19th, 1536. The abhorrent conduct of Henry in wedding Jane so soon after the sacrifice of her hapless predecessor has left its foul traces on a page where truly Christian reformers must have viewed it with grief and disgust. In the dedication of Coverdale's Bible, printed in Zurich 1535, the names of Henry and his queen are introduced, but as Anne Boleyn was destroyed between the printing and publication, an attempt was made to accommodate the dedication to the caprice of Henry's passions by printing J for Jane over the letters which compose the name of the unfortunate Anne. The only act of Jane Seymour's queenly life of which a documentary record has been preserved is an order to the park keeper at Havering at Bower to deliver to her well-beloved the gentlemen of her sovereign lord the king's chapel royal 2 bucks of high season. For this very trifling exercise of the power and privileges of a queen of England, she names the king's warrant and seal as her authority, as if her own were insufficient. The order is headed by her signature, and is supposed to be the only genuine autograph of Jane Seymour in existence. We give the facsimile. Jane the Queen. The terror of the act seems to have kept even this favoured queen in the most humiliating state of submission during the brief term of her sceptred slavery. Queen Jane ostensibly mediated the reconciliation between the Princess Mary and the king. In the correspondence which ensued between the father and daughter, about 20 days after the marriage of Jane Seymour, she is frequently mentioned by the princess as her most natural mother, the queen. She congratulates her on her marriage with the king, praying God to send them a prince. These letters were chiefly dictated by Thomas Cromwell, a near connection of the new queen by marriage, yet Mary certainly regarded Jane Seymour as her friend. Nevertheless, the terms were so cruel on which Mary was restored to her father's presence, that her majesty had not ventured very far in her intercession between them. From one of Mary's earlier letters it is evident that the princess had known Jane Seymour previously to her marriage, and had been treated kindly by her. The Catholic historians have mentioned Queen Jane with complacency, on account of her friendliness to Henry's ill-treated daughter. The Protestants regard her with veneration as the mother of Edward VI. And the sister of Somerset. And thus, with little personal merit, accident has made her the subject of unlimited party praise. Her kindness to Mary bears an appearance of moral worth, if the suspicion did not occur that it arose entirely from opposition to Anne Boleyn, for, if based on the pure foundation of benevolence, it is strange that no other fruit of a virtuous character was exemplified in the life of Jane Seymour. The Princess Mary was permitted to visit her stepmother at the palaces of Richmond and Greenwich, Christmas 1537. That season was saddened to Queen Jane by the loss of her father, Sir John Seymour. He died in his 60th year, December 21st, 1536, leaving his family at the very pinnacle of exaltation. His eldest daughter the triumphant Queen of England, his eldest son created Lord Beauchamp, and Lord Chamberlain for life, while riches, favour, and honour were showered profusely on every member of his house. Jane Seymour supported her unwonted burden of dignity as queen with silent placidity. Whether from instinctive prudence or natural taciturnity, she certainly exemplified the wise proverb, that the least said is the soonest mended, for she passed 18 months of regal life without uttering a sentence significant enough to bear preservation. Thus she avoided making enemies by sallies of wit and repartee, in which her incautious predecessors so often indulged. Indeed, it was generally considered that Queen Jane purposely steered her course of royalty so that her manners appeared diametrically opposed to those of Queen Anne. As for her actions, they were utterly passive, and dependent on the will of the king. Some traces of her sojourn in the Tower are to be found in a list of Henry VIII's furniture, for among the appurtenances of a room called the lower study is enumerated a box containing a writing touching the jointure of Queen Jane, likewise a pair of little screens made of silk to hold against the fire. Who could have supposed that the grim fortress ever contained anything so consonant to modern taste as a pair of hand screens? But many of the luxuries and elegancies presumed to pertain solely to the modern era are indicated in the wardrobe lists, inventories, and privy purse expenses of royal personages who belonged to an earlier period than Jane Seymour and Henry VIII. The most remarkable of this queen's proceedings was that she crossed the frozen Thames to Greenwich Palace in the severe January of 1537 on horseback, with the king, attended by the whole court. In the summer she went with him on a progress to Canterbury, and in the monastery of St. Augustine was very honourably received, the Reverend Father Thomas Goldwell, prior of Christ Church, being present. From thence he, the king and queen, went to Dover to see the pier, to his great cost and charge then begun. As the king's two former wives, though afterwards repudiated and discrowned, had received the honours of splendid coronations, he was, of course, desirous of thus distinguishing the beloved Jane Seymour. Of this there is full evidence in the dispatches of Rich and Paget to the rest of the privy council remaining at Westminster. "We found the king," says the latter, "one evening in the queen's chamber, ready to wash and sit down to supper with her, and after supper his grace returned into his chamber, and immediately called me to him, saying that he had digested and resolved in his breast the contents of your last, and perceiving how the plague had reigned in Westminster, and in the abbey itself, he stood in a suspense whether it was best to put off the time of the queen's coronation. Wherefore," quoth he, "it were good that all my council be assembled here to determine upon everything touching the same coronation, and so," quoth he, "write to my lord privy seal, and send him word." Jane's coronation, after being thus delayed by the pestilence, was still further procrastinated by her hopeful condition, which promised the long desired heir to the throne. Henry VIII. Announced this expectation to the Duke of Norfolk by an autograph letter, in which may be perceived some allusion to the loss of Anne Boleyn's son, owing to the grief of heart the mother's jealousy occasioned. To obviate the chance of his present consort taking any fancies in her head, considering she was but a woman, he graciously announces his intention of remaining near her in these very original words: "Albeit she is in every condition of that loving inclination and reverend conformity that she can in all things well content, rest, and satisfy herself with anything which we shall think expedient and determine, yet considering that, being but a woman, upon some sudden and displeasant rumours and bruits that might by foolish or light persons be blown abroad in our absence, being specially so far from her, she might take to her stomach such impressions as might engender no little danger or displeasure to the infant with which she is now pregnant, which God forbid. It hath been thought by our council very necessary that, for avoiding such perils, we should not extend our progress farther from her than 60 miles." The place chosen for Queen Jane's lying in was Hampton Court, where it appears, from a letter to Cromwell from the Earl of Southampton, that she took to her chamber September 16, 1537, with all the ceremonies appertaining to the retirement of an English queen in her situation. The splendid Gothic banqueting hall at Hampton Court was finished at this juncture, for Queen Jane's initials are entwined with those of her husband among the decorations. It was an inconvenient whim of Henry VIII., whose love was so evanescent, to knit the initials of whomsoever happened to be the object of his temporary passion in enduring stone work. The Italian fashion of inlaying popular names on festal days, in mosaics of flowers, called inflorata, had been the more convenient complement, since fading flowers would have been better memorials of his passion for Anne Boleyn than the love knots of stone at King's College and at Hampton Court. The commemoration of his love for his rival in the architectural ornaments of the latter likewise remains a signal monument of the transitory nature of human felicity. At the entrance to the chapel, on each side of the doorway, is a species of coloured stone picture, containing Henry's arms and initials on the right, and Queen Jane's arms, with the interchanged initials of IH, HI, with love knots intertwined. End of section 15. Section 16 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Jane Seymour, Part 2. The original outline sketch of Queen Jane, by Holbein, preserved in Her Majesty's collection at Windsor, was probably taken at this time, a time most unpropitious to the beauty of the sitter. Indeed, it is difficult to trace any beauty in the portrait, which represents her as a coarse, apathetic looking woman, with a large face and small features. Her eyes are blue, with a sinister expression. The mouth very small also, the lips thin and closely compressed, the eyebrows very faintly marked, high cheekbones, and a thickness at the point of the nose quite opposed to an artist's idea of beauty. Hans Holbein, however, generally gave a faithful representation of his subjects. In one instance only has he been accused of flattery. Queen Jane wears the pointed hood and plaited cap beneath, which is so familiar to us in the portraits of Henry's three first queens. Her hair appears plainly folded in cross bands. Her dress is unfinished, a square corsage is faintly defined. The sketch is evidently the same from which the whole length portrait was painted by Holbein, which represents her as queen standing with Henry VIII., Henry VII., and Elizabeth of York at the four corners of an altar or tomb. Queen Jane is not quite so plain in this picture, but makes a complete contrast to the serene face of Elizabeth. Her complexion is fine, but her features hard, her cheekbones high, her upper lip long, and her elbows very square. She wears a flowing scarlet robe, on the train of which is curled up a queer little white poodle. And which looks the sourest, the mistress or dog, it would be difficult to decide. She appears a middle-aged woman. It would be a compliment to her to guess at 33 her probable age. These pictures were her queenly portraits, when she was fated by her peculiar state of health, which led ultimately to her premature death. Her earlier pictures were most likely painted previously to her marriage. An insalubrious state etiquette, after Jane had taken to her chamber, according to the queenly custom, obliged her to confine herself therein a whole month preceding her accouchement, and during this long space of time the royal patient was deprived of the needful benefits of air and exercise. When the hour came in which the heir of England was expected to see the light, it was by no means the good hour, so emphatically prayed for in the ceremonial of her retirement. After a martyrdom of suffering, the queen's attendants put to Henry the really cruel question of whether he would wish his wife or infant to be saved. It is affirmed, and it must be owned the speech is too characteristic of Henry to be doubted, that he replied, "The child by all means, for other wives could be easily found." The following historical ballad tells, in its homely strains, the same tale in a version meant to be complimentary to the king, long before Saunders had embodied it in his prejudiced history, which, in its sonorous Latin, has preserved so many scandals of Henry and his favourites. The ballad alludes to the loss of Henry VIII.'s large ship, the Mary Rose, and several minutiae which would have been forgotten if it had not been nearly contemporary. We think the style of Thomas Churchyard may be recognized in it, the poet who succeeded Skelton as a popular versifier in the times of Henry VIII. And Queen Mary. When, as King Henry ruled this land, he had a queen, I understand, Lord Seymour's daughter, fair and bright, yet death, by his remorseless power, did blast the bloom of this fair flower. O mourn, 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 fair ladies, your queen, the flower of England's dead. The queen in travail pained sore, full 30 woful hours and more, and no ways could relieve be, as all her ladies wished to see, wherefore the king made greater moan than ever yet his grace had done. Then being something eased in mind, his eyes a troubled sleep did find, where, dreaming he had lost a rose, but which he could not well suppose, a ship he had, a Rose by name, oh no, it was his royal Jane. Being thus perplexed with grief and care, a lady to him did repair, and said, O king, show us thy will, your queen's sweet life to save or spill. Then, as she cannot be saved, O save the flower though not the tree. O mourn, 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 fair ladies, your queen, the flower of England's dead. Another authority affirms that the queen entreated her assistants to take care of her infant in preference to herself, After all, it is expressly declared by a circular notification that the queen was happily delivered of a prince on Friday, October 12th, being the vigil of St. Edward's Day, and had she been kept in a state of rational quiet, it is probable she might have recovered. But the intoxication of joy into which the king and the court were plunged at the appearance of the long desired heir of England seemed to deprive them of all consideration of consequences, or they would have kept the bustle attendant on the ceremonial of his christening far enough from her. When all the circumstances of this elaborate ceremony were reviewed, no doubt can exist that it was the ultimate cause of Queen Jane's death. It took place on the Monday night after the birth of the prince. The arrangement of the procession, which commenced in her very chamber, was not injurious enough for the sick queen, but regal etiquette imperiously demanded that she should play her part in the scene. Nor was it likely that a private gentlewoman raised to the queenly state would seek to excuse herself from anything pertaining to her dignity, however inconvenient. It was the rule for a queen of England, when her infant was christened, to be removed from her bed to a state pallet, which seems anciently to have fulfilled the uses of a sofa. This was decorated at the back with the crown and arms of England, wrought in gold thread. It was furnished with 2 long pillows and 2 square ones, a coverture of white lawn, 5 yards square, a counterpane of scarlet cloth, lined with ermine, while propped with 4 cushions of crimson damasked with gold, reclined the queen, wrapped about with a round mantle of crimson velvet, furred with ermine. The baptism of the prince took place at midnight in the chapel of Hampton Court, where the future defender of the reformed religion was presented at the font by his sister and Catholic successor, the Princess Mary. There, too, unconscious of the awful event that had changed her fortunes in the dawn of her existence, after she had been proclaimed heiress of the realm, came the young motherless Elizabeth, who had been roused from her sweet slumbers of infant innocence, and arrayed in robes of state, to perform the part assigned to her in the ceremony. In this procession Elizabeth, borne in the arms of the aspiring Seymour, brother to the queen, with playful smiles, carried the chrism for the son of her for whose sake her mother's blood had been shed on the scaffold, and herself branded with the reproach of illegitimacy. And there the Earl of Wiltshire, the father of the murdered Anne Boleyn and grandfather of the disinherited Elizabeth, made himself an object of contemptuous pity to every eye, by assisting at this rite, bearing a taper of virgin wax, with a towel about his neck. How strangely associated seemed the other personages who met in this historical scene, how passing strange, in the eyes of those before whom the scroll of their after life has been unrolled, it is to contemplate the Princess Mary joining Cranmer, afterwards sent to the stake in her reign, who was associated with his enemy, the Duke of Norfolk, as sponsors in this baptismal rite. The font of solid silver was guarded by Sir John Russell, Sir Nicholas Carew, Sir Francis Bryan, and Sir Anthony Brown, in aprons, and with towels about their necks. The Marchioness of Exeter carried the child under a canopy, which was borne by the Duke of Suffolk, the Marquis of Exeter, the Earl of Arundel, and Lord William Howard. The prince's nurse, whom he afterward called Mother Jack, from her name of Jackson, walked near to her charge, and after her came the queen's domestics, among whom was the midwife. While his attendants were making the royal infant ready in the traverse, which was a small space screened off from the rest of the chapel, Te Deum was sung. The ceremonial was arranged for the Lord William Howard to give the towel, first to the Lady Mary, Lord Fitzwalter to bear the covered basins, Lord Delaware to uncover them, and Lord Stourton to give the towels to Cranmer and the Duke of Norfolk. After the prince was baptized, his style was thus proclaimed by Garter: God, in his almighty and infinite grace, grant good life and long to the right high, right excellent, and noble Prince Edward, Duke of Cornwall and Earl of Chester, most dear and entirely beloved son of our most dread and gracious Lord Henry VIII. The Lady Mary gave her godson a cup of gold by Lord Essex. Cranmer gave him 3 great bowls and 2 great pots, which were borne by the father of Anne Boleyn. The Duke of Norfolk presented a similar offering. In the returning procession, the Princess Elizabeth was led away by the Princess Mary, her sister. The train of the infant princess, for, though but 4 years old, she had a train, was borne by the Lady Herbert, sister of a future queen, Catherine Parr. The heir of England was borne back in solemn state, with trumpets sounding before him, to his mother's chamber, there to receive her blessing. King Henry had remained seated by her pallet during the whole of the baptismal rite, which, with all its tedious parade, took up 2 or 3 hours, not being over till midnight. What with the presence of King Henry, rather a boisterous inmate for a sick chamber, what with the procession setting out from the chamber, and the braying of the trumpets at her door when it returned, the herald especially notes the goodly noise they made there, and in conclusion, the exciting ceremonial of bestowing her maternal benediction on her newly baptized babe, the poor queen had been kept in a complete hurry of spirits for many hours. The natural consequence of such imprudence was, that on the day after she was indisposed, and on the Wednesday so desperately ill, that all the rites of the ancient Catholic Church were administered to her. The official statements are still extant, and proved how completely mistaken those writers are who consider Jane Seymour as a Protestant. Equally mistaken are those who affirm that she died, either directly after the birth of Edward VI., or even 2 days afterwards. The fact is, she lived nearly a fortnight. In a circular, which is the first instance of a royal bulletin, minute accounts are given of the queen's health, to which is added, "Her confessor hath been with her grace this morning, and hath done that which to his office appertaineth, and even now is about to administer to her grace the sacrament of unction, at Hampton Court this Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock." Nevertheless, the queen amended, and was certainly alive on the 24th of October, as this letter from Sir John Russell to Cromwell indubitably proves. Sir, the king was determined, as this day, to have removed to Esher, and, because the queen was very sick this night and this day, he tarried, but to-morrow, God willing, he intendeth to be there. If she amend, he will go, but if she amend not, he told me this day, he could not find it in his heart, for, I assure you, she hath been in great danger yesternight and this day. Thank be God, she is somewhat amended, and if she scape this night, the Fishicians be in good hope that she be past all danger. Hampton Court, the 24th of October. She did not live over the night, for the amendment mentioned was but the rally often occurring before death. The departure of Queen Jane was as heavy to the king as ever was heard tell of. Directly she expired, the king withdrew himself, as not to be spoken to by any one. He left Hampton Court for Windsor, part of his council remaining to order her funeral. In a dispatch from the council to the ambassador of France, the death of the queen is clearly attributed to having been suffered to take cold and eat improper food. This agrees perfectly with the statement in Leland's genealogy of Prince Edward, published in 1543, and written nearly at the time of her death. On Thursday, October 25th, she was embalmed, and wax chandlers did their work about her. The next day, Friday the 26th, was provided, in the chamber of presence, a hearse, with 24 tapers, garnished with pencils and other decencies. Also in the same chamber was provided, for mass to be said, richly apparelled with black, garnished with the cross, images, censers, and other ornaments. And daily masses were said by her chaplains and others. This done, the corpse was reverently conveyed, from the place where she died, under a hearse, covered with a rich pall of cloth of gold, and a cross set thereupon. Lights were burning night and day, with 6 torches and lights upon the altar all divine service time. All ladies were in mourning habits, with white kerchiefs over their heads and shoulders, kneeling about the hearse all service time, in lamentable wise, at mass forenoon, and at dirge after. An English ballad is extant which, dwelling on the elaborate mourning of Queen Jane's ladies, informs the world, in a line of pure pathos, "In black were her ladies, and black were their fans." A watch of these ladies, with the Princess Mary at their head, as chief mourner, was kept nightly in the queen's chamber, round the royal corpse, till the last day of October, when the bishop of Carlisle, her almoner, entering in pontificalibus, assisted by the subdean and the bishop of Chichester, performing all ceremonies, as censing with holy water, and attended the removal of the coffin, with great state and solemnity, at Hampton Court Chapel. Here the ceremonies of lying in state were renewed, day by day, till November 12th, when the queen's funeral procession set out from Hampton to Windsor for interment in St. George's Chapel, which was done with all the pomp and majesty possible. The corpse of Jane Seymour was put on a car of state, covered with a rich pall, and over it was placed her wax statue, exactly representing her in her robes of state, the hair flowing on the shoulders, a crown of state on the head, a sceptre of gold in the right hand, the finger covered with rings of precious stones, and the neck with ornaments of jewels. The head rested on a pillow of gold cloth and gems. The shoes and hose were of gold cloth, and the car was drawn by 6 horses. The princess Mary paid all the duty of a daughter to her friendly stepmother by attending as chief mourner. In every instance the rite of the ancient church were performed. I have caused, writes Sir Richard Gresham, from the city to Cromwell, 1200 masses to be said for the soul of our most gracious queen. And whereas the lord mayor and aldermen were lately at Paul's, and there gave thanks unto God for the birth of our prince, my lord, I do think it convenient that there should also be at Paul's a solemn dirge and mass, and that the mayor and aldermen should pray and offer for her grace's soul. Jane was interred in the midst of the choir at St. George's Chapel. An epitaph was composed for her, comparing her, in death, to the phoenix from whose death another phoenix, Edward VI., took existence. Bishop Godwin affirms that these lines were engraved on the stone which covered the place of interment. Phoenix Jana jacet nato phoenixe, dolendum, secula phoenixes nulla tollisse duos. Here a phoenix lieth, whose death to another phoenix gave breath. It is to be lamented much, the world at once ne'er knew to such. 2 queens of Henry had been previously consigned to their last repose. Catherine of Aragon was buried as his brother's widow, and not as his wife. As to Anne Boleyn, her poor mangled corpse was not vouchsafed, as far as her unloving spouse was aware, the religious rites bestowed on the remains of the most wretched mendicant, who expires on the highway of our Christian land. Jane Seymour was the first spouse out of 3, whom he owned at her death as his wedded wife. Henry VIII. Wrote an exulting letter to Francis I. on the birth of his heir, at the end of which he acknowledges that the death of the mother had cost him some pain, yet his joy far exceeded his grief. His respect for the memory of his lost queen can be best appreciated by the circumstances of his wearing black for her loss, even at the Christmas festival, when the whole court likewise appeared in deep mourning. As this worldly-minded king detested the sight of black, or anything that reminded him of death, so entirely that he was ready to assault violently persons who came to court in mourning for their friends, the extent of his self-sacrifice may be imagined. For he did not change his widower's habiliments till Candlemas, February 2nd. He had already been thrice married, yet it was the first time he had comported himself like a dutiful widower, and though he married thrice afterwards, he never wore mourning for a wife. The letters of condolence he received from his prelates and nobles on the death of Jane were numerous. An abstract from one shall serve as a specimen. It was addressed to him by Tunstall, Bishop of Durham. Please your highness to understand, that whereas of late it hath pleased God to take unto his mercy, out of this present life, the most blessed and virtuous lady, your grace's most dearest wife, the queen's grace, whose soul God pardon. News thereof, sorrowful to all men, came into these parts. Surely it cannot well be expressed, how all men, of all degrees, did greatly lament and mourn the death of that noble lady and princess, taken out of this world, by bringing forth of that noble fruit, sprung of your majesty and her, to the great joy and inestimable comfort of all your subjects. Considering withal, that this noble fruit, my lord prince, in his tender age entering in this world, is by her death left a dear orphan, commencing thereby this miserable and mortal life, not only by weeping and wailing, as the misery of mankind requireth, but also reft, in the beginning of his life, of his most dear mother. Albeit to him, by tenderness of his age, it is not known what hath he lost, we have much more cause to mourn, seeing such a virtuous princess is so suddenly taken from us. And when Almighty God hath taken from your grace, to your great discomfort, a most blessed and virtuous lady, consider what he hath given to your highness, and to the rejoice of us all, your subjects, our most noble prince, to whom God hath ordained your majesty to be mother as well as father. God gave to your grace that noble lady, and God hath taken her away, as pleased him." The infant prince, whose birth cost Jane her life, was nursed at Havering Bower. He inherited his mother's great beauty, her starry eyes, and perfect features. The lord chancellor Audley visited him at Havering in the summer of 1537, and has left a pretty description of the royal nursling. Audley assures Cromwell that he never saw so goodly a child of his age, so merry, so pleasant, so good and so loving of countenance, and so earnest of eye, which, as it were, makes sage judgment of every one that approacheth his grace. And, as it seemeth to me, his grace well increaseth in the air that he is in. And albeit, as his grace decreaseth in flesh, yet he shooteth out in length, and waxeth firm and stiff, and can steadfastly stand, and would advance himself to move and go, if they would suffer him. But as meseemeth, they yet do best, considering his grace is yet but tender, that he should not strain himself, as his own courage would serve him, till he come to be above a year of age. I was right glad to understand there that the king's majesty will have his grace removed from Havering now against winter time, for surely it seemeth to me that the house be a cold house for winter, but for summer it is a good and goodly air. I cannot comprehend nor describe the goodly, towardly qualities that are in my lord prince's grace. It was but a few years afterwards that the little son of Jane Seymour took pen in hand and wrote his own biography. It was very naive and childlike. At the same time he briefly mentions various matters of importance on which history is silent. The year of our Lord 1537 commences the young literary king. A prince was born to King Henry VIII by Jane Seymour, then queen, who within a few days of the birth of her son died, and was buried at Windsor. This child was christened by the Duke of Norfolk, the Duke of Suffolk, and the Archbishop of Canterbury. Afterwards he was brought up till he came to 6 years old among the women. At the 6th year of his age he was brought up in learning by Master Dr. Cox, who was after his almoner, and John Cheek, master of arms, two well learned men, who sought to bring him up in learning of tongues, of scripture, philosophy, and all liberal sciences. Also John Belmain, Frenchman, did teach him the French language. The 10th year, not yet ended, it was appointed he should be created Prince of Wales, etc. At which time, being the year of our Lord 1547, the said king died of a dropsy as it was thought. After whose death incontinent came Edward, Earl of Hertford, Queen Jane's brother, and Sir Anthony Brown, to convoy this prince to Enfield, where the Earl of Hertford declared to him and to his younger sister Elizabeth the death of their father. This pretty journal deteriorated as the years of the royal child advanced. Interested politicians bred mortal strife between his two maternal uncles, and in the year 1549 his journal records, in terms strangely devoid of human sympathy, the execution of his mother's younger brother, Lord Thomas Seymour. The young king certainly loved Lord Thomas. The question therefore naturally presents itself, whether the royal journal was not written under surveillance. The dreadful fact has lately been unveiled, that the childish testimony of Edward VI, wrung from him by the questioning of the enemies of his mother's family, was used to facilitate the condemnation of his younger uncle, prosecuted by the elder. Lady Seymour, the mother of Queen Jane, died in 1550, a few months after the execution of her youngest son, with whom she had resided since the death of his wife, Queen Catherine Parr. Whether the death of Lady Seymour had been hastened by the splendid miseries in which the royal marriage of her daughter Jane had involved her family, can only be guessed. The journal of the king, her grandson, contains no memorial of her demise, although it notes the death of her relative Lord Wentworth, and the circumstances of his leaving 16 children. At the time of these occurrences, the Duke of Somerset had been deprived of the protectorate, and was tottering to his fall. Nevertheless, he proposed in the privy council that a public mourning should be ordered for his mother, as being the king's grandmother, requiring his majesty to wear this dole in order to testify his respect for the memory of Queen Jane, and duty of love the child oweth to the parent. A curious discussion on court mournings followed in the council. The Dudley faction opposed Somerset's proposal by 3 objections, strangely inconsistent in principle. The first was one of ultra-godliness, because mourning worn at all serveth to induce a diffidence of a better life won to the departed, yea, was cause and scruple of faith unto the weak. The second pleaded on the score of avarice, against the impertinent charges bestowed upon black cloth, and other instruments of funeral pomp and dule, meaning, by this expressive old English word, the whole appurtenances of inky cloaks and solemn black. The third argument was in the spirit of utter worldliness, and was probably sincere enough, urging the downright dislike that kings and courtiers have to look on anything reminding them of death, for the late King Henry, our sovereign lord, oft times would not only dispense with all dule, but would be ready to pluck the black apparel from such men's backs as presumed to wear it in his presence. For a king being the life and heart of a commonwealth, such doleful tokens ought not to be seen in his presence. Nevertheless, his majesty King Edward should be consulted thereon. Young Edward, of course, returned an answer consistent with the views of those who had him in their custody, and forthwith dispensed not only with his own mourning for his grandmother, but strictly forbade his uncle Somerset or his train to come to court in any such duel. In a little more than a year after, Somerset perished on the scaffold by a warrant, signed with the hand of his royal nephew. All true Protestants deeply lament his death, as the real founder of our present Church of England. A heartless entry occurs in the young king's journal, recording the execution of this uncle. Yet it would be wrong to attribute blame to the royal boy, whose mind was, according to a contemporary, torn with anguish at the ruin thus completed of his mother's family. Sir John Hayward declares that the young king would often sigh and let fall tears when his uncles were mentioned. "Ah," said he, "how unfortunate I have been to those of my blood! My mother I slew at my birth, and since have been the death of 2 of her brothers, haply to make way for the purposes of others against myself." Notwithstanding the severe penalty Queen Jane and her 2 hapless brothers had paid for their connection with the English throne, the ambition of the house of Seymour was untamable. Her nephew, the Earl of Hertford, and his son, underwent great troubles, because they would match with no mates but ladies of royal blood. They successively suffered long captivity in the Tower, when the one married Lady Catherine Grey, the other Lady Arabel Stuart. Jane Seymour was undeniably the first woman espoused by Henry VIII, whose title, both as wife and queen, was neither disputed by himself or his subjects. Whilst Catherine of Aragon lived, a great part of the people considered Anne Boleyn but as the shadow of a queen. Both Catherine and Anne were removed by death from rivalry. No doubts were ever raised to the legal rights of Jane as Queen of England. It was owing to this circumstance, as well as the dignity she derived from being the sultana mother of his heir, that Henry, in his last will, commanded that the bones of his "loving Queen Jane" were to be placed in his tomb. He likewise left directions for a magnificent monument to their mutual memories, which he intended should be erected in the Windsor Chapel. Both their statues were to be placed on the tomb. The effigy of Jane was to recline, not as in death, but as one sweetly sleeping. Children were to sit at the corners of the tomb, having baskets of roses, white and red, made of fine oriental stones, jasper, cornelian, and agate, which they shall show to take in their hands, and cast them down, on and over the tomb, and down on the pavement, and the roses they cast over the tomb shall be enamelled and gilt, and the roses they cast on the steps and pavement shall be formed of the said fine oriental stones, and some shall be inlaid on the pavement." This beautiful idea was not realized. The monument was, indeed, commenced, but never finished, and the materials were either stolen or sold in the civil wars of the 17th century. The commands of the king were, however, obeyed regarding his interment, and his coffin was laid by Jane Seymour's side in the vaults of St. George's Chapel. When George IV. searched the vaults for the body of Charles I. in 1813, Queen Jane's coffin was discovered close to the gigantic skeleton of Henry VIII., which some previous accident had exposed to view. As no historical fact could be ascertained by the disturbance of the queen's remains, George IV. would not suffer her coffin to be opened, and the vault where she lies, near the sovereign's side of the stalls of the Garter, were finally closed up. End of Section 16.